Tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello, Seth Payne. How are you?
Hello. I feel good. I'm in that weird spot where I'm okay with being a team that is like behind the Eagles in the standing, but happier about my team where they are. Like it's I think there's always just some hardo out there that would say like, yeah, if you ain't first, you're last. Trajectory matters. And right now, if you're an Eagles fan and you're coming off of a near Super Bowl victory, but watching everything sliding away at the end of this season, that's a miserable feeling.
Yeah.
And you start off, we know just by virtue of our experience with the Phillies, the Philadelphia fan base is not a joyous one in general. They tend to be pretty angry all the time. So I'd imagine they're super angry right now after they dropped one to the Seahawks last night.
Yeah, they lost Monday Night Football last night. If you missed it, Drew Lock to Jackson Smith and Jigba for the winning touch, and I'm watching it on the TV in our studio here right now. Hell of a throw, hell of a catch, 20-17, the Eagles lose. If you just said that Eagles fans and Philadelphia people, if they're that they're generally miserable, Jalen Hurts fits right in with them right now. Holy crap.
Yeah.
The facial expression for Jalen Hurts, he looks like the most joyless human being I've ever seen in my life.
He was playing with flu-like conditions last night. And I think there's almost something. I feel like Michael Jordan did a great disservice to everybody whenever he had either food poisoning or a hangover, or whichever theory you choose to believe. When he had his flu-like symptoms and he had that flu game, I think people started thinking that, like, anytime you hear flu-like symptoms, it's going to be magical. When in fact, in reality, it usually just sucks. And it's a little bit of what you had with his 2-interception performance last night.
Your question is an interesting one. Like, who would you rather be? Like, this goes beyond the standings. Obviously the Eagles have a better record than the Houston Texans do. But you start to get to this time of year, and especially with the playoffs being expanded now the last few years, you're trying to get in the dance, and that's what the Texans are trying to do. They play the Browns this weekend, obviously, who are ahead of them in the standings. They're 9-5. The Texans are 8-6. It's an interesting question, though. Like, the Eagles are miserable right now. They're losing games. Their quarterback was sick last night. They lose in the last minute. They've put Matt Patricia in charge of the defense. That's where the Eagles are right now. You unearthed this little gem from Jalen Hurts, though, last night. Like, you've got your quarterback saying something like this heading into week 16.
We didn't execute. I don't think we're committed enough. Just got to turn it around.
What do you mean by that? About being committed enough?
Commitment. If I had a dictionary on me now, I don't know how else to say that. It's a matter of being on the same page. It takes everyone being all in all aspects, and it starts with me.
It takes everybody being all in, a lack of commitment. There's all kinds of stories about defensive players pointing fingers and stuff. The defense for the Eagles, if you haven't been watching much of the NFC this year, has been a huge letdown over what it was last year. And you have just this broad malaise for both the Cowboys and the Eagles, who both have 10-4 records. They're at the top of the NFC East, and I don't think either fan base feels all that awesome about their team right now, because the Cowboys they're on the brink of not having any home games in the playoffs, and they routinely get destroyed by playoff caliber teams on the road. So, and then the Eagles have lost 3 in a row. Jalen Hurts just doesn't look like himself. He walks around without a dictionary, and it's just bad.
What a loser.
I feel like I have to point out that he was suffering flu-like symptoms last night, so that's not indicative of the way he usually talks. That sounds like the most boring, depressing, grasping for words guy ever. He was physically miserable up there on the podium.
I'm going to tell you who he sounds like, and I don't think the guy I'm going to compare him to doesn't sound this way because he's physically miserable.
Yeah.
He just sounds this way because he sounds this way. He sounds like Jalen Green. He's like, Ben, just give us any.
We didn't execute. I don't think we're committed enough.
Sounds exactly like Jalen Green.
That sounds like a sped up Jalen Green. I think that's Jalen Green usually sounds that. Jalen Hurts was sick as hell, but yeah, Jalen Green kind of. I feel like Jalen Green would have mumbled a little bit more.
Yeah, dude. I just know the energy level was like a 1.2 on a scale of 1 to 10 there for Jalen Hurts last night. So the Eagles lose last night, Monday Night Football. Yeah, your question's an interesting one. I would say I'd rather be the Texans and the Eagles, right? I'd rather be on the outside looking into the playoffs with the schedule coming up and be the Texans, even with their quarterback in concussion protocol still, and we'll get to that in a second, I'd rather be the Texans than the Eagles right now. I might rather be the Texans than the Eagles long-term, too. They're giving Jalen Hurts $55 million a year right now.
That's the other big thing about it is, last night notwithstanding, again, flu-like symptoms, it's just he has not been playing like a guy that you want to give a long-term contract to. That's where, it always gets scary. I would include Josh Allen in this category, and it's worked out for them. But when you give a guy after 3 years whose game is so heavily predicated on also running the ball, you get really nervous about just how long, can he sustain this? Can he be consistent with it? And, so far, with still several years for him left to prove himself, it hasn't been quite the same this year.
Okay, so let's get to a little Texans news here in the open. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Tuesday. Ross Tucker joins us at 7:25 on the show today. Here was the D'Amico Ryans update on C.J. Stroud's concussion protocol situation.
Yeah, with C.J., and he's still in the concussion protocol, and we'll see how he progresses throughout the week.
Which is exactly what I thought the answer would be, especially on a Monday. I don't know that there's any reason to do anything the first 48 hours of the week because there's no injury report till Wednesday. So
that's the hard thing about with concussions. There's just zero ways of just figuring out, okay, was it a mild concussion? Was it a bad the ones that sometimes look like mild concussions at first take sometimes forever, and vice versa. There's just until we find out, okay, he's out there practicing with the team, that's the only time you can start to be optimistic or hopeful that he's going to play this week.
How are you feeling about that right now? Given Case's performance on Sunday and understanding what you just said, that concussions are mysterious. So we accept the fact that concussions are mysterious, but if it came down to a choice of this is the Cleveland defense now, okay? This is right. This is a defense that gets after quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Do you feel? And it's Joe Flacco on the other side. And I know Joe Flacco has done some good things since he came back, but he also threw 3 interceptions on Sunday, and they probably should have lost to the Chicago Bears at home. It's not a great Cleveland team. It's a good defense, and Joe Flacco doing some good things. Would you just blindly right now, without knowing what the CJ concussion situation is going to look like on Thursday and Friday this week, would you blindly just rather have Case play this game given who the opposing defense is, or say, let's roll, we got to get Sean, what are you talking about? We've got to get our starting quarterback back in there.
I think that, with this, it also depends on just how far along he is in the protocol. I think just from D'Amico's statements and the way he's talked about this, I think that he's really going to want to err on the side of caution, or just I shouldn't even say err, but be as cautious as possible. So I would say, depending on where he was, maybe theoretically, maybe he was actually cleared to practice on Saturday, and at that point, you figure, well, A, it's really, really close, too close from a health standpoint, and B, he hasn't been able to practice all week. He hasn't really been running the game plan. If in the concussion protocol, it sounded like he hadn't been around the building at all,
yes.
So it's not like he would have been engrossed in the game plan mentally. So I would say, in that case, then I'd be okay with it. Okay, so he was cleared on Saturday to practice, but hypothetically, but now it's Wednesday. If he's not cleared to practice until Wednesday or Thursday, I'm going through a combination of long-term health and everything else. I would say, just wait until next week.
Yeah.
Just you got to look. Honestly, the Browns are the best example right now of, hey, they've done it with their defense and general scrappiness all season long. The Texans' defense really looks like they hit some kind of stride last week, and potentially, hopefully, get Will Anderson back this week. I'm gonna I'll say I almost hope there's only a 25% chance C.J. Stroud plays.
Yeah, I think they're going to get a big boost from being back home, too. Like, I think a trip to New York in the rain and I think a trip to Nashville with Oiler gear everywhere are two very miserable road trips. I think they're going to get a little B12 shot from being back at NRG Stadium on Christmas Eve as well. I do.
This is a Browns team. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong. Never mind.
Okay.
We're good.
Case
I almost had like a nice ray of sunshine, and then I remembered, like, oh, nope, that happened in 2022.
Oh, okay.
Never mind.
Case Keenum was on the Manning cast last night. I did not get to see it because I was out to a little Christmas dinner with my wife and my son, but I did get to hear the cuts from it that we got. And as long as we're talking about CJ and the concussion protocol, credit the Mannings for trying to get this out of Case Keenum. Who's going to be playing against the Browns on Sunday?
Yeah, who knows, man. The protocol is tough, man. And like we talked about earlier, that's the job of a backup quarterback, being ready to go whenever and wherever your name is called. I love playing. It's been a blast to be back on that field. Obviously, it's been a few years since I've gotten to do that. But so I'll be ready to go. But who knows? Who knows how this week will go? I hope CJ's feeling better and can go this Sunday.
The Manningcast audio always sounds like you're talking to somebody who's in Grand Central Station, who's like in the middle of that big open area where there's the newsstands in there and the Starbucks, and there's 8 jillion people walking around.
Because the Mannings are trying to conduct a podcast interview in the middle of thousands and thousands of people.
Yes.
The ambient noise of 75,000 disappointed Eagles fans.
That's right.
Well, in Philadelphia.
The game was in Seattle, yeah.
That's right. 75,000 jubilant Seattle fans.
Yep. So good job, Case, not giving it. Like, Case doesn't know the answer to it either. So it's funny. Who's playing on Sunday?
What if Case, the ultimate veteran backup quarterback, just went on there and just took a torch to CJ, took a torch to any kind of gamesmanship for this week coming up. Basically said, look, if we want to win this game, you got to put the ball in old number 7's hands, okay? I know this city. I know this game. It's time to take care of business.
Not to. Well, actually, but that would be putting it in CJ's hands if he were saying 7. He's 18 now. He's
whatever. That's the other thing about Case.
I should be 7.
To detail.
Yeah.
This version of Case Keenum.
That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Man, a lot to get to. The Browns coming in on Sunday. We'll get to that. What does the picture look like right now? Here, okay, now that the dust is settled on Week 15, 4 things you need to know about the Texans' current playoff picture, all right? Smartening you up so that you were talking to your coworkers by the water cooler about the Texans' playoff situation. You know exactly what you're talking about. We've got that for you. We've got some D'Amico Ryans for you as well from yesterday. Next. But first, Yingling, Flight. It's part of my little Christmas
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, for us, especially defensively, that was the key this week, was just to challenge the guys to just do their job, because during our previous game versus the Jets, we did not do our job, and that's why it turned out the way it turned out. It was just mainly because of mistakes that we made, things that we've done well before, and we just weren't mentally locked in, and we didn't do our job, and it resulted in us, having a poor performance there in that second half. So I just challenged our guys and just do your job. And when we do our job, and just show clips of our guys, when we do our job and we do it the right way, this is how it looks. You're a pretty good defense when you play it the right way, and everybody's where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, it looked like there was going to be some carryover from the Jets game on that first drive. They gave up 83 yards. I thought of you, Seth, when D'Amico said that yesterday, because you made the point in the pregame show and a few times throughout the week that you thought that D'Amico Ryans probably really, really challenged these guys this week.
Yeah. And I think in some ways we were kind of going through a role-playing exercise, and I played the role of like an old-school jerk of a coach, and like D'Amico's just not that way. I think one thing that D'Amico has been pretty consistent about, going back to San Francisco when he would talk about this as a coordinator, it's that if you have the right kinds of guys on your team, you don't really have to talk a lot about things. And I think that this team has a lot of genuinely solid dudes, even when guys that might not be playing as well as you'd like to. I think they've got genuinely solid dudes. And in those instances, and especially if you've got good veteran leadership, and I think like on the defense, for instance, they've got Jerry Hughes, they've got Jimmy Ward, they've got guys who genuinely care about the team and doing things the right way. It doesn't take a big speech. It really is a matter of just like, these are the kind of guys that when you question them or challenge them to be the best version of themselves, they kind of take it personally, and you don't have to give a big speech about it. The other thing that D'Amico does that I really, really like, and that he's, we've seen him talk about it a good amount, including when he's mic'd up, is just he understands the power of modeling. Like he's got teach reels, of various things. He's got the San Francisco tape that they use to teach guys the way it's supposed to be done. And I mean, like, it sounds pretty obvious. Like, yeah, of course, that's what you do. You show something and you model it. But I think some coaches use it more than others. D'Amico really understands, like, how humans just want to imitate other humans. And a lot of times the best thing you can do is show somebody doing their job really well, or previous examples of somebody doing their, like you show Jerry Hughes previous examples of him doing his job really well. And it's better than any amount of actual instruction, because it's the same way we learn to walk. You just start copying the people around you.
Yeah, repetition, absolutely. Repetition, observation, all those things. That's a good point. All right, so here's where we're at with the playoff picture heading into this Cleveland game. This Cleveland game is massive on Sunday for a few reasons that we'll get to in a second. But let's start with the AFC South. The Texans are tied record-wise with the Jags and the Colts at 8-6. If it finishes in a three-way tie, the Jags are going to win the division because they're 3-1 against the Texans and the Colts. So in the tiebreakers, if it just turns into a Jags and a Texans party, the tiebreakers are not leaning the Texans' way right now. The chances are the Texans are going to have to beat the Jags by a full game in the standings. So the Jags finish 10-7. The Texans are going to need to win out and finish 11-6. In all likelihood, we are big fans of the Bucs this weekend against the Jags, and we are big fans of the Falcons this weekend, who have yet to name a starting quarterback against the Indianapolis Colts. Both those teams are at home, by the way, the teams we're rooting for. The Jags-Bucs game is in Tampa. The Colts-Falcons game is in Atlanta, so that helps. But we're big NFC South fans this weekend.
Okay. This is the part that I just explain this to me, because I know a lot of our listeners will ask the question. Like, the Bengals right now are in the playoffs, and the Texans are not, despite having the same record as the Texans, and the Texans beat the Bengals. So the first tiebreaker is that they beat the Bengals. Is this something that after 3 more games, once everybody's played all their conference games and all that it just kind of resolves itself?
The thing I've read on the standings on ESPN, because ESPN's standings are the best ones in terms of at least attempting to explain it, is that when you've got this many teams with the exact same record, they start by using some divisional tiebreakers to eliminate and push down a few of the teams. That Texans loss to the Colts is what's hurting them right now. If you're somebody who's looking and going, like, for the last few weeks, the Steelers have had the same record but been ahead of the Texans. You're like, they destroyed the Steelers in Week 4. Yeah, but for whatever reason, the way the NFL does it, they use division tiebreakers as the first thing, and then they start to push out certain teams or push down certain teams. Then they start to apply other tiebreakers.
That's
weird.
Plus I think that's where, like, if the playoffs started today, it doesn't really work when not everybody has played all their divisional games yet or all their in-conference games, and you don't have the common opponents all played out yet. I trust that if the playoffs ended 3 games from now and the Texans and the Bengals have the same record, I just have to believe that they've got the head-to-head matchup. They're gonna be above the Bengals.
Yeah, it'll play itself out. Everybody will have done the same things by the end of the year. But just know that this weekend, for purposes of the division, root for the Bucs, root for the Falcons, and the Texans. Tiebreaker-wise in the division, it's not going great right now with the Jags. All right, that's number one. Number two, the Texans do control their own destiny for a playoff spot. So even while they're sitting at 8th, and there's tiebreakers that, as Seth pointed out, may need to play out over the course of the last 3 weeks, if you beat Cleveland this weekend, you've got the same record as them, and you'll have won head-to-head. More importantly, if you beat Indianapolis, right? And we're talking about the Texans winning out and going 11-6. If you beat Indianapolis, by definition, they will have 7 losses and be behind you in the standings. So that's that. I mean, that's it right there. Like, you win out because of who you play. Yeah. You win out. You're gonna be in the playoffs.
All right. That's what I need to hear.
Yeah.
Sean, whenever we go over these playoff scenarios, you remember the scene in A Beautiful Mind when Russell Crowe is, like, imagining all those numbers and they're all just kind of, like, dancing with each other and everything? In my version of that, like, the numbers in the playoff scenarios are all fighting each other with blunt knives. There's screaming women around and everything. I get really confused really fast.
That's why we're doing this segment, so you don't have to. You and the listeners don't have to ask any questions. You just know, like,
if they win out, they're totally in the playoffs.
They're totally in the playoffs if they win out. And by the way, Cleveland and Cincinnati play each other in Week 18. So one of those two teams is going to lose that football game.
Yeah, okay.
So you got that too. But if they win out, they are in. Okay. Number 3, we talk about the upside of beating the Browns. You beat the Browns, you're tied with them, and you've got head-to-head. And you'll have head-to-head against, if you win the game this weekend, you will have head-to-head wins over the Browns, the Bengals, the Steelers, the Broncos, potentially the Colts in Week 18 if you're able to beat them. Like, the Texans are sitting pretty if they win this game this weekend when it comes to all those tiebreakers. Here's the problem if they lose this game. Browns are 9-5, Texans are 8-6. They lose this game. The Browns are 10-5. The Texans are 8-7 with just 2 games to go, and the Browns will have the head-to-head victory over you. Essentially, if the Browns win this game this weekend, that freezes you out of at least one of those wild card spots because you can't catch. Even if you win out, you can't get over the top of the Browns. Best case, you tie them at 10-7, but they beat you at NRG Stadium. So this is a big. The Texans basically have. There's 2 ways to get into the playoffs: the division, winning the division, or the 3 wildcard spots. You lose to the Browns this weekend, and one of those 3 wildcard spots really is no longer available to you because you can't get past the Browns.
I guess, yeah. So the big thing with the Texans being behind the Bengals, even though the Texans have beat the Bengals, is that first, to even make the wild card, the Texans have to win the divisional matchup, the divisional tiebreaker with the Colts.
Yep.
But because right now the Colts have a better head-to-head win percentage, the Texans are out before they even get a chance to apply the tiebreaker to
That's
the Bengals.
exactly right. That's exactly right.
So beat the Colts and win out, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Don't have to worry about it.
If you eliminate the Colts from the playoffs, then you don't have to worry about that part of it.
Yep, and if you beat them, you're going to be 1-1 against them anyways. So the head-to-head goes away. So the Texans can win. They're tied at the top of the division, but the Jags are winning the tiebreakers right now. The Texans control their own destiny for a wild card. If the Texans lose to the Browns this weekend, it basically freezes you out of at least one of those 3 wild card spots because you can't catch the Browns. Here's the other thing, too.
Yeah.
That Kadarius Toney play is coming back to screw all of these 8-6 teams right now. That offsides play.
Isn't it?
That saved the Bills' season, man.
Yeah.
That saved the Bills' season, and the Bills are a problem. That's the thing, Seth, because I think the Bills are getting in. Mm-hmm. And if you lose to the Browns this weekend, you can't catch the Browns. Literally, you mathematically can't catch them. So it's almost like it's the division or the set. If you lose this weekend, then you're hanging on by a thread in the division probably. Yeah. And your chances of getting into the playoffs are probably just that 7 seed, and that's it. It's a huge game.
The Bills' remaining 3 games are the Chargers, very winnable. The Patriots, my God, if you don't win that at home.
Yep.
It's the Patriots at home.
Yeah.
And then the Dolphins, who the Bills have already pretty well dismantled earlier in the season. And the Dolphins have a really hard time playing good games versus bona fide playoff teams, but it's still the Dolphins at the end of the season.
Yeah, the scary thing about that Dolphins game is the Dolphins are in this weird limbo right now. I think they play the Ravens coming up here. I don't know about this week. I think this week's the Cowboys.
It's the Cowboys versus the Dolphins.
Right.
It's the 2 teams that can't beat any good teams.
Right.
Like nobody knows. I don't even know what it means if you win this game.
I don't either.
It just means that you're less awful against good teams than the other teams.
As soon as you said that, I'm like, so what are we going to learn from this game? Nothing.
It feels like, I don't know, there's some kind of, I'm doing that beautiful mind thing again.
Yeah.
There's all the ramifications of these 2 teams that can't be good teams and yet have both really good records. I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
It's got to end in a tie.
Yeah. The Dolphins do play the Ravens between now and the end of the year, and that game could be for the number 1 seed in the AFC. That's the scary thing about that Bills-Dolphins game at the end of the year. I think the Texans care more about the Bills right now than they do the Dolphins. The Dolphins should win the division. Yeah. But are the Dolphins playing for anything in Week 18? You know what I mean? Like if the Ravens already have the 1 seed sewn up and the Dolphins have the division sewn up and they're in sort of that Week 18 limbo, because I think that's the only chance of the Bills losing another game this year is against the Dolphins in Week 18. But if the Dolphins are trotting out backups because they don't want Tua to land on his head in that game, then the Bills are probably going to win 48-20 again, like they did back in Week 2 or 3 or whenever it was.
Sean, you're not lying about this ESPN.com playoff standings.
It's excellent.
Yeah, hey, everybody, you want to sound super smart and not like an addled idiot like I do when talking about this stuff. Go to ESPN.com. Get your pencil ready. /NFL/standings/_/view/playoff. Just Google ESPN.com playoff standings.
Right.
And, they got nice little explanations about everything.
Yeah, yep. Because we do get that question you asked, we get a ton over the last few weeks.
I've been going to NFL.com where, because it's got big, pretty letters and stuff, and it's easy to understand at first glance, but they don't give the explanation that ESPN.com
The
does.
ESPN.com standings are the best one. If you're super curious about the details. If you're not curious about the details, again, the purpose of this segment is so that you Sean, just tell me what I need to, tell me what I need to root for. They can win the division, the Texans, but we need Jacksonville to lose another game. They control their own destiny for the playoffs. If they win out, they're going to get into the playoffs. And this Browns game is massive this weekend. Losing this Browns game would be a serious blow to the percentage chances of getting a wild card spot. This is going to be so much different than the feel of the Browns game last year. I remember talking to Albert Breer after the Browns game last year, and Breer was kind of surprised. He and I were walking out from the stadium a couple hours after the game. He had already written his column or whatever, and we're walking across Kirby having a chat, and he was kind of surprised that there wasn't more vitriol directed at Deshaun. And my feeling about it at the time, just from having conversations with people at the stadium before the game and everything, was that everybody was just so tired of the drama. Like, what I told Breer was we were tired of being a spectacle. Like all the attention, any attention the Texans had gotten for 2 straight years was nothing but soap opera drama and just conspiracy theories, legal mumbo jumbo and everything else, that everybody just wanted to be done with it. I'm like, for so many reasons, I'm so happy that Deshaun Watson isn't playing in this game. I want this to be as it was always meant to be. Case Keenum versus Joe Flacco. Let's put it. Hey, man. Hey, you want a parallel real quick?
Yeah.
Remember the last time in 2014 where Case was pulled out of the deer lease and nobody believed the Texans could win a game at the end of the year? Remember who they were playing in that game? Joe Flacco and the playoff-bound Baltimore Ravens. How about that?
How's that taste?
At NRG Stadium, a decade later.
How did you do in that game?
Yeah. Flacco has some Case PTSD, man. How's that for a parallel? If Mark Vander,
what year was that, Sean?
That was 2014. It was like week 16 or 17. It was one of the last 2 games of the year. They pulled Case out of the deer lease to play a good Ravens team here, and Case beat them.
Arian Foster threw for a touchdown in that game.
I remember that, yes.
Randy Bullock made a franchise record 6 field goals.
What was the score?
25-13.
Wow. Oh, they took him to the woodshed.
6 field goals.
Yeah. All right. Well,
they took him almost to the woodshed.
Yeah.
And then they kicked him in the rump 6 times. They said, "Listen here, Sonny, I'll teach you to be smoking cigarettes." And then he kicked him in the rump.
Joe Flacco got to the woodshed. Oh, I'm gonna die. And then 6 times he just went doink. Ow! Ow! 25-13.
Quoteth Keenum after the game.
Yeah.
I'm not the best with words, and I couldn't put it into words. Arian said he was going to punch me if I cried. When you don't win, it makes winning very, very sweet.
We got to, okay, if it winds up being Case this week, we need to go back and relive some of that game. We got to go back and find the highlights of that game.
Arian said he was going to punch me if I cried.
That's funny.
I don't know why that's so awesome.
God, Case is the best. Case is the best. We're gonna hear from Case at the top of the hour. He was on the Manning Cast last night. If you had a ticket in Vegas on Case Keenum being on the Manning Cast in week 16 of the season, cash your ticket. You're a very rich person.
Hey, real quick, Sean, that game versus the Ravens was also where the iconic J.J. Watt blood running down his face photo came from.
Oh, really?
J.J. had 8 tackles and a sack. He was hit in the nose midway through the 4th quarter and had blood running down his face for a few plays before trainers tended to the injury.
That was his near MVP season. After the game. God, I was doing post-game. I was probably getting all flowery with MVP talk in that post-game. All right, let's get to headlines. C.J. Stroud, we got to get to headlines. C.J. Stroud in concussion protocol still. Rockets last night. They played Cleveland last night. And then Monday Night Football. We'll get you up to speed on all that in headlines next.
Against all odds.
Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, here are today's headlines. Ross Tucker is going to join us. This isn't a headline. I'm just teasing ahead. Ross Tucker joins us at 7:25. The first actual...
It's a headline in my world, Sean.
The first actual headline we get to is with the Houston Texans. C.J. Stroud, what's the update, D'Amico Ryans, on C.J. Stroud?
With C.J., and he's still in the concussion protocol, and we'll see how he progresses throughout the week.
Okay. The only, I guess, update that we've gotten that I've seen that involves but how's he doing?
Yeah.
Aaron Wilson has dropped in either via Twitter or in his articles on KPRC2.com or click2houston.com that CJ's progressing. He's progressing okay. Like he's doing better. He's doing
going
well.
through the ads now. Like, okay, you know what? That's I don't want to say that's like the no news is good news variety of good news, but it is like in the absence of he's stuck like in his apartment, not being able to do a damn thing. That is good news. He's progressing through, which somewhere along the way you start doing gentle stretching and drills and stuff, and then somewhere along the way you start doing team stuff, but not with any kind of contact or anything.
Here's the first sentence of Aaron's article about this. He says, Texans rookie quarterback C.J. Stroud remains under the mandatory NFL concussion protocol and is making incremental progress in his recovery as he's still dealing with common symptoms, including a sensitivity to light, according to league sources. I don't like that because there's going to be light in the stadium on Sunday.
Could somebody close the damn curtains on this roof closed?
Yes. Will this be the first game ever played in pitch black darkness?
And people are demanding that the roof be closed for this game.
Yeah.
If it's, God help us, if it's 60 degrees and sunny, close the damn roof. Okay. Honestly, the fact that he's still sensitive to light, I don't like reading me a little bit nervous.
I don't like reading that.
And now, but I also, that's the first time where I'm feeling pangs of empathy for him. That's a miserable spot to be in.
He hit his head hard, man. Like this wasn't one of those like Brock Purdy went into the concussion protocol back in October, but it was in a game that he finished out the game and started feeling strange, like on the way home or the next day. So it was probably some micro hit that he took during the game where he just felt a little off. Dude, CJ's head bounced off that turf and he was writhing in pain on the ground. Like this, I read this and I'm like, okay, I know concussions are weird, but that matches the eye test of the severity of what the impact was on that play.
Stroud is making steady progress, but he hasn't reached a point in his recovery where he's allowed to practice yet. So I think a good job with Aaron Wilson with that. If that's the case, then I don't really have an appetite to see him this Sunday. I just don't want to. I don't want it to be one of these things where all of a sudden, like, I woke up this morning. Hey, it's Friday morning. I don't have sensitivity to light anymore. Throw me out there on the football field with one of the best defenses in the NFL, please.
Well, and honestly, Seth, that's one of those things. Like, if we're talking about degrees of severity, like that's one of those things. Like, okay, if that's where he's at, then I don't care that it's this really good defense. Because here's the other thing that the other 31 or 30 defenses the Texans could face would do. They hit hard. They just don't hit as frequently as the Browns do. So the Browns being good at defense exacerbates the situation, certainly. But, okay, well, we'll see. Wednesday's the big day. Wednesday's the day we get our first injury report. Wednesday's the first day that, theoretically, he could be at practice doing some light working out and whatnot and not be holed up in his house. Other bit of Texans news, they did make a waiver pickup yesterday. I was excited about this one. It was one of those situations where I'm excited about this pickup because he did really good things against the Texans at one time.
Yeah.
Former Titans defensive lineman Tier Tart, who the Titans cut this past week. They put him on waivers, and he's now a Houston Texan.
So the Jamie Tart song from the Apple TV series
Ted Lasso.
Where they took the Baby Shark song and said Jamie Tart.
You can do that now.
That's what I had stuck in my head all last year. I was really disappointed that the Titans didn't have a Tier Tart song, especially like when he was having a good game versus the Texans. This is the thing. This is the interesting thing. According to ESPN, the Titans moved on from their starting defensive tackle because of issues with his effort and attitude. a team source confirmed to ESPN's Teron Davenport on Friday.
Okay.
So it doesn't sound like a D'Amico Ryans type of guy, but who knows? Maybe just it was the wrong environment. Maybe this is the kick in the butt that he needs. Whatever it might be, he does have potential. He's been he's shown a lot of promise in the past, and he's had flashes. So maybe he just responds better to D'Amico than grumpy old man Mike Vrabel.
This is why you hire D'Amico Ryans. This is a distressed asset who is not giving full effort in Tennessee, according to reports, and D'Amico Ryans gets the best out of people. Like, this is, it's why sometimes you bring in guys that maybe aren't the best guys in the world into your locker room if you have good leadership. That's why you have good leadership, to get the best out of some of the ne'er-do-wells.
This is the one where, like Malik Collins and Jerry Hughes and the older guys in that room can show the young buck how to compose himself. Yeah.
Absolutely. There was a Cleveland versus Houston game last night. Of course, there's one coming up on Sunday at NRG Stadium. The Rockets were in Cleveland to take on the Cavaliers. This was a fun game. 135-130. The Rockets lose. That part wasn't fun. But it was an exciting, high-scoring basketball game. I'm reading the recap of it today, Seth. I saw the first quarter and I watched overtime. But I'm reading the recap just to get the other nuances of the game, and I come across this little nugget. Dillon Brooks had 16 points in his first game in Cleveland since February 22nd, when the then Grizzlies forward was ejected for striking Donovan Mitchell in the groin on the baseline. Both players were ejected. Brooks received a 1-game suspension. I think this is just how it's going to be with Dillon Brooks. Like, I haven't done the complete deep dive on all the places that not only hate him, but have actual on-court incidents to hate him for.
Yeah.
But I feel like now I'm dating somebody where no matter what state we go to, there's warrants for their arrest. You know what I mean? Like, what? So why do we have to? Why can't we go through Iowa to get to Nebraska? Why are we going down through Oklahoma and back up? No reason. I just hit Donovan Mitchell in the groin. That's all. Yeah.
That's a really good. Maybe this is why I like Dillon Brooks. I can remember at various times when I'd be traveling around the U.S. and I'd call up my dad and be like, "Hey, remember that guy you lived with down in Tampa? The guys you guys rented that house together? Is he still down there? You think I could just stop in and see him?" Well, I don't know if that'd be the best idea. I think. We had a little bit of he wanted to get paid the money I owed him, and it might just be better to steer clear of him. Yeah.
Your dad's Dillon Brooks in this analogy?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah.
That's great. All right, Rockets lose 135-130. They're back at it tomorrow at Toyota Center against the Atlanta Hawks. Monday Night Football last night. Let's get to this. The Eagles lose to the Seahawks on a late touchdown from Drew Lock to Jackson Smith and Jigba, 20-17. The Eagles are circling the drain right now. Take a listen to their quarterback, Jalen Hurts. This sounds like somebody who's the quarterback for a team. We should point out flu-like symptoms last night for Jalen as well, but this is some stuff right here, man.
We didn't execute. I don't think we're committed enough. Just got to turn it around.
What do you mean by that, about being committed enough?
Commitment. I had a dictionary on me now. Excuse me. I don't know how else to say that. It's a matter of being on the same page. It takes everyone being all in all aspects, and it starts with me.
Good job at the end there, Jalen. Throwing in, it starts with me. Yes.
I edited that down a little bit because there were more pauses in that. It was just, I think you get the sense, okay, for one, he had flu-like symptoms. He's not happy about the outcome of the game. But just flat out saying that guys aren't committed and they're not on the same page because of it. This is a team that's had various reports about finger pointing on the defense, which has not performed nearly as well as it did last year. There's a lot of stuff swirling around a team that's currently tied at the top of the NFC East and one of the best records in the NFL. Things are not feeling, and it doesn't look good for Nick Sirianni.
No.
I mean, it looks like a head coach who's lost control of his team. With all these, there is so much to feel good about with the Philadelphia Eagles right up until the Super Bowl last year. And it seems like everything is just turning into a mess at the most important time of the year.
They've clinched a playoff spot. That's the other thing. They've clinched a playoff spot, so they're going to be in the postseason dance. But, boy, the last 3 games, I think gives you a real window into their shelf life right now, unless they get some things figured out here, Seth, the Philadelphia Eagles, because they've gotten destroyed by the Niners, destroyed by the Cowboys, and they had Drew Lock go 92 yards the length of the field on a game-winning drive on Monday Night Football against them.
It's a special kind of misery in the NFC East right now because even the Cowboys, look, they can't beat good teams on the road by a long shot. They're horrible on the road against good teams, and it looks like they might end up having all road games if they can't beat the Eagles. And then the joy that they felt over beating the Eagles a couple weeks ago looks a lot less impressive right now.
No doubt.
It doesn't look like they'd finally beaten a good team, right? Oh, no, that team's lost 3 in a row.
Yeah.
And, they hate each other. Yeah.
All right. Case Keenum was on the Manning cast last night. Talked about C.J. Stroud. Talked about the Davis Mills Hail Mary play as well. We're going to get to Case, and we've got some leftovers from Oiler Palooza in Nashville this past weekend that we got to get to as well. That is next.
D'Amico's defense set the tone in a 19-
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Seth's been doing some box score forensics on the Cleveland Browns during the break.
I'm going to sit down and watch a bunch of the Browns today, but I'm just kind of curious if I can find any themes or anything. I'll tell you one thing. They have taken some backup quarterbacks to the woodshed, Sean, genuinely to the woodshed, and beat them down. Clayton Tune, this is not his fault, everybody, okay? This is the fact that
Cougs! Do we have Dre? Can we get a Andre Ware hotkey saying "Go Cougs" that we can use anytime a Coug gets mentioned, good or bad?
Poor Clayton Tune, get this, was 20 for 58. 20 completions on 58 attempts for 41 yards.
Okay.
Whoa, I don't know if I've ever – that's as bad as the Derrick Henry box score.
Dude.
I don't know if I've ever seen a quarterback performance quite like that.
That's crazy. 20 of 58 for 41 yards?
Imagine throwing the ball 58 times in a game where
imagine
he averaged less than a yard per attempt.
Yeah, I was just going to say, imagine averaging less than 1 yard per attempt. Holy
that
cow.
was the record that came out yesterday with Derrick Henry. I think it was a Texans account that put this out, was nobody's ever had 20 touches in a game with fewer than 20 yards of total
I've got it right
offense.
here. I've got it right here. Yeah, the Texans tweeted it out, a couple pictures of Henry in there. Defense holding it down. Derrick Henry became the first player in NFL history to have at least 20 touches in a game and produce less than 15 yards from scrimmage.
They got him contemplating retirement and everything.
Dude, that's honestly, that's like a fairy tale ending when you think about it. You have this beast that's ravaged your city for years, that's been devouring your people, eating them alive for years, to the tune of 200 yards per game and 2 touchdowns every time you go against said beast. This is how you slay that beast. The villagers are all standing on this beast right now, eating his carcass right now.
They put him on a spit. They're rotating him slowly over a fire.
Over a flame, yes.
Yeah.
That's how you slay the beast, man.
That'd be like Derrick Henry wouldn't taste very good either. Too lean. Like eating venison almost, Just you need some fatty. I'll sit him out the pasture for a while, let him fatten up a little bit.
I'm with you. I like a little fat on my brisket. Absolutely. Hey, Case Keenum, go Cougs. He was on the Manning cast last night. He was asked about C.J. Stroud still in concussion protocol, by the way. We'll know more tomorrow. But he was asked about C.J. Stroud, just the quarterback and the person. Here's what Case had to say.
An incredible talent, man. You saw it stepping in day one during OTAs. I mean, he's young, but he's very mature. And then when you turn on the lights, when you put on the helmet and step on the field, he's got something. He's got it. He's got whatever it takes. That he can have incredible vision downfield, and just we're never out of any game. No matter what the time is left, score is on the scoreboard. He's given us a chance to win, and the guys have fed off that. Defensively, the other guys on offense, our receivers, tight ends, running backs, offensive line. It's been really special to watch him grow as a quarterback, and do some things that I've never seen anybody else do on a football field. It's really special to watch.
Sean, quick correction. I can't be allowed to work with numbers anymore.
Okay.
Clayton Tune was 11 for 20 for 58 yards. It was a much better performance than I had led everybody to believe. He was 11 for 20. I want to apologize to the Cardinals coaches for thinking that they had actually passed the ball 58 times in that game.
Yeah.
It was 11 for 20. It was a magical performance by Clayton Tune. 11 for 20 for 58 yards.
Was his long completion 41 yards? Is that what came into play right there? Is that where the 41 found its way into the mix?
No, his long completion was 14 yards. The sack yardage was 41 yards.
Gotcha.
He was sacked 7 times for 41 yards.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
He had a long of 14 in that game.
Okay.
But he was well over 1 yard per attempt. Okay?
Yes, I think
that's
we should
why
point that out.
I feel bad having characterized it. I mean, he was at 2-point-something yards per attempt there. I acted like he'd had a bad performance.
I say this with only slightly less snark. Go Cougs.
Yes.
Go Cougs. The Hail Mary play by Davis Mills might have been the scariest play of the season. Just to reset, at the end of regulation, the Texans put themselves in position where a strong arm could get it down to the end zone in a Hail Mary fashion.
Yeah.
That arm was not Case Keenum's arm. They took Case out. They put Davis in for one play, and he scrambled to his left and ran around holding the ball like a loaf of bread. And I was so nervous that thing was going to get knocked out, man.
If that had been a fumble 6, that might have been it for Davis Mills in the city of Houston. And honestly, I would say that would be, and I'll still go back and say this, after watching the Jets give up a touchdown at the end of the first half on a Hail Mary attempt on Thanksgiving Day, I realized and understood now why teams don't do that more often. The Hail Mary should only be used when you're going to lose if you don't get the Hail Mary. I think if it's still gonna be tied, then if you don't complete, because this is the problem. You got about a 10% chance of completing a Hail Mary, but usually there's very little incentive for the defensive team to try to return it. Usually teams are just doing it when the game is already lost. It's a last-ditch effort. So what you saw in that Jets game was, all of your best athletes on the team are already down in the end zone. That guy, the guy who catches the ball, has a bunch of blockers in front of him and a bunch of offensive linemen trying to tackle him. And it's just there's no incentive to do it. I don't think you should do it at the end of regulation when you're just, okay, it would win you the game. There's a 10% chance of that, but there's no real good stats for like what the risk is because it doesn't happen that often.
And I'll say this, and maybe this is a bit of revisionist history here, but like in looking back at it now, like, okay, at least Case was running around for 60 minutes all day long. Like Davis is coming in cold off the bench. Like he's just been standing there in a ball cap the whole game.
Yeah, and I also get kind of the idea too, not that you want to worry too much about people's feelings or anything, but that's just such a low percentage chance for a guy to come in, throw a likely interception and or incompletion, and then just say sayonara again. I used to be hardcore, like, man, if you're not going for a Hail Mary there, then you're just quitting.
Yeah.
I get it now. At the end of a half or at the end of regulation when it's tied, I think the risk isn't necessarily worth the potential payoff.
The reason we're bringing this up is because Case was asked about it on the Manning cast last night.
Case, what do you need to get to a Hail Mary? 50 for you these days? 40?
Well, we were on the 45 yesterday, and we put Davis Mills in because he could throw it from about 75. So it takes so long for those guys to get down the field. You got to hold on to the ball all the time, and he wound up getting sacked. So, I hate it for Davis. I'm sorry, but I didn't. That was another sack I didn't take.
Yeah, I would say the other thing, too, and, this factored into the play calling at times, like when D'Amico chose to go for the field goal at the end of the half. There were too many bad things happening at various times that there were too many potentially disastrous things that the Texans kind of got lucky to get out of. It was just that kind of a day that I feel like that wasn't the day to do it. If your pass protection had been 100% rock solid all day long and there was nothing to worry about there, then maybe. But I feel like in discussing that afterwards on Monday, maybe the coaching staff will rethink what they do in that situation.
Leftovers from Oiler Palooza this past weekend. Because we've had another 24 hours here to hear some of the stories come in and some of the reaction to all the Oilers stuff going on. Apparently, Seth, I've been told this by multiple people who were at the game. It wasn't just the Oiler logo on the field and all the Oiler signage and the uniforms, obviously, and everything else. And Earl Campbell being wheeled around at that game like he was a Tennessee Titan, not a Houston Oiler. Apparently, the PA announcer in Nissan Stadium was like almost out of hand with the Houston abuse throughout the game. They messed with Houston people continually throughout the game, not just the city in general, but literally Houston fans in the stadium. They did a pregame thing where they showed people in Oiler jerseys, and the PA guy at Nissan Stadium said, look around for the Houston fan that is still mad that you're wearing an Oiler jersey. So that was kind of like directly messing with Houstonians who are in for the game. They did the Jumbotron, the shell game that gets played, like where you stick a football under 3 helmets and they shuffle the graphic around and everybody screams, it's under 2, it's 3. They did that, and the commentator apparently was almost doing a play-by-play of they did it with debit cards and putting footballs behind debit cards, like gigantic debit card graphics. And apparently he was saying things like, this is where we'll slow it down for all the Texan fans out there.
Oh, he's one of these guys.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. I mean, the word I was given was they were relentless with that. They were relentless with all the verbal PA announcer haranguing throughout the day.
His name is Matt Rogers, by the way. He's on Instagram, of course. He likes apparently to make himself the center of attention.
This is the Seth Payne I'm here for.
Matt Rogers USA on Instagram.
Bastard?
He's Matt Rogers USA is who he is.
Yeah.
He's got 19,700 followers on Instagram as far as I can tell.
Okay. Sounds like he's getting a DM from somebody today. Old Matty Raj.
He's a big Nashville looking guy.
Okay.
He's got a kind of a. He looks well fed and happy, So he's just having a good time out there, living his best life, probably.
Probably following orders too, I would think.
If you want to book him, you email Terry Himes, T-E-R-I, Himes at hotmail.com. So his publicist has a Hotmail account, which is good to know.
This is a PA guy for the Titans? He does appearances and stuff? Okay.
That's where, according to, I don't know, I guess maybe I'm being a little bit reckless. He just, according to the Tennessean who wrote an article about him, he did a nice thing for a guy with a, crap. I'm not going to, okay. All right, everybody.
Let's just
call
get
off
to
the dogs. He gave his Lyft driver a $6,300 tip once for because he found out the Lyft driver
no DM
had,
for him today.
A kid with cystic fibrosis. Okay, all right. Everybody back off on Matt Rogers, okay? He can tell a few jokes here and there about the Texans. We came out of there with a victory. Okay?
I think he was just following orders. If I had to guess, I'm guessing.
Okay.
I'm guessing the snark. The order for snark was coming from on high. Is my assumption here. I don't blame the. I'm not shooting the messenger.
Please nobody be snarky to this dude who gave $6,300 to.
Don't shoot the messenger. Yes, Jerry. I'm sorry, Malik.
Nice job, Sean.
Malik Collins.
Nice holiday cheer you brought to the situation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Malik Collins was asked about the Oilers signage yesterday. This was a pretty funny answer. Like, hey, were you guys angry about that? Were you feeling any kind of way about all the Oilers stuff going on?
Jerry made it a big deal. You know, he the only one old enough to still remember. He talked about the Astrodome and all that, and we like, you know, Jerry old as hell. So seeing him being hyped up about that and talking about they got Warren Moon over there and that, you know, and whatever. So it was big to see that for him because he homegrown, he Houston Texan.
Jerry Hughes is who he's talking about there. I should have set that up better. Jerry Hughes. 36-year-old defensive end who's from Sugar Land.
Yeah.
How did we let that one slip through the cracks this week? That Jerry Hughes might actually be the one Texan who's super mad about this Oilers stuff.
Definitely old enough, and has the old. Let's say, okay, so he's 36. We've already demonstrated my ineptitude with numbers, Sean. So how old was Jerry Hughes when the Oilers left?
So he was probably like 8 or 9. He was probably 7 or 8 when the decision was made for them to leave.
Yeah.
I'm thinking more like, how old was Jerry Hughes when they coughed up the 35-3 lead to the Buffalo Bills in that game? And I'm thinking Jerry Hughes is probably 5 or 6 years old. Jerry Hughes probably cried about that game, I'm guessing. If he were an Oiler fan as a young kid. And that was probably the first time. I'm making a huge assumption here. Jerry, if you're listening, call in and confirm this. I'm guessing that 35-3 lead that the Oilers coughed up in the playoffs, the Buffalo, might have been the first time Jerry Hughes ever cried at the outcome of a sporting event.
He was born on August 13th, 1988. So
yeah, that was January 3rd, 1993. So he was 4 years old at the time, 4 and a half. I would say that's old enough to kind of know what's going on in a football game, right? If you're a big football fan, like if your family are Oilers fans and you're gathered in front of the TV watching a playoff game.
But he probably, more than anything, he probably just heard his parents talking about it over the next few years. And then afterwards, too, as he came of age as a football fan. So he probably, he probably has, at that age, this is making me feel really old now that the 35-year-old defensive end was 14 years old when the Texans came into town. So he was old enough to have become a Texans fan, but also had been listening to his parents and his parents' friends kind of rail against the Adams family or what have you for several years. So yeah, he probably is the one guy who genuinely felt something about all this.
Absolutely. Hey, speaking of the Texans, let's do it here. Christmas Eve. What better gift to give than a pair of front row seats to a huge game this Sunday between the Texans and the Browns? Massive playoff implications. This is your first chance to win a pair of seats in the bullpen, front row. Celebrate the holiday, the 70,000 of your closest friends. Just be caller number 5 right now, 713-572-4610. Call now. You've got chances to win today, 2 more. Listen during the noon hour on In the Loop, and listen during the 5 o'clock hour on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday on your home for the Texans, Sports Radio 610.
People are saying it's already too late. They've already assaulted Matt Rogers on his Instagram.
Great. Okay. Not our goal.
Too late, Seth. Already booked Matt Rogers for my kid's bar mitzvah.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, unless you're trying to trap him and hit him with a sock full of pennies or something. I'm sure he'd love the business.
No, I know. Since I gave his publicist number out.
That's funny. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Ross Tucker joins us next. I'm curious what Ross thinks. Ross actually works for the Eagles. He does their preseason games. I'm curious if Ross feels similarly to the question Seth posed earlier. Would you rather be a Texan fan right now or a Philadelphia Eagles fan within the context? We'll just ask within the context of this season right now. That is next.
Hey, would you rather be driving the
our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast on a Tuesday. It's Tuesday, 7:25. Congrats to Taylor in New Caney, who won the tickets front row to the Texans and the Browns Christmas Eve this Sunday in the bullpen. That'll be a good time, Taylor. Congrats and Merry Christmas. Right now on the line, our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker, joining us. Insider Calls presented by Health Markets. Shop for health insurance your way. Ross Tucker joining us on the program right now. Ross, good to talk to you. Seth and I were talking earlier on the heels of that Monday Night Football game last night, and Jalen Hurts looking like he wanted to be anywhere but playing that football game, and I know he was sick last night. But the Eagles are reeling right now. We were actually kicking around earlier in the show. Would you rather be a Texan fan or an Eagle fan right now?
Ooh. That's a great question. I think, it's so funny, and it's a good lesson like in life. So much of it is expectations, right? Like, you ever go to a movie, let's say on a scale of 1 to 10, the movie's like an 8. It's a good movie, right? But people told you it was like the best movie ever. You're going to love it. It's incredible. And then you go and you're like, it wasn't that great. It's like an 8, right? As opposed to like, you go to some kid's movie or something, that's the last thing you feel like doing, or your wife makes you watch some show about like the Queen of England, and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I need to watch this. And your expectations are like a 4, and yet you're watching, you're like, next thing you know, you're like totally into it, and you're like, this show's awesome. Yep. It's all about expectations. I would say right now, you're probably happy. Listen, I do a lot of Philadelphia media.
Right.
I can tell you for sure, Texans fans are happier than Eagles fans are right now. You start the season 10-1, and you're thinking number 1 seed. You're thinking Super Bowl. Now you lose 3 in a row. Now they got to win out to win the division. But then even if they do win the division, it's really hard to imagine them going to San Francisco right now and beating the 49ers, who to me, I don't know that I can remember, guys, the last time I felt like a team. And maybe, who knows, maybe Monday night when they host the Ravens, they'll lose. I don't know. But it feels to me like the 49ers are like at least 3-point favorites on a neutral field against anybody else in the NFL, and maybe more than that. I mean, it feels like they're clearly the best team.
Yeah, and I guess that's what do you make of the Eagles right now? Like, what I guess the malaise especially would be that they just paid their quarterback, and their quarterback is up there last night after throwing 2 picks, talking about how not everybody is committed and they need to be on the same page. There's all these other rumors. I think the part of the malaise with the Eagles would be, okay, where do we go from here? Where with the Texans, it's a lot easier to say, okay, well, we're on the upswing. So where are the Eagles right now? They've lost 3 in a row. Is that, how much of that could possibly be a fluke versus that they're just not as good as you thought they were?
Well, it's interesting because now you look back at some of the games they were winning, in Kansas City, the first Cowboys game, the Bills game, and, they're a good team. They're a talented team. I mean, their receivers, A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith are good. Their tight end Goddard is good. Their offensive line is really good. Hurts is still good. They got some really good defensive linemen. They're struggling a little bit on the back end right now, but they still have a lot of talent. They had a rough go of it from a schedule standpoint, and it just kind of ended. Last night was supposed to be maybe the first start of the reprieve a little bit, and that's a really bad loss. Like that's the worst loss of them all. But what's interesting about them is, now they play the Giants twice and the Arizona Cardinals. So they have a real opportunity now to finish the year winning their last 3 games, kind of building their confidence back up. Then let's say they get the 2 seed, they'll play a 7 seed. And then interestingly enough, they would likely then not have to play the Cowboys in the divisional round. The Cowboys would have to probably play San Francisco. So on some level, the Eagles, there are people that are touting like, oh, the second seed is actually better than the first seed, which is nonsensical. But they still have the ability to do it. And the thing that gives them some hope, I guess, is there's a lot of time and a bunch of football between now and when they would play the Niners again. I mean, they'd have 5 games between now and then in the conference championship. So that's a lot of time for, I mean, you hate to say it, but for people to get injured for these other teams, but also for the Eagles to kind of find their mojo, find their rhythm again, because they haven't had it on offense. It's like they move the ball, but then they get bogged down, and they're just kind of out of the rhythm that they had been on offense.
Ross Tucker joining us on Sports Radio 610. Hey, Ross, just circling over to the Texans, the decision to go to Case Keenum as opposed to Davis Mills with C.J. Stroud and concussion protocol, that news broke on Saturday. So I guess in the year of the backup, because that's what it feels like this, it's like half the teams are playing with backup quarterbacks. Half the teams in the playoff picture are playing with backup quarterbacks right now. I guess two-part question. How surprised were you that Case Keenum wound up being the starter over Davis Mills? And where does Case fall in this pantheon of veteran backups who can go win you a couple games for you?
Yeah, so great question. A couple things. Number one, I love the idea to go to Case Keenum on Saturday because the Titans were preparing, I would imagine, for Davis Mills the whole time. And Keenum is just a different player than Mills, as you guys know. I mean, he adds more mobility and he has more experience. So whatever the Titans were keyed in on in terms of Mills as a player and calls they wanted to make for Mills, that had to really throw them for a loop when it was Keenum. Now, that pick six probably wasn't exactly encouraging, but the flip side of that is I'm going to praise Nick Caserio, even though once every couple of months he bumps me from my spot here.
Yeah.
You know, you look at some of these guys that have started games at quarterback for some of these other teams, and they have no business starting games in the NFL as quarterbacks. For the Texans to have 3 guys that you can put in at quarterback in a game, and nobody's like, what are they doing? How is this guy in the game? Like, how is this guy possibly starting a game or in a game as a quarterback? That's a credit to Caserio. You know, you guys have to refresh my memory on how it went down with Keenum. I guess I'm a little bit surprised that Keenum went somewhere where he wasn't, like, clearly the number 2. I can't remember how that went down, but man, the way the NFL works now, to be able to have 3 guys that are all top, I don't know, definitely top 60, but maybe top 50 quarterbacks that actually give you a chance to win games, that's, that was arguably the most impressive win of the season to me for the Texans.
Ross, I'm glad you asked that question or brought that part of it up, the decision that Case made to come to Cleveland, or to come to Houston. I think there are two kind of unlikely scenarios with the Texans offseason this year. Was that DeMeco Ryans very plainly and clearly told ownership that this is where he wanted to be. He wanted to be in Houston, which is rare. Like, most NFL head coaches don't actually give a damn about which city they want to be in, where it wasn't just about his connection with the Texans. DeMeco's wife is from Houston. There were a lot of reasons he wanted to be in the city of Houston. And likewise with Case Keenum, I think there were other opportunities he could have had where there was more of a clear path to being the starter. But a lot of it with him was genuinely the hometown connection and his connection to the city of Houston. So that's where there's a little bit of a different and unique vibe to this team than you typically get in the NFL, because you've got guys that either at quarterback or head coach currently that just feel a connection to the home city in a way that you don't often get in the NFL.
Well, that's interesting. And by the way, if Case wants to live in Houston when he's done playing football, then that was a very smart decision by him, because it can really help him to get whatever he wants to do post-football to get that stuff going. It's interesting. I hope you guys check it out. I'm writing a column this week for the 33rd team about the Coach of the Year candidates and kind of like what the case is for each of them. And in my mind, there's really only 3 that I think have a really strong case, and it's Shane Steichen, D'Amico Ryans, and Kevin Stefanski. And I thought Sunday was a huge feather in D'Amico Ryans' cap. To win a game on the road without Stroud, with being down 13-0, with it really being the defense that led it, and yet another game where they pull out a game, win at the end of the regulation or overtime. Now, I've been around these awards long enough now to know that the winner is going to be based on what happens these next three games, because the voters have no recollection, no memory. It's just like whatever happens these last three games will be what determines who the winner is. But I thought that was a huge, huge step for D'Amico to get the Coach of the Year award.
Well, the schedule maker is making it easy for you, Ross, because D'Amico Ryans plays or coaches against Kevin Stefanski this weekend and coaches against Shane Steichen in Week 18. How about that?
And I didn't realize until I heard you guys coming back from break that they play the Browns Sunday. That is awesome. Like that's going to be an awesome game. The Browns, to me, I probably would lean Stefanski maybe as Coach of the Year, because, guys, first of all, he fired the D coordinator, brought in Schwartz. They've been much better on defense. They arguably are the best defense in the NFL. But then just on offense, okay, their franchise quarterback done for the year, their star running back done for the year, their first three offensive tackles, both starters and then the swing guy, all done for the year. I think I saw they have 28% of their salary cap on IR right now. And Flacco winning games, was the fourth starting quarterback to win a game for them this year. That's the first time that's happened since at least 1950. That NFL team has had four different quarterbacks start and win games. So, there's a bunch, Stefanski's doing things that have never been done. I think we oftentimes have a bias towards the first-year guy like a Ryans or a Steichen who takes over a bad team and then, turns it around. I think those guys deserve a ton of credit. Stefanski's kind of a different. Stefanski actually won the award in 2020 as that guy. He was the Steichen or D'Amico Ryans of 2020. He's doing it a much different way, but to do it with that many different quarterbacks and all of your star players on IR, on offense, it's really impressive.
Where are you spending Christmas Eve, Ross?
It's great. It's rare. I'm getting a bunch of family time this weekend. So Friday night, we will have my sister-in-law and brother-in-law and their boys will come down, and we'll drive around to different cool houses that have crazy light displays. I don't know who these people are, by the way, that sync up the lights at their house to music, and they have a radio. They're turn it to 107.8. What? How did you get a radio station in your house?
That's hardcore. Oh wow.
I don't understand. I don't understand how that works. Rent a radio station. So we'll do that Friday night, and then Saturday I'll actually drive down to D.C. where my sister lives. So I'll be with my mom and my sister and my brother-in-law and everything. And then Sunday, again, I'll be with my mother-in-law and my father-in-law. So Christmas Eve, to answer your question, I'll be watching the game with my mother-in-law, father-in-law, brother-in-law, and then Monday morning, we'll wake up. We'll see if Santa came or not.
Yep.
We'll open all the gifts, and then my game next week is Monday at 4:30, Christmas Day, 4:30, Giants at the Eagles. So I can be home till noon, and then drive down to Philly and call that game. So it actually works out really, really well that I get 3.5 days of family time, and I get a chance to call a game with the Eagles against Marinara Mahomes and the Giants.
Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, good for you. A game that you'll be able to hear, listeners, right here on Sports Radio 610. Good deal, Ross. Well, we will catch up to you next. Well, I don't know. I think next week there may be some vacation time going on early in the week, so we'll figure it out. But either way, Ross, Merry Christmas to you and your family, and we appreciate all the hits with us here throughout the football season, man.
Likewise. Yeah, happy holidays to you guys, to all of your great listeners, and enjoy every second of this Texans run, because next year you guys will have high expectations, and those expectations might be tough to meet. So, you got to enjoy. You got to celebrate the wins in life, and you got to celebrate. Like, this is a magical season. I think people probably thought the Texans would win like 3 games or 4 games. So enjoy every second of this really cool ride. I hope you guys all are.
Appreciate you, Ross. Thank you.
See you guys.
All right, take it easy. All right, that was our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider Calls presented by Health Markets. Shop for health insurance your way.
Can't be Stefanski while Baker Mayfield is playing as well as he is. The Browns wouldn't be in this mess if Stefanski had been able to get more consistent performance out of Baker Mayfield.
I like it. That's an angle I'd not thought of. I like that a lot. All right, D'Amico Ryans, my head coach of the year, if that's what if they took my vote. Who was the player of the game for the win over the Titans? D'Amico Ryans actually named a player of the game, and it's a name that had not come up in any of the conversations we had in the postgame or on this show. That is next.
Bayway Chevrolet. That's the name you need on your mind if you're getting a brand.
Twin Peaks Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Miko Ryans met with the media yesterday. Who was the player of the game for the Texans in their win over the Titans on Sunday?
No doubt. Our O-line, they were the player of the game because that's one of the best games that they've had. They opened up the lanes. As you said, they opened up the lanes for Motor. Motor ran it well, but the way they blocked, their targets, the way they finished, thought everybody in the O-line stepped up for us when we needed it most. Haven't ran the ball well in a few weeks. That was one of our best run outings of the year, and it all starts with the men up front. And they did a really great job this past Sunday.
You know, I think there's something about the run game where it's easy to just kind of think, well, like, oh, okay, like it's all just a bunch of brute work, like blunt force trauma, and there's not a lot of precision to it. But we've seen this time and time again in offenses where it just takes a while for the run game to get going. I mean, with the Texans, it really took a few years before Gary Kubiak actually got the run game going. And, you know, aside from getting Steve Slayton and Arian Foster, it was Alex Gibbs Sr. coming over as the offensive line coach. There's a lot that it took to really get that going. And if they can sustain this over the last few games, then in hindsight, we're going to remember this as like, oh, yeah, they just kept chipping away, and eventually it kind of clicked, where it doesn't feel like that at the time. It feels like you're pulling your hair out by your roots, wondering why the hell can't they run the football. And the answer partly is that, yeah, it takes time for the offensive line to really get into a rhythm and have trust with each other. Even as you're shuffling guys in and out, as a unit, they still are getting better with really understanding their responsibilities and working out the timing of it all. And then I think just from a coaching decision standpoint, realizing that Singletary has to be your guy. That it's a matter of he needs more reps, he needs more time to get the timing down, and he's flat out the best option you have.
The Pro Football Focus grades for offensive line, that's if there's one area where it's probably as treacherous as any to dig into Pro Football Focus grades, it's line play because of assignments and everything else. But I'll say this, Patrick Storm posts the pass blocking and run blocking grades each week for the Texans offensive line. And I'm not going to dig into each score, but this kind of matches, like the scores kind of match the eye test, which is from left to right in the run blocking. Nobody was dominant, but for the most part, they were in that 60 to 70 range blocking. You know, Laramie was a 49.3, so not a great score, but the rest of them were all basically 60 or higher, which is average. You know, it's average. In pass blocking, Juice Scruggs was the only one that had a really poor grade. He was below 50, and that kind of matches the eye test. Like, there were a couple times that the Titans were able to. Danico Autry really ate up Juice Scruggs a couple times in that game. I guess my big takeaway in looking at this, Seth, and in looking at the Texans this season, at right tackle, like George Fant's been fine. Charlie Heck was fine on Sunday, I thought he did a decent job. I'm really anxious to see how this Titus Howard contract plays out at right tackle over the next few years. You're paying Titus Howard $18 million a year for the next few years when you've gotten George Fant off the street, and for one game at least, and several games in previous seasons, but one game this season, Charlie Heck to do just fine at right tackle.
Well, I think that this is where it gets dicey too. It's how much help are you giving those guys at various times. For Titus Howard, ideally what happens is that you don't have to have tight ends or running backs help them out as much, and that helps open things up. So it's not like this is where sometimes the grading services and everything fall flat. Guys like Laramie Tunsil or Dwayne Brown used to get it this way. The really good players sometimes kind of get screwed by those because they're asked to do harder things by their team. Now, I really wish Laramie Tunsil would stop having false starts. It drives me insane how many times he got lucky in this game this last week where they called offsides. They called it on Noah Brown where Laramie Tunsil had a false start on that.
Clear false start.
It's frustrating with Laramie because you understand why offensive tackles do it. They try to time the snap up perfectly so they have an advantage on that defensive end. But Laramie is one of the most athletic offensive tackles in the league. If there's a guy that can play it a little safer on the timing of the snap count, it's him. But it's just because it's a drive killer when it happens. It's like getting a sack. So aside from that, though, that's where you hope with Laramie. Like it's very frustrating to watch Laramie Tunsil play guard because he's not good at it. He's just flat out not good at it.
Titus Howard, you mean?
Titus Howard at guard because he's not good at it. I feel fine about him being back there at right tackle. I like him better than George Fant. I like him better than Andy Heck.
Oh, I like him better than both those guys. It's the price tag. It's the price tag to me. Is that the right place to spend $18 million bucks?
It is if you get more out of your tight ends because of it.
Okay.
It is if you get more out of your running backs. And I get frustrated that the running backs aren't used in the receiving game more, but part of that is that they're needed in pass protection. So that's where you see a lot of the benefit of that.
Here's D'Amico Ryans yesterday. He explained his decision at the end of overtime when he did have he had a play left, I believe had timeouts left where he could have gone and maybe gotten a few more yards to make it easier on Kaimi Fairbairn. Fairbairn was able to kick a 54-yarder, so all's well that ends well. But D'Amico Ryans took us through his decision, and it seemed to line exactly up with what we were sort of hypothesizing about why he settled for the 54-yarder.
That decision on letting the clock run down, we knew we were in Kaimi's range, and so we felt comfortable there, kicking the ball from there, and didn't want to. We had got a holding call there on the touchdown by Motor, got a holding call, so just didn't want, and then they stuffed us. They zero blitzed us, and they stuffed us on the second run, so didn't want another negative play to take us back when we knew we were already in Kaimi's range, so just wanted to end the game right there on third down.
It's funny, when you and I were talking about this, I was thinking more about the fact they couldn't run the football. They were getting sacked a bunch. If you're going and trying to get 5 more yards, let's say, the downside, they ran way more plays in the late part of regulation and in overtime that were negative plays than you normally get, even with a bad offense, way more negative plays. I didn't think about the possibility of a penalty. That's the first thing he brought up and Mechie's penalty was out in the open field, downfield.
Yeah.
But the possibility that, like Charlie Heck hasn't played football in a while, that he gets a holding call right there or something, and now you can't even kick. Now it's a tie. You're trying a 64-yard field goal.
It was, I think, acknowledgement of the sloppy nature of the game right there, and it wasn't. I think there's something to. If you wanted to phrase it differently or turn it into a criticism of D'Amico or something, what people would traditionally say is, oh, you're just showing that you don't trust your offense. I feel like a lot of times when people make that accusation, the coach should just say, yeah, you're right. Like what? Or if they when they'll make a decision where people say, well, they don't trust the defense. They held on to the ball because they don't trust their. Yeah, of course, I don't trust my defense versus Peyton Manning in his prime. What's the big deal? There's no shame in that. And I think in that moment, he only trusted the offense just so much. And D'Amico's decisions that I have disagreed with, for the most part, at ends of games, they've never been anything egregious. David Culley had some egregiously bad decisions. Just flat out, declining a penalty so you can punt, stuff like that. There's stuff that just didn't make any sense at all. With D'Amico so far, I think there have been decisions I didn't agree with, like kicking the 59-yard field goal. But at least there was some basis in doing that. There wasn't an egregiously bad decision. It was just something that okay, in that moment I get what he's thinking. And that's that feels good because he's a rookie head coach. You got to realize Andy Reid, as awesome as he's been, spent decades being destroyed for his poor clock management. It took him until he was 70 before he figured it out. So D'Amico to have it set up to the point where it's a non-issue. Late game management, just for a team that's won so many close games and also lost close games at the end, game management largely hasn't been an issue with this rookie head coach, a defensive-minded rookie head coach. That part of it's really cool.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, D'Amico's just a super intelligent individual. He's just really smart.
I think, honestly, though, that's where having a very level head comes into.
Yeah, too. Yeah,
I mean, you talk to Mill, all these football coaches want to pretend they're military dudes, yet at the same time, military leaders know the importance of keeping your heart rate low so you can make good decisions. These guys that are out there freaking out and gesticulating all over the place aren't necessarily in the best frame of mind to make a good decision. Has
D'Amico gotten openly angry on the sidelines one time that you can think of this year?
The closest I've seen is when he gets mad at officials.
Okay.
And then it's more of he's got a skeptical look on his face. Are you kidding me? But yeah, you're right. It's a good point. I don't think he's gotten. He hasn't. I can't remember him being openly angry. No.
Yeah. He's just. He's got a great bedside manner, man. No doubt. Boy, you want to know how important it is to have Kaimi Fairbairn back for D'Amico Ryans? This was the longest cut of the press conference yesterday, and it's about the Texans kicker.
Having Amy back was huge for us. It's confidence for our entire team, knowing how good of a kicker he is, how he's been throughout his entire career, knowing the work that he's put in and how he showed up at practice each day, and just showing his teammates that he was ready to go. He was ready for the moment. And how does it change your game plan? You just want to know where's his range, and that changes a game-to-game basis with the wind, with the weather, whatever we're facing. Right? You just want to know his range, how he kicks in pregame, and how he's feeling. So we had a good idea about his range there and felt really good about it. Amy felt good about it, and you don't know how bad you need a kicker until until you miss one, right? And kind of goes. It's a hard job, right? It's a very hard job. A lot of pressure that goes into that moment, and everybody, you want to blame the kicker if it doesn't go well, but man, it takes some confidence. It takes some strength to be calm, confident in the moment, and that's what Amy was for us, and, man, we're excited to have him back.
I know D'Amico and I have the same feeling. I know that what he's talking about now, because it's having Kaimi back is exactly like if you have a car that has the backup, the reverse alert, where you get the beep, 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 beep as you're approaching, and then all of a sudden you're in a rental car that doesn't. And but you're not accustomed to looking in your rearview mirror anymore.
Yeah.
You're just kind of like used to backing up in here, and then you hit some stuff.
Dude,
that's what it's like. So getting Kaimi back, it's like, oh, he got back in his normal car with his where I can just feel comfortable backing up with impunity, and I'll just sue the automaker if I hit somebody.
It's not even the beep, beep, beep thing. Apparently you drive around a lot of 18-wheelers. It's the little...
No. I'm talking about in your own car.
Yeah.
Like where you have the... Okay.
That's what I mean. Like there's cars out there that do the beep, beep, beep thing when you're backing up?
No. They tell you. You get the alert when you're backing up closer.
Oh, I see. Yeah, like yeah. Okay,
I'm not talking about when a truck or a tractor.
I was envisioning that. That's what I was envisioning with the beep, because mine just the seat vibrates. I don't get a beep. It shows me the little sensors. Yeah, it is. It feels good.
That explains why you're always backing up slowly in the parking lot.
I just sit down in the parking lot. I just go out after the show, and I drive back and forth and back and forth.
And there's Sean's out there doing his
for an hour at a time
thing there. Yeah.
That's why I got my windows tinted. Absolutely. Yeah, I just go out in the parking lot and drive back and forth and let my seat vibrate on my butt.
He's listening to Lawrence Welk and backing up slowly.
Yeah. You know what else that a lot of rental cars don't have that I rely on greatly? Like the little light in the rear view. That shows that senses cars in the blind spot, like the
blind spot monitor.
The blind spot monitor,
side view mirrors. Yeah.
Side view mirrors, yeah. Side view mirrors, yeah.
Yeah, if you know the blind, I get super nervous, and I know they've got probably redundancies in there and everything. The blinds, because my neck is always so jacked up. I have the blind spot monitor has been huge for me. I'm worried about the time that it malfunctions, though.
Yes.
Like, I feel like I've started to rely on it too much, and I can tell I don't turn around and look as often as I should.
Right.
I don't like it. So I've scared myself straight a few times where I gotta always still be looking in the mirror.
It's gonna break at some point, right?
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah.
So if it breaks, though, can I don't know. Yeah.
All right.
That's what they're finding with the self-driving stuff, Sean. You gotta as it gets better, or at least as they claim it gets better, people stop paying attention at all, and that's when no, it's not actually self-driving. It's supposed to make it safer if you're also paying attention.
Right.
It's actually when you completely stop paying attention, you're kind of screwed in a lot of instances.
All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Let's get you all up to speed on all the big stories going on. The 8 at 8. And we start with the Texans.
1.
C.J. Stroud still in concussion protocol. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday with a very brief update.
Yeah, with C.J., and he's still in the concussion protocol, and we'll see how he progresses throughout the week.
All right, so that was D'Amico. Here's the update from Aaron Wilson of KPRC, Click to Houston. Texans rookie C.J. Stroud remains under the mandatory NFL concussion protocol and is making incremental progress in his recovery as he's still dealing with common symptoms, including a sensitivity to light, according to league sources. Sensitivity to light. Stroud has not been medically cleared, and his status for Sunday's game against the Cleveland Browns is still being determined. His symptoms continue to improve, sources said.
So basically, he hasn't been cleared to return to practice yet. Until he's medically cleared, he's ineligible to to play or practice, or play in a game, obviously. But I guess the big thing would be if he's not cleared to practice until Saturday this week, I'd be surprised if he plays against the Browns. So now, remember, this article was written yesterday on a Monday, so I don't know if they would even bother testing him to see if he's ready to practice or anything until today, perhaps, or tomorrow morning. So you could take that multiple different ways. There's no practice until tomorrow, so I don't think there's necessarily a reason to worry about it until you get to Wednesday.
Yeah, boy, there's so many different factors into this thing. Tomorrow's going to be really interesting, man, to see, is he out there? Because we need to point out, he hasn't even been really around the team. Davis Mills acknowledged that in a media session last week. It's been reported. Like, he largely has not been in the building during the course of this concussion protocol. I almost feel like, Seth, that like there's a deadline. Like, if he practices for the first time in 2 weeks on Friday, having been in concussion protocol for 2 weeks, and he is cleared to play, that is where maybe the team that they're playing factors into me in this whole thing. Like, okay, are you going to throw him out there against the Browns, having basically been out of the building for almost 2 weeks?
Right. I don't think you do. I don't think that's not good for his physical health anywhere on his body.
Right.
Facing that pass rush versus like with no practice and getting your timing back and all of that. Because now we'll be looking at he'll have gone 2 weeks without practice, and just the timing element of everything, where it's not quite as simple as riding a bike. You got to get back into the groove in a lot of ways. Just by way of, I don't want to alarm anybody, but phase 1 is symptom-limited activity. There's 5 phases. The report by Aaron Wilson is that he's still sensitive to light, which I'm guessing means he's still in some part of phase 1. If he's sensitive to light, then they got to be careful before he moves on to phase 2, which is aerobic exercise. They say he's moving through the protocol, and yet he still has sensitivity to light. He's somewhere where he's most likely not doing actual football stuff at all yet.
Texans did make a pickup yesterday. They picked up Tier Tart, defensive tackle most recently of the Tennessee Titans. Using PFF grades, this is from early this season, Steve Palazzolo of PFF, best nose tackles when taking on double teams in the run game over the last 3 years. Derek Brown, Panthers; Daron Payne, Commanders; Tier Tart, Titans, number 3. That's coming into the season. So he's played some good football for the Titans. Seth, as you pointed out earlier, maybe there's some issues behiin the scenes with the Titans in the locker room as to why they may have cut him.
It's been the report was they questioned his effort and commitment. So that's a pretty damning report to just throw out there by some source with the Titans. But they did. I mean, there was a classic case. The guy asked for his release and they gave it to him. He had a good game versus the Texans last year, and there is obvious upside with him. I think right now, the Texans played the run about as well as anybody has ever played the run in a football game last week. I don't think it's something that you need to rely on or that he's not like a necessity. I think there's upside there that Caserio saw, and they'll see if in bringing him in, if he adapts to this environment better. You never know. There's always people have grudges against other people for whatever reason, and sometimes guys just need a change of scenery. Hopefully that's what this is.
Yeah, I agree. One other thing. I would say kudos to Caserio, as active as he's been in the I was going to say in the transfer portal, in the waiver wire pickup. They picked up Derek Barnett, who's given them some good snaps off of waivers from the Eagles.
Yeah.
Like, Derek Barnett was a key part of that win over the Titans, like a lot of guys were defensively. He did some good things in that game. They picked up Adrian Amos, and I will tell you that when Jimmy Ward went out with a concussion, I felt a whole lot better with them throwing Adrian Amos out there than I did with them throwing DeAndre Houston-Carson out there at safety. An experienced guy who's played some good football. The Jets had waived him earlier, just several weeks ago, right before the Texans played the Jets. And now you're picking up Tier Tart. And by the way, they play the Titans one more time in a week or so. I imagine Tier Tart can give you a little intel, I would think.
Just to be clear, I just want to be sure I get it right. Because, again, this is a messed up thing to report about somebody if it's not true. But the math makes sense. The Titans moved on from their starting defensive tackle because of issues with his effort and attitude, a team source confirmed to ESPN. So, that would normally bother me if they were going to really rely on Tier Tart. In this situation, it's perfect. Texans D-line is playing great. Even without Will Anderson last week, they played great. And this is nothing but upside. if he's got effort and attitude issues, then you get rid of him for nothing here at the end of the season. It's no big deal. So it's a perfect signing for the Texans.
You brought this up earlier. I know we're going a little long here in headlines, Ben, but off the air you brought this up. They are on the hook for the rest of his $4 million contract. So he's making not a huge salary, by NFL standards, $4.3 million, but they're on the hook for 3 prorated games worth of that, which is several $100,000. If it doesn't work out, they are on the hook for several $100,000. And you were talking about this earlier off the air before the show. Like, it's amazing, just how 6-figure and 7-figure checks get thrown around in the NFL on just some bets.
That you're just like, whenever I forgot we'd had this conversation. Whenever players complain about how they're treated like objects, I'm like, that's a good thing, dude. Do you know? The only reason that owners can sleep at night when they pay somebody $10 million who goes on to suck or doesn't play ever again because of injury is because, they're treating you like an object. By all means, God, you don't want to not be an object.
Yes.
If the owners think too much about, the humans who let them down when they pay them these huge contracts,
I agree.
Guilty conscience coming in here with my
with your throat. Yeah, dude. As Roman Reigns says, acknowledge me. I'll say objectify me all day, every day. Absolutely.
3.
Oh my God, we're only on 3.
Get moving, Sean.
I know. This is on me, 100%. The Cavaliers beat the Rockets last night. So in the battle between Houston and Cleveland, I would say Cleveland, no disrespect to the Rockets, won the less important of the 2 sporting events we've got coming up against that city, a regular season basketball game in December. Nevertheless, I was suitably irritated the Rockets lost this game last night, 135-130 in overtime. Fred VanVleet was awesome in this game. Fred VanVleet leads the NBA in minutes played per game right now. He's been, I would say, he's been everything I expected for the Rockets, just in terms of the steadiness. He had I think 27 points and 17 assists last night, if I'm not mistaken.
I know there's some Rockets fans that are still very conflicted when they see James Harden playing very well, and I honestly
let it go.
I understand it. I get it. I guess there's zero part of me that feels like, oh no, the best thing for the Rockets long term would have been to have James Harden on this team. I don't get it. I don't think it makes them a championship team. Because the thing that's really holding them together right now is their defense. Obviously, if Harden comes in, yes, he's an injection of offensive vitality. But the offset on the defensive side and on the culture side and everything, in both the short term and the long term, it's just not worth it to me.
I just don't think, because if you sign Harden, you're not signing VanVleet. I don't think they're 13-11 if James Harden is on this team and Fred VanVleet's not on this team. It's just, I'm not saying VanVleet is a more talented basketball player than Harden. I'm saying that mix of Harden and all these young guys, they're not 13-11 if it's Harden instead of VanVleet with all that money.
4.
Monday Night Football last night. The Eagles lose again. 3 in a row now for the Eagles they've lost. They lose on basically a last-second touchdown from Drew Lock to Jackson Smith-Njigba. That's right, no Geno Smith last night for the Seattle Seahawks. Drew Lock takes them the length of the field, the Seahawks, that is, 92 yards. And the Seahawks I kind of keep their season alive a little bit. They've been playing terrible football of late, too. Like, something had to give in this game. And it was the Eagles' defense, skippered by one Matthew Patricia for the first time last night.
That's right, Matt Patricia.
Calling the plays.
And an Eagles team that feels like, in some respects, it feels like they're coming apart at the seams. They just had a very, very rough stretch of schedule that they're coming out of. But Jalen Hurts plays with flu-like symptoms last night, and afterwards did not sound at all like things are awesome in the locker room.
We didn't execute. I don't think we're committed enough. Just got to turn it around.
What do you mean by that, about being committed enough?
Commitment. I had a dictionary on me now. Excuse me. I don't know how else to say that. It's a matter of being on the same page. It takes everyone being all in all aspects, and it starts with me.
Good job, Jalen. Way to mix yourself into your criticism.
I mean, that doesn't sound great. Now he had flu-like symptoms, and this is after the game, so he's both depressed about the loss and pretty sick. It's not like Jalen Hurts normally talks like that. He sounded defeated, like extremely defeated, and talking about guys not being on the same page because of a lack of commitment. This comes amidst reports that there's finger pointing on the defense, that things aren't just quite right with the Eagles. It's just a weird situation for a team that's tied for the lead in the NFC East, one of the best records in the NFL, and yet having lost 3 games in a row, I don't know. Everything feels wrong about them right now. They've got a really easy schedule. They play the Giants twice in the next 3 weeks. I have a feeling that with Jalen Hurts getting healthy, this could swing right back the other way really quickly.
Yeah, there's still a ton of good talent on that football team. No question about that. All right, I'm going to do these next couple very quickly, so we've got enough room for number 8 here. So let's do 5. Jaden Daniels, LSU quarterback, is going pro. He's leaving. He's expected to be a first-round pick. His stock has gone way, way up this season. So Jaden Daniels, LSU fans, you will not have him on the team next year.
6.
Still some teams in the NFL trying to make decisions on quarterbacks. Atlanta, important for the Texans this weekend because Atlanta hosts the Colts this weekend. We need Atlanta to win this game this weekend. Arthur Smith has not decided between Desmond Ridder or Taylor Heineke.
7.
Pittsburgh has replaced Mitchell Trubisky with a broom with a bucket for a head. Well, no, wait, Mason Rudolph. Sorry, either one would be better than Mitchell Trubisky. So Mason Rudolph will be starting for the Steelers.
8.
All right, now here we go. Here's a backup quarterback story I can get into. Tommy DeVito. Darren Ravel reported this yesterday. Tommy DeVito, who has been a sensation in North Jersey, the rookie quarterback who's from the area, played at Illinois, won a few games for the Giants, kind of came back down to earth this weekend against the Saints. But he is striking while the iron's hot, which is what you should do. There's a place called Caniglio's Pizzeria and Bakery in Morristown, New Jersey, that they thought had a deal with Tommy DeVito to come in and do an appearance at their store for $10,000 today, on Tuesday, the player's off day. They will now no longer be having Tommy DeVito at the restaurant because supposedly they were told his fee increased from $10,000 to $20,000 after the win over the Packers on Monday Night Football. And the family-run business, Caniglio's Pizzeria, said, well, we can do 10, we can't do 20.
I'm torn on this based on a couple of things. One, it's a bad look if Tommy DeVito and his agent decided to jack the price up after they'd already agreed on a price. The restaurant itself shared a text message where the price had been agreed upon. I don't think this is a legal situation. I don't think that's a legally binding contract or anything, but they'd agreed to it. And all of a sudden things get a little bit better and you try to double your price at the last moment. But on the other side of it, I don't know, like, does Caniglio's really need to air all this dirty laundry? Maybe they felt like maybe they were getting a lot of blowback because they had to cancel the appearance or something. But I feel like Caniglio's could have just announced that there was, they didn't have to put Tommy DeVito's business out there like that. Maybe.
I guess if I'm playing this out here, I would say if they indeed had something agreed to and they had started publicizing it, then they're going to get asked, okay, well, why? There are probably a lot of very disappointed New Jerseyans. Well, why? And I almost feel like if you go, well, we can't really say why, or you no comment it, that's almost worse than saying, no, they wanted more money and we didn't want to give them more money.
That's true. People are going to assume that Caniglio's was the issue somehow there. I bet people would think like, oh yeah, Caniglio's was
or
just
the mob.
Trying to get him on the cheap or something like that.
Stellato, the agent's all dressed up like a gangster. I can't.
According to Lisa Ann, claimed that that's how people dress in Jersey, and I'm not buying it. I don't know.
I've been to Jersey many times.
I've spent a good amount of time in New Jersey, and I don't see a lot of people dressed like the way Stellato was dressing.
How about Florio, getting up on a soapbox with the article about this whole thing?
He's not, just at the very end, he's upset about how many Italian-American stereotypes people have thrown around just casually with Tommy DeVito.
Yeah. Florio himself, Italian, and he says things in here like, I don't know if a line's been crossed with all this Stellato Tommy DeVito stuff, but There is a line out there. Like, he's very nebulous about exactly how angry or what exactly, what exactly the super offensive parts of this are.
I totally get it. Like, if you're an Italian American and people are doing the Italian accent or talking about mob stuff and everything, it's one of those things where you can complain about it, and I get it and I understand it, but it's not like it's at a point where I'm like, I'm sorry, man. Like, I've never in my life met somebody who's like, God help her if she dates an Italian. Like, wait a second, you hired an Italian? I don't know. Maybe I'm naive. I feel like it's not a huge social issue in America today.
Not today.
It's not like I never heard my grandpa say something about, those damned Italians. Yeah. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I just grew up in an ideal world. Or now, it used to be. Yeah. It used to be like that.
Yeah. Like in the late 1800s.
It used to be.
It used to be like that. You and I
used to be like that with your people, Sean.
With Irish,
you wouldn't hire the Irish. No Irish need apply. Yeah.
I just remember the movie Far and Away, starring Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman as Irish immigrants, and they landed in Boston. And the guy who kind of ran things in Boston, sort of the Tony Soprano of Boston, by the name of Mike Kelly. Yeah. Tom Cruise's character was a pretty good bar fighter. They bet on the bar fights.
Yeah.
And they had a guy come to him and say, hey, I got some big money in you. You're going to fight an Italian. And that was a big deal. You had all the Italians on one side of the room and all the Irish on the other side of the room.
They got him. They took advantage of that anger between them.
Yeah. They literally take out a piece of chalk, draw a line. You put the toe on the line, and when they say go, you just start slugging the hell out of each other.
It wasn't that. Honestly, like, now I'm thinking about it, from the story was that my great grandfather, I think, honestly, was basically in love with an Italian girl, but like his parents forbade it. But it was, I want to say, it was more of like a Catholic versus Protestant thing.
Could have been,
because they were just, they were devout Methodists, and there was no way in hell that he was gonna. But it's not that long ago. I just thought, I don't think like Florio had to. It's not like Florio has a story of overcoming a dean that wouldn't let him into college or something because he was an Italian. They didn't let me into West Virginia because I was Italian.
Right. I'm gonna guess he doesn't have a story like that, because if he did, he would for sure have told it in this piece.
He'd have a book about it already.
100%. Yes. Dalton Schultz met with the media yesterday. I like me some Dalton Schultz. When did he realize the Texans could be the team that they've become this season? We'll hear from the Texans tight end next.
We will hear from that Texans tight end. And if you are looking to build a custom home,
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Dalton Schultz met with the media yesterday, Texans tight end. When did you realize that you guys could be a pretty damn good football team?
Really, for me, like, it was kind of when I saw, like, CJ. Like, dude, when you have a quarterback that's back there that make the throws that he's making, like, OTAs, you see glimpses, training camp, you see glimpses, preseason's one thing, you see, you know, you go, like, okay, like, that was a really good throw. And then you see him, like, turn it on in the regular season, like, dude, kid is a freaking baller. And so when you have a guy back there that, like, you know, and you feel like no matter what the score is, like, we're in it, like, it can energize an offense and obviously an entire team, you know, offense feeding off the defense and vice versa. Now, it should be pointed out, Dalton Schultz chose to sign here before they drafted C.J. Stroud. Right. You know, like,
yeah, I think that with Dalton Schultz, for one, I'm guessing the Texans told him, gosh, they haven't. I don't know if he would divulge this or not. We need to ask him if they flat out said, hey, we're drafting one of these two guys.
Yeah. I don't think he would. I don't think he would. You know why? I tried to get out of him, when did they tell you? In the post-game show,
yeah, I
asked him, when did you guys find out that Case would be the starting quarterback this weekend against the Titans? And he pled. He literally said, I'm going to plead the fifth on that one.
He wouldn't have. He knows enough not to give away inside info. Even if it's like, even though it might be harmless at this point, he's not going to give something that might be headline-worthy. He's a pro. Yeah, I think that honestly was, at that point, and the way he explained it makes the most sense. the way he explained it in the offseason was just that, look, Bobby Slowick's going to be running an offense that's had the tight ends have had a lot of success in this system. They probably sat down and watched George Kittle. And remember, George Kittle, a fifth-rounder, not necessarily heralded as the next Gronk or something. That system's been very good to him. And I would imagine that they put on a really smart pitch about just how they're going to use Dalton Schultz in that system. And the way he described it with CJ, doesn't that kind of follow the way you, like a lot of us were looking at CJ during training camp? It was like he was doing good stuff, but it wasn't electrifying, and it was very much going to be, as all these other places were falling all over themselves to name Bryce Young the starter. And, oh, wow, look at that. Both Anthony Richardson's a starter already. He's going to be phenomenal. Wow, Bryce Young's the starter already. It was a very slow burn with CJ, and they very much took their time with getting him into the system and everything, because we weren't seeing anything bad. It just wasn't anything electrifying. It was impossible to say exactly even how well he was doing. That first preseason performance, he took some lumps. And, it's a testament to CJ's ability to be patient throughout all of it without really looking impatient at any point.
Where is your re-signometer right now for Dalton Schultz? Like where?
Re-signometer?
I
don't think he should resign.
Bring him back-o-meter. How about that? Yeah.
I hate it when they don't put the hyphen in for re-sign in the articles. It always looks like resign at first.
It does.
My re-signometer. Okay, this is where the rubber meets the road. Jonathan Grenard or Dalton Schultz.
Ooh.
If Grenard. You could only re-sign
Grenard.
one.
Got to be Grenard.
It's got to be a pass rusher.
Yeah. It's a more important position. Now, he'll be pricier than Schultz probably comes in that $10, $12 million a year range.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's a 3-4 year deal for either guy.
This is where they have an advantage with Schultz if they choose to do something before the end of the year. And if Schultz chooses to do it. Schultz has already been burned. I say burned. It's not like he's in the poorhouse or anything, but people were projecting him to get a nice 3 or 4 year deal this offseason. He went out on the market as a free agent, and it wasn't what he was expecting. That's how the Texans end up with him on a 1 year deal. So having that recent experience less than a year ago, is he more inclined to accept a nice, healthy offer right now and not test the market? I think so. And I think that Grenard might be more tempted to just flat out, look, he's having his career year. Somebody out there is probably going to be willing to spend crazy, silly money for a guy that's only had one genuinely really, really good year and he's had a bunch of injuries. I think it's more realistic that you could re-sign Schultz before the end of the season.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we asked Nick about it, Caserio, when he was on with us last time. Are you working on any, can we see some guy that you asked him the question, Seth? Can we see some guys get signed, get extended between now and the end of the season? And he didn't shy away from the fact that they are talking to guys, but he obviously wouldn't divulge who that was. But this we know, Caserio does not operate the same way that Rick Smith used to. The regular season is a perfectly acceptable time to do an extension with guys if indeed it makes sense to do. Rick Smith would not do that. Like if the second that toe hit the football to open week 1, that was it. The door was closed.
I mean, if there's one thing about Caserio that we've seen, it's that he's active. It's like for better, for worse, whatever. Whether you like it, love it, hate it, whatever. He's active all year round when it comes to trades, signings, extensions, and he's very. This is one of the things that he's taken from New England that I tend to like is that I think he's very open to the shifting circumstances that you just can't ever think no, this is the way we're going to go about it. So. Just looking at the climate of this year and this team and looking at what you have at tight end if you don't have Dalton Schultz, I don't want to spend – I think there's if Dalton Schultz doesn't get re-signed, you got to think real hard about spending a high draft pick on a tight end.
Yeah.
And it's not like this team has multiple needs. They've got a guy on their roster right now that can be a viable tight end. I'd rather re-sign Schultz and just keep taking some shots on a 4th or 5th round tight end instead of a 1st or 2nd round pick.
Yeah, you're talking me into Schultz over Grenard right now, actually, because my feeling when Deshaun Watson was here was that every decision when Deshaun Watson was here and we liked him. Was it every decision the organization makes needs to have the question, is this the best thing for Deshaun Watson asked, regardless of what it was? Okay, so this is a good one, though. Okay, we got to spend money either here or there. what's the best thing for C.J. Stroud? Well, the best thing for C.J. Stroud is to keep this tight end that he's built amazing chemistry with. I feel like, this is not to diminish what Grenard is doing, but that position, if you find a suitable replacement, is more plug and play than finding a tight end that builds chemistry with C.J. Stroud. Not that you can't, you can build. C.J. seems like a quarterback that you can build chemistry with faster than most quarterbacks. But why risk it? You already know you got a bird in the hand in Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, they are in. Honestly, I really have a hard time with this one. I go back and forth on it because Grenard. I feel like sometimes a guy's original draft position makes it too easy to think like, well, you can go out and get another one of those. Like, no, you had to draft like 10 different defensive ends in the 1st through 7th round to find one like John Grenard. It's not as simple as going back and, oh, no, we'll just spend another 3rd-round pick on a guy this year and he'll be as good as Grenard. Like, no, there have been a lot of guys that have fallen by the wayside that weren't as good as Grenard. It's just not so simple. And it puts that much more on Will Anderson. Then Will Anderson really has to keep progressing and be a genuine stud. Because right now you've got a nice thing going with 2 guys on opposite sides of the line.
That's true. I mean, do we got to ask the question, what's best for Will Anderson, too? Because what's best for Will Anderson is having John Grenard out there, probably.
I think it's easier to find it. Okay. It's easier to find a Dalton Schultz in the draft than it is to find a John Grenard.
Okay.
If you're going outside the 1st round.
Well, yeah. I mean, you look at what they had to trade up to get Will Anderson. That's a premium position. Okay, now I'm back on Grenard. This is the wishy-washiest segment you and I have ever done.
We're the worst hot take artists ever.
We are. They'd fire us the first day on First Take.
After coming up next, you guys can text in and try to help me decide which options to get on my new Ram pickup.
Yeah, I hear straddling the fence is what people want, so we're going to do it next segment. I
can't decide if I want the fully extended cab or not.
Okay, take a listen to this. As long as we're talking about bringing back Dalton Schultz, this has a good read into it line right here. Here's Dalton Schultz on the aura of D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, man, D'Amico's got a great, that was the first thing that I noticed about him is, straight energy. I'm sure you guys have talked to him up here multiple times. He's got that, aura about him, you know what I mean? Defensive-minded head coach, rubs some of the offensive guys the wrong way sometimes. But, we work through that. It's a good working relationship. Yeah, man, D'Amico, he's been great, especially for a first-year head coach, come in, first opportunity and, kind of have the success that he's had, not only as a head coach, but on the defensive side of the ball as well. I'm excited to see what he can do, over the next few years.
Rub some of the guys wrong some of the time.
Wasn't that the last part? The very last part. I'm excited to see what he can do over these next few years. Sounds very third person. Sounds very distant. Sounds like he'll be watching on Sunday Ticket or the Red Zone channel. What D'Amico Ryans is doing.
I took it the opposite, that he was putting himself in the, watching to see what he can do. While he's on the team.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know. That felt like a weird thing to say about a head coach that is your head coach. I would have expected, I'm excited to see what we can do over these next few years, not what he can do.
Sean, I'm usually the one that's a little bit more cynical about people's comments.
Yeah, you're rubbing off on
me.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is, I do think, the part that caught my ear was in him kind of jokingly saying that he rubs the offensive guys the wrong way. D'Amico does love a little trash talk, between units. So he's talking trash. That's one of those classic things, though. It can go the wrong way, when playful teasing is done when everything else isn't good, when the person that gets to the point where anything they say is annoying, and they might just give you a playful little jab or joke, and it makes you want to kill them. That can be a bad thing if a defensive coach is jabbing the offense. The Texans obviously are in a much better place than that. I think of Robert Saleh, though, where I feel like, in watching on Hard Knocks, I felt like Robert Saleh was way too plainly and openly on the defensive side.
Yes.
Would just flat out, not pit them against it in a trash-talking fun, hey, we're going to battle you at practice, but just flat out saying, hey, the defense is awesome. We got an awesome defense.
Yeah.
You guys got to pick it up. All right, dude. I mean, if that's an offensive-minded head coach saying that, then okay. When it's a defensive-minded head coach, that's when you start getting kind of Buddy Ryan versus Kevin Gilbride type stuff.
Yeah.
It's just a level of competitiveness that's not actually good for the team.
All right, the NFL obviously is getting very, very vigilant, has been for a while, but very vigilant against hits that cause concussions, hits that put guys in the concussion protocol. Very interesting to hear who Tom Brady is pointing the finger at in all this. And we'll let you know who that is next. mensteclinic.com. I'm going to let you know to go there. Any of the 5.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. So, a lot of concussions in the NFL, obviously. The Texans are dealing with a major one right now with C.J. Stroud. There was a nasty hit in the Steelers and Colts game on Michael Pittman Jr. by DeMonte KZ, the cornerback, a defensive back for the Steelers. It was nasty, and Pittman was taken out of the game. He was diagnosed with a concussion. And
because he lowered his head, hit Pittman while he was unprotected. It was every bit the classic hit that is illegal now. At least I thought it was. I thought that was a pretty obvious violation. Even as I'm skeptical of a lot of these calls. Like this one, I'm kind of like, yeah, okay, I get it why that's illegal.
Yep, for sure. And as a result, Kazee was not only kicked out of the game, but he's suspended for the rest of the season. He's at a few of these, I guess. Interesting opinion from Tom Brady on the Kazee suspension. He posted this on Instagram. Brady did. He posted in comments. He said, nobody likes seeing players get hurt, but hard hits happen. QBs should not be throwing the ball in areas where they are exposing their own teammates to these types of hits. Coaches need to coach better. Quarterbacks need to read coverages and throw the ball to the right places, and defenders should aim for the right hitting areas. To put the blame on the defensive player all the time is just flat out wrong. Need better QB play. It's not okay, QBs, to get your wide receivers hit because of your bad decisions. So Gardner Minshew goes straight into the grease on this one. It feels like the fact that
and the reason you can tell it's about, he has a screenshot of the hit on.
Oh, does he? Okay.
Yeah, it's above. There's a screenshot of this hit above the comment. The comment.
Yeah. This is not. If I'm not mistaken, this is not the first time Brady has expressed this opinion on hits in the secondary.
Oh, no. Yeah, he's done it a bunch. He's complained about the state of quarterback play, which is, it's funny because he's gotten a couple slot receivers concussed in his time, if I remember correctly. So it's not like he was always the best at this, but I do think his point, and in this quote too, I think it's kind of like telling your kid to be smart about making the right decisions because there's bad people out there. You got to take some responsibility. Yes, bad things could happen to you, but you got to take some responsibility for not putting yourself in those situations. It's dicey because it looks like you're victim blaming at times but you're just trying to caution people to stay out of bad situations. I think he thinks that quarterbacks, hits like this are going to get flagged. Guys are going to get suspended, but that doesn't make it any easier for Michael Pittman. You didn't have to send Michael Pittman into that party. Illegal hits will happen. So if you're a quarterback, don't act like there's this sense of immunity that you can throw anywhere you want on the field because it's going to be flagged. No, guys' brains are going to get jammed up against the side of their skull, and it'll get flagged, and the guy might get suspended, but you put him in that position.
Yeah. He calls the play callers to task too here. If we were ranking who's got the most control over this between calling, are there plays that you can call that are less dangerous for this type of thing?
You can just not be thrown over the middle as much or what have you.
You have a tough time moving the football if you can't throw over the middle.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's gotten a little grumpy old manish. He's kind of dipping his toe in the water, too, where he can say a lot of this stuff, but he's not on a debate show just yet. I'm going to be interested in seeing exactly what happens if I don't think he'll ever end up on a debate show. He's going to be in the booth with a very accommodating play-by-play guy.
Yep.
And he'll be able to have his little rants and whatnot. But he's not really saying anything here. It's not like he's criticizing the league or saying that these hits shouldn't be illegal. It's more that he's saying, look, quarterbacks and coach. I think maybe the way the quarterbacks are coached and the play callers explaining when they should and shouldn't pull the trigger. There's times where you just got to use your better judgment and not just be hanging these guys out to die. And I think that Brady might also say in this instance, because I largely agree with him. Pittman could have gotten hurt on this even if it wasn't an illegal hit.
Yeah.
Even if KZ had just come in and thrown a shoulder, just hit him really hard and wrapped him up. He was laid out and exposed because part of it too is like, okay, listen, Tom, Gardner Minshew's not as accurate as you, okay? Sorry, but most quarterbacks are not going to have a level of pinpoint control that you do. If you're sitting here asking all quarterbacks to be as accurate as Tom Brady, you're going to be continually disappointed.
Well, or I'll call it the court sense, to know, like Brady feels like he's got a sixth sense to know where there's more. He's got a better grasp of more guys and where they are on the field than say like a Gardner Minshew does. So you're absolutely right.
Yeah, because he doesn't specifically say play callers. He says coaches need to coach better. QBs need to read coverages and throw the ball to the right places, and defenders should aim for the right hitting areas. So in terms of just coaching your player, coaching your quarterbacks, A, how to read coverages, and B, just exactly which ones you should or shouldn't throw.
Text message. This goes back to our conversation, or Dalton Schultz's quote about DeMeco Ryans and his aura. Text message, what about Coach Ryans on the sidelines? What I noticed during the game against the Titans, he was smiling, he was loose, he didn't look concerned at all at any time, in my opinion. That is one thing I really like about DeMeco. Again, from the parts that we get to see, we only get to see the tip of the iceberg. We don't get to see him behind the scenes 10 hours a day like these guys do. But I love when he goes on the coaches show, let's say, with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris, and they talk about a game where he could be going into it with a backup quarterback and with guys injured and all these things. And the first thing, he's not smiling because guys are injured, but he's smiling about the opportunity. He is a very glass half full guy when it comes to stuff like that. Like, man, what an atmosphere this is going to be. What an opportunity on the road. Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of other coaches that would try to throw in your face how difficult this is going to be. This is going to be really hard. This is going to be, and I'm not saying DeMeco thinks it's easy, but he leans into the positive energy of the opportunity more than this uphill climb that they're going to have.
And it's interesting though too, because honestly, you had what they had with and I'm not trying to pick on Jack Easterby as much as the entire class of people that are like Jack Easterby. There's this toxic positivity at times where it's more of a state of denial than anything else. That hey, everything's awesome, right? And if you don't say it's awesome, I'm gonna kill you. This need to always be focused on the positive, but in a way that almost ignores or denies what the actual obstacles and issues are. I think with DeMeco, it's just his MO has always been that, there's going to be trials, there's going to be adversity, but the whole, the obstacle is the way philosophy. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for is to overcome obstacles. So let's identify the obstacles and then look at it as an opportunity. And that's just how he approaches everything in his life. I think that's how he did it as a player. And it's something that's really, really hard to fake. It's just, you see a lot of coaches try it and, because they read a book in the off season or something, but you really get tested. It's the old Mike Tyson, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the nose. Yep. At some point that positivity gets punched in the nose. And it can also be, if you've got the toxic positivity side of things where you just won't even acknowledge the negatives, it can really grate on people. It can come off as really disingenuous. Yeah. I think with DeMeco, it's never like claiming or acting like things aren't hard. It's that he's not in denial about things. He's just addressing things as they are and finding the avenue to make them better. And it's a subtle difference that gets really, really loud over time and with time spent with that person.
Text message, surprised Will Anderson hasn't been a bigger talking point. When is he expected back? We don't know. That's a good question. C.J. Stroud, understandably, is getting the lion's share of the attention because he's the quarterback. But, getting Will Anderson back would be optimal as well.
And honestly, it's Tuesday. I think that's part of it. C.J. Stroud obviously is the marquee item, and he's in a concussion protocol. There's more unknown about it. I am glad that person texted that, though, because I was thinking about it this morning. I'm like, all right, well, listen, they just had a really good overtime victory versus a bad football team. The thing that makes it a little bit different is that they had arguably their 5 best football players out of the game, but just as we tend to do, we probably overreacted to the loss to the Jets. I don't want to overreact to a win in overtime versus a bad football team, but you do have to add the context to it that you didn't have Will Anderson, you didn't have Nico Collins, you didn't have Blake Cashman, you didn't have C.J. Stroud. I'm missing at least one more person.
George Fant.
George Fant. Yeah, you didn't have your starting right tackle.
You didn't have Jimmy Ward after the first quarter.
Yeah, so you had a lot of guys that, and it's not like those guys are on IR. So what you think is, all right, look, they won in overtime versus a bad football team. Hopefully versus the better teams like the improbably good Browns. They're still good at the end of the year after an entire season of me saying, well, at some point,
yeah,
but not having a quarterback is going to come to get you.
Right.
At some point.
Yeah.
So now they're facing a really good football team. How many of those guys do you need back? Yeah, they need Will Anderson back.
Yeah.
They need Blake Cashman back, despite I was really encouraged by the linebacker play. I don't want to take anything away from them. I think Cashman's still the best guy they have, but the linebackers played very well. And they really, really need Nico Collins. C.J. Stroud's just a whole different
that's
discussion.
A whole different set of encyclopedias there. Will Anderson, to me, is the big one because this is a quarterback for the first time in a few weeks. You're playing a quarterback who is, you know where he's going to be when he drops back to pass.
Oh, yeah.
There's no mystery about where Joe Flacco is going to be, whereas Will Levis, Zach Wilson, Russell Wilson, Trevor Lawrence, Kyler Murray. I mean, I'm just going chronologically backwards here.
Sean, Joe Flacco scrambling for a bunch of positive yardage or making something happen on the fly is the equivalent of losing to Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
If I don't care, even if the Texans win, but they let up like a Joe Flacco scramble for a touchdown or something,
brutal.
I will be livid on Monday. I'll be as livid as I was that the Texans didn't do a flea flicker in last week's game. God help them.
You've not gotten livid about that yet. I'm a little disappointed.
God help the Texans and Bobby Slowick if they don't attempt a flea flicker if Case Keenum starts this week. God help them.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. 9 o'clock coming up here. How did the Texans impress the power rankers out there? We power rank the power rankings next.
Zadok Jewelers, they're on my power ranking of all-time best jewelers in the history of the world. That's right. A lot of
The Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do this. What did a 19-16 overtime win against the Tennessee Titans by the shorthanded Houston Texans do to the opinion of the experts out there? How did it affect it? Last week, the Texans, coming off of a really bad loss to the Jets, less damaged than I thought they would be in the eyes of the experts. They had crept into the top 10 after beating the Denver Broncos on the aggregate. They were about 9th or 10th. Last week, about 11th, 12th. They got bumped down a couple spots. At this juncture in the season, I think it's going to be awfully hard to move big time one way or the other in things like the power rankings, I would say.
Yeah, it's tough because, I mean, for one, the Texans have a good blend of good and bad teams that they're playing through the end of the season. So, obviously, if you go 0-3, it's going to be bad. But there's just such a jam pack at the middle here that you're not going to get – it's tough to get ejected or to ascend much beyond where all the other teams that are currently either 10 and what's the rate?
8-6. Yeah,
8-6 or within one game of that. Yeah.
I will say this. That's a good point, Seth. When they beat the Broncos, my feeling was, all right, they beat the Broncos. The gateway is here to this easy 5-game stretch to close out the season.
Yeah.
And obviously you don't count on your quarterback getting concussed. But the Jets obviously were a much tougher putt than we had anticipated. The Titans, I think, probably a tougher putt than we anticipated. They came out victorious. But I don't think, even as recently as just a few weeks ago, I didn't think we'd be looking at the Browns being 9-5 and the Colts being 8-6. Yeah. This schedule has evolved into a much more difficult multi-week task than we thought it would be 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Right, yeah, I kept, honestly, I completely 100% didn't give the Browns enough credit for being as well-constructed a roster as they are. I honestly, if I were a Browns fan right now, I would be looking at this team, and I'm guessing this is what they're thinking up in Cleveland right now. Look at the team you have, and you sacrificed everything to go out and get a quarterback who hasn't been that good and now isn't even available. My God, what could they have done with just a Gardner Minshew or a Baker Mayfield? I don't know how they could go out and find a Baker Mayfield.
That's true. Where would they find a Baker? That's a little much, Seth, to think they could go find Baker Mayfield.
They don't just fall off of trees.
No.
You can't just go out and get a Baker Mayfield. They should try to trade a few draft picks and give the $230 million guarantee to Baker Mayfield, who has, as of right now, almost identical statistics to a few years ago when, remember, going into the season, people were wondering whether Baker Mayfield deserved that
contract
extension or not.
Yeah.
And then he was injury-plagued, and it was a mess.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's how well-constructed the Browns are, except for that problem of 33% of their salary cap over the next decade being devoted to Deshaun Watson.
That's not an exaggeration either. I mean, I don't know if it's 33, but, boy, the numbers get really bad. If I'm a Browns fan, there's part of me that's looking at it boy, we better make hay this year because it's going to be really tough to keep this team together the next few years. And we have no evidence that Deshaun Watson is good at football again. It's...
Yeah, I guess if I'm a Browns fan, that's what I'm thinking is just that, all right, look, Deshaun it's taken him a while to shake the rust off, to get into the system and everything, and that ultimately it should be, okay, if you have this roster, if they can figure out a way to keep this roster together, plus actual Deshaun Watson next year, then it's off to the races. That's the way you keep from jumping off a bridge.
For sure. It's the only way. That has to happen. Unless you're going to bring Joe Flacco back for another year. All right, let's get to the power ranking of the power rankings. There's 6 power rankings that we use in this segment. In no particular order: ESPN, CBSSports.com, SI.com, The Athletic, NFL.com, and Mike Florio. They all put out power rankings on Tuesday mornings once all the games are in the books, and we rank them based on how we feel about them. Number 6, the power ranking of the power rankings, SI.com, Connor Orr, we think, or AI. They have the Texans 15th right now. 15th, and it says this: to beat a Titans team that knocked off the Dolphins the week prior with Case Keenum at quarterback is no small feat. But it shows the strength of the Texans. It shows the strength in this Texans build. While some teams are scanning the Indiana Premier League for elite bowlers capable of throwing touchdown passes. The Texans had Keenum as the second/third string quarterback, just hanging tight. They expected to be in big moments this year and weren't just content with Davis Mills. I agree with all those things. The Texans are behind the Seattle Seahawks, the Indianapolis Colts, the Rams, and the Bengals. Those are the 5 teams right above the Texans. I mean, you can throw a blanket over a bunch of these right now. 15th does feel a little low for me for the Texans, especially showing kind of the moxie they had in this Titans game.
I think that this is probably evidence that SI is still leaning heavily on ChatGPT to write their articles, allegedly, because one thing about ChatGPT is unless SI has the budget to spring for the updated version, it only goes up to a few years ago in terms of current events. So they're just plugging information from 2020 and hoping for the best because they can't spend the $30 extra on the premium version.
All right, 5th on the power ranking of the power rankings. Pretty sure these guys are using real people because they're paying them a lot of money. The Athletic has the Texans at 13th in their power rankings, and their category this week for each team is a big surprise. What's a big surprise that each of the 32 teams had? Surprise for the Texans. I don't know if I agree with this. Another Kyle Shanahan disciple. Commentary is this: is there no end to the number of really good play callers San Francisco's head coach can create in his lab? Texans' first-year OC, Bobby Slowick, is 36 years old and had only 1 year as a full-fledged member of the Niners staff before joining DeMeco Ryans in Houston. Before that, Slowick had several secondary roles in San Francisco. On Sunday, he helped backup quarterback Case Keenum to a victory that keeps the Texans in the playoff race and keeps him on the radar for head coaching jobs. Is Bobby Slowick the biggest surprise for the Texans this year, Seth?
I don't know if it's a surprise.
I
wouldn't
agree.
say. I think it was almost confirmation of what you would hope. But there's just such a track record of success for coordinators who come from underneath Kyle Shanahan and out of this system in general that I don't think that's a huge surprise. I think that the biggest surprise to me would be the improvement in the run defense. Obviously, that's not something that people care about on power ranking write-ups or anything necessarily, but it's just such a drastic improvement without that many changes in personnel. There was a really good job by, obviously, DeMeco as the defensive play caller, but also Nick Caserio and kind of spending judiciously. And yes, you drafted Will Anderson, but just signing Jimmy Ward, some of the moves that they made that weren't headline-type items, they made a big difference in this run defense.
Ironically, my biggest surprise would be something that's actually a negative for Bobby Slowick, and it's how bad they are at running the football. I'm shocked that they're this bad at running the football. I know they're coming off one of their best games of the year, and I know Devin Singletary has had moments this year, but they played 14 games, and I would say in at least 10 of them, they've been bad at running the football. Like bad. Not mediocre, bad at running the football. I'm shocked that they, for most of this year, have looked worse at running the football than they did with Pep Hamilton last year.
With Dameon Pierce, I think there's a lot of there was concern. I'll credit a bunch of our listeners for having this concern and voicing it through the offseason. Was the fact that Dameon Pierce did not look so hot in those several games before he got injured last year. It was getting ugly for the run game in general. And I wouldn't have anticipated that it was going to be this drastic a fall off, though, and the difference between Singletary and Pierce would be this vast.
Yep. All right, next one, fourth in the power ranking of the 6 power rankings is ESPN.com. They've got the Texans 12th. They've got the Texans 12th overall, down 1 spot from last week. Their category is something that each team is number 1 in. I didn't realize this. Texans number 1 in snaps from offensive rookies. Texans have won 8 games, more than the past 2 seasons combined. Their offense has played a significant factor in this turnaround. They're 10th in total offense, averaging 353 yards a game. The most impressive part is the Texans have made the most snaps the Texans have had the most snaps from rookies on the offensive side of the ball, led by C.J. Stroud, who at one point led the league in passing yards entering Week 14. It is true. Juice Scruggs is in there now. We know Tank Dell was a huge part of the offense. Jarrett Patterson, boy, if he didn't get hurt, he'd be your starting center, I would imagine, still right now. So that's 4 pretty good rookies right there. And I almost feel like you have to have a rookie quarterback to lead the league in something like this, but they lead the league in snaps from rookies on the offensive side of the ball.
Which is another, reason for optimism for the future,
Big
obviously.
time.
The biggest question, like when we get into the offseason, I think the big question, which we'll never have a comfortable answer, is Tank Dell simply too small for the NFL? I don't know. That's it's worth pointing out that, yeah, he was caught up in that scrum there, and he had his leg broken. Maybe a bigger guy wouldn't have snapped his leg quite like that. But that also he did miss time with a concussion that was just out in the open field. Presumably that didn't have anything to do with his body size because nobody hit him. But whether he's injury prone just because of the cumulative trauma or anything, that's something that there's no way of knowing until he plays hopefully another couple seasons.
Yeah. The broken leg kind of prevented us from knowing what weeks 14 through 18 would look like for a guy Tank Dell's size. He got knocked out with that broken leg, and it was curtains. All right, 3 more power rankings we got to get in here. Third on the power ranking of the power rankings, CBSSports.com. They've got the Texans 11th. Pete Prisco says this: winning a road game with a backup quarterback speaks volumes about this team and where they are. DeMeco Ryans is clearly in the Coach of the Year conversation. Well, thanks for that. We know he's in the Coach of the Year conversation.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
I needed you to...
About my anti-Italian American bias is about to pop out, Sean.
Yeah.
All right? Florio and Prisco are going to be awful upset about me trying to, basically, I accuse them of having too much pizza sauce in their veins.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, NFL.com is number 2 on the power ranking of the power rankings.
You thought, Sean, you got nervous, didn't you? You thought I was saying Florio when I meant Prisco? Because all Italian Americans are basically the same person. You thought I was going super racist, yeah.
I just thought you thought I was reading Florio's synopsis, not Prisco.
Hey, the Texans, that DeMeco Ryans should be the Coach of the Year.
Prisco, what is your opinion, huh? I'm Florio. Sorry, Prisco over here. You guys look alike to me.
Come on over here. Let's go look at some naked statues and call it art.
Hey. All right, let's get off of this real quick. Number 11, that's where the NFL.com has the Texans 11th in the power ranking of the power rankings. They've got a long write-up that's too long for right now, but getting them 11th gets you number 2. Number 1... Get ready. Seth, any anti-Italian thing you were thinking, put it away, because number 1...
Wow.
Put it away.
Who? Florio?
Florio!
He's one of the good ones. Yeah.
I agree. Florio has the Texans 10th in his power rankings. And thus,
Florio.
Thus, strikes a blow for all Italians out there by finishing first in the Payne and Pendergast power ranking of the power rankings. Here's his analysis. That win should give them the rights to the Oilers' uniforms for a decade. Full stop.
Yay! Huzzah!
I agree, huh?
Yeah, as far as the... you brought up earlier that the PA announcer in the Titans Stadium was really sticking it to
very
the Texans
disrespectful.
fans.
Yeah, very
disrespectful.
Yeah,
we don't abide the disrespect.
You insulted them a little bit yourself, a little disrespectful, huh?
Hey, I did have ChatGPT go ahead and write about why the Texans should be 15th. Like SI might have.
Yeah.
Well, Devin Singletary had a standout performance, and Noah Brown and Dalton Schultz made game-changing catches. It's crucial to acknowledge that the Texans faced a Titans team missing some key players as well. Will Anderson Jr. and Blake Cashman were absent from the Texans' defense, which performed admirably but still had its limitations. The real litmus test comes in the upcoming game against Cleveland. They gave me about 1,500 words here on why the Texans should be 15th, so I won't read it all.
I agree with everything they're saying right there. It's,
Yeah, the whole getting into the game of who had more missing key players versus the others. I don't like getting into that game necessarily. But yeah, that's true enough.
The Texans didn't have their quarterback, and he's been one of the top 5 or 6 quarterbacks in the league. End of subject.
Okay, take it up with ChatGPT, Sean.
Yeah, I will during the break. I'm just gonna slam my laptop against the desk. All right. Everybody should have somebody that loves them as much as Brian Baldinger loves Jonathan Grenard. If he would just get his name right. We've got the audio for you next.
Hey, if you need to get it right because you were in an
929.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. I enjoy the Brian Baldinger breakdowns, Baldy's breakdowns on Twitter, where because it's so rough around the edges. He's basically got his iPhone out and he's literally like filming his computer scrring,
right,
and gushing over whatever player it is he's focused on for that
right.
tweet.
There's no production value at all. It's just him. It's him holding his phone, recording whatever's on his screen. Maybe every now and then you get a pencil showing something or something. It's not like he's got a special microphone. It's just raw, and it's Baldinger. Just a big. He's kind of like Ross Tucker. He's just a big lovable meathead, and he does a good job of in this modern media environment where there's so much negativity, Sean, which I find disgusting. Mm-hmm. He does. He gets traction with positivity.
He does. He
finds people that he likes and then gushes about them.
He loves him some Jonathan Grenard. But I don't want to be the one to tell him that that's how you pronounce his name, Jonathan Grenard. But here is Brian Baldinger chopping up a couple big plays from Grenard in the win over the Titans on Sunday.
Tennessee could not run the ball with Derrick Henry or Tajay Spears at all in this game, and he was a factor. Jonathan Greener, a guy that needs more attention. Like, he gets penetration right here by Barnett, but it was Greener who finishes the play off as Spears goes for -5. And then in overtime, first play in overtime, 16-16 game. The two-hand swipe right there. Greener has got 12.5 sacks. Like, he's finishing. He's getting to the quarterback. He's a force, and everybody in Houston knows it. The rest of the NFL is finding out.
I always love the way he finishes those videos. Like, he always finishes it with some
is finding
like
out.
Yeah, like a real dramatic like movie trailer kind of thing.
I think he has ChatGPT right to finish.
He might, and then ChatGPT is doing a much better job than they were doing previewing the Browns game last segment. I'll tell you that.
That's not even actually Baldinger. That's a ChatGPT voiceover
with Baldinger's voice,
like Baldinger. Yeah. That's why he's not pronouncing the name right. It's kind of like when Siri pronounces a name wrong or weird. It's probably that's how Siri pronounces Greener.
That's true,
and hence that's how AI pronounces Greener.
That's a good hypothesis right there. Yeah.
See, I just did it. That's how they pronounce Grenard. I think the big thing about Grenard, and Sean, at the draft, I don't know if you remember or not, but after the Texans drafted Grenard, we got my old defensive line coach, Todd Grantham, who had been the defensive coordinator for Jonathan Grenard at both, Kentucky and Florida?
Louisville.
Is that where the
Louisville.
That's right, Louisville. That's right, because Grantham went from Louisville. Grantham had recruited Grenard. Grenard played for Grantham at Louisville, and then he followed him to Florida. And Grantham just loved him because he's a complete football player. Like, he reads the offense. He understands how to play the run. He cares about playing the run. He cares about his technique. And it's a shame that because of a combination of injuries and general insignificance on the part of the Texans for the last couple of years, Grenard has really made steady progress. But this gives the illusion, I think, of, guys showing up in his contract here. I could see some people when it comes time for free agency. I guarantee you some lazy writers or ChatGPT written articles are going to say like, well, he just came on in his contract year. That's the furthest from the truth. He's made steady growth. He's been an all-around solid football player for a long time. This year, I think it's just a combination of being on the right team and the right circumstances and staying healthy the whole year. So I love the way he plays. I think the reason I like the idea of him and Will Anderson together is that they can both rush the passer, but they're both genuinely conscientious and care about stopping the run. And it's so hard to find guys who are willing to sacrifice and just guys who are good pass rushers who are just gung-ho about the sacrifice part of it too. They're like on plays where they're not going to get the play, they just throw their body into the mix. They wrong arm a kick out block just to bounce it to the backers, all that stuff. These guys do that part of it. And to have both of them there, I've talked myself back into
Dude,
Jonathan Grenard.
You're reading my mind.
Schultz.
I'm like, okay. So hold on. Where are we on the Grenard, Dalton Schultz? You got to pick one to give a contract extension to.
If you have to pick one, this is what you do. You sign both, Sean. There you go. That's my cop out.
Well, the good news is they can. This is not an Astros situation where they got no money to spend below the competitive balance tax. This is not a situation of fill in the name of any of the teams that have given quarterbacks big money. C.J. Stroud in his rookie contract allows you to do things like that.
Right now, the Texans have the 5th most cap space for 2024.
Love it.
And they're in the top 8 or so for 2025. That's curious. Whose contract would that be? I'm guessing that's a combination of Titus, Laramie, and even like CJ's contract starting to kick in by that point.
Shaq Mason's got a 3-year deal that's fairly significant.
Backloaded somewhat, yeah. So some of that'll get negotiated out, but like they're in really, really good cap shape over the next few years.
Yep. That was Brian Baldinger. We got a text message, 9647. Do you guys feel like the Texans arrived a year early and you're just happy they're competitive, or will you be ticked if they come up short of the playoffs?
Honestly, given what the schedule is, 2 things are going to matter. Is one, if they lay an egg in 3 straight games, I'll be ticked. That'll be, I have a higher estimation of them right now. The other big one is just simply what's the quarterback situation. I don't want to make excuses with any other injury except quarterback. The Nico Collins one is big, though. I mean, I don't know if you really you don't want to make excuses, but if they play these last 3 games without Nico Collins and C.J. Stroud together, I feel like you kind of got screwed out of seeing what this team actually is. If they eke out a win without C.J. Stroud versus the Browns and then win one of the next 2 but still miss the playoffs, I'd actually be pretty cool with where this team is.
Yeah.
Like if they win 2 of the next 3, one of them without C.J. Stroud, but they miss the playoffs because somebody else wins out or whatever, I'll be cool with that. I'm not going to be as happy, obviously, but I'm not going to be angry about that.
Yeah, I think there's when it says will you be ticked if they come up short of the playoffs, I think there's 2 things here. Will I just be ticked in general, or will I be ticked at them? You know what I mean? And I think,
good point.
And I think that's where you were kind of going with the beginning of what you said on how they look in these last 3 games.
Yeah.
If they look the way they did against the Jets in these last 3 games, I don't care who's playing quarterback. I will be ticked at them. I don't care if C.J. Stroud's out for the rest of the year. If you come in and you get beat 2 games at home and then you go up to Indianapolis with anything on the line. Because I think even if they lose these next 2 games, they're still going to be mathematically in it going to Indy. Like I think if they're 8-8 going into Week 18, my guess is that they're not going to have that little E next to them in the ESPN standings where it says you've been eliminated. They'll need a bleep ton of things to happen, but you'll still be playing a meaningful football game where you're not being a spoiler. You are, you're mathematically in it. If they look like they did against the Jets. In any, but if multiple of these last 3 games, and that's what cost them, I'll be mad at them. If they miss the playoffs, I think at this point, and C.J. Stroud is back on the field, I'll be ticked. If C.J. doesn't come back for whatever reason, and again, I don't want to be alarmist. There's no news or anything. If you're just tuning in, there's nothing that says C.J. Stroud isn't going to be back this week against the Browns. But the quarterback thing does change the calculus for me a little bit, and if it is something where the injuries are just piled up too much, then I'm going to have a hard time getting mad about anything at that point. I
think if I like that. That's a very mature way of looking at things when you can separate, being angry in general, but not having to blame somebody for that anger.
Yeah.
That's a good place to be. You can just identify, I'm angry, but I get it. I don't have to blame anybody. Right. But then now there's times where you should be angry at specific people. But that might be, there's a lot of scenarios here where you don't have to be angry at the team. You can be happy that they improved as much as they did, but you're still angry that they missed the playoffs.
Yeah. We'll see how long I can stay in this spot.
Well, we were talking about this before the show. Like I felt in my own challenges with anger over time. One of the things that really helped me was when I started started embracing the fallibility of human beings. We're just like, every single one of us is imperfect. They're going to let you down at times. And if anything, I look at humans almost like more as acts of nature than actual humans. So if somebody does me wrong, it's the same as if there's a hurricane and a wave crushes my house, I don't get mad at the wave. It's just that's what happens. It was a force of nature, and I can't be mad at the thing that destroyed the house. Right. So likewise with people, you can just sometimes look at them as that's just it's a force of nature. That's what humans do sometimes, and I'm not going to be mad at that specific human. And then I remembered that, there was a time in my life where I would be angry specifically at the wave.
Totally angry.
Clouds, birds in the sky, various anything. Like if you've got enough anger and hatred in you, you can find something to focus it at.
Well,
there's a step in between those two somehow.
The lead into that conversation, because I'm guessing that our listeners either have stories of their own or have an opinion on this. I don't know how we got on that the topic I'm about to say, but you were asking me if people get angry at blackjack dealers. Like blackjack dealers control nothing. Like they are beholden to a set of rules that they must hit if they have 16 or lower, and they must stay if they have 17 or higher. There's nothing the dealer can do. There's no caginess or thought or a chess match that a blackjack dealer is playing with you. They're just a human being that's there to chit-chat with you while they're pulling cards from a shoe and make sure you're having a good time, and the waitress comes over to the table when you need that free drink. And yet, I have at times gotten mad at blackjack dealers that have been dealing me bad cards. Absolutely. The biggest one, and I know listeners that are like me will back me up on this. It's when you've got a hot shoe of cards, and then all of a sudden, miraculously, it just so happens that it's time for Dolores the dealer to go take a break. And they bring in Mariano Rivera, and all of a sudden that shoe is cold as ice. I yell at those dealers. I'm like, what?
When
what
they bring
the hell,
in
man?
The cold dude. Okay,
yeah, the cooler we call him. He's the cooler.
And you actually hate him.
Yeah.
Like you actually look at him like, this guy's a bastard.
I've gotten better. But in my younger years, I would get mad at them. Yes.
You would actually get mad at him, and then I honestly look at the way I used to feel about officials in general. Like if anything, I was racist against officials. I had such irrational dislike of officials, and I look back and I'm like, how the hell was I like that? Like what? Where on earth does that make any sense at all? Now I can get angry about like specific officials or just individual bad calls or what have you. Still, obviously, but. Okay, yeah. It's all a race to the death, isn't it? Like you got to try to iron as many of these things out of your personality so you can die peacefully at some point.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working. It's a slow road.
I just don't want to be peeved on my deathbed, Sean.
Yeah.
That's all I want in this life. I don't want to be complaining about anything, okay?
And yet I feel like that dealer from L'Auberge is going to show up in my hospital room. That's the last thing I'm going to see.
Could have afforded a better casket if that son of a bitch hadn't.
I had aces.
Dealt me a 3.
I had 3 sets of aces split on the table, and guy pulls a 21. The last thing I see before the light. I hope I see the light.
Complaining to St. Peter.
Yeah.
Listen.
No, with my luck, St. Peter is that dealer. He's got his book out. Like, oh no, I remember when you yelled at me.
What if they bring in a new St. Peter right when you show up? St. Peter's got a nice big smile on his face, and all of a sudden you get up and they replace it with some grumpy old cow, like a literal cow, like an old milk cow.
Literally a guy dressed in like a golden nugget blackjack dealer outfit taps St. Peter on the shoulder like they do in the blackjack pit. And St. Peter's like, oh, it's time for me to take a break, Sean. Like, no, St. Peter, you have all my good works right there. And the blackjack dealer just takes his spot and he's like shaking his head. He's like, I never forget.
That's got to be the worst moment when you realize you've been damned to hell for all eternity. That moment when you realize you've gotten in trouble for something and there's nothing you can do about it.
And the person deciding is the person you wronged.
Hey, man, listen.
March 26th. March 26th, 2015. You yelled bad, awful things at me. I didn't mean them. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's talk about a much nicer individual than us, D'Amico Ryans. Who was the player of the game in the game on Sunday? And let's start to look ahead. What exactly is at stake as we begin to dig into this Cleveland game on Sunday? That is next. But first, West Point Lincoln. I'll tell you right now, they'll just let him walk right through when he gets to those gates.
From the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Player of the game. Who was the player of the game on Sunday, Coach D'Amico Ryans?
No doubt. Our O-line, they were the player of the game because that's one of the best games that they've had. They opened up the lanes. As you said, they opened up the lanes for Motor. Motor ran it well, but the way they blocked their targets, the way they finished, thought everybody in the O-line stepped up for us when we needed it most. Having ran the ball well in a few weeks, that was one of our best run outings of the year. And it all starts with the men up front. And they did a really great job this past Sunday.
Thank God. I mean, that was non-negotiable to win that game. You were Case Keenum, God bless him, love him, legend. His cape that he puts on is a little different than the cape that C.J. Stroud puts on in games when you're running the ball for 2.5 yards a carry or whatever. That was non-negotiable. You had to run the football on Sunday, and you did. Here's one more from D'Amico Ryans. Devin Singletary was the one toting the rock. What's he great at?
Yeah, Motor does have this sneaky ability to find space, right? He has really good contact balance, so he's not going down all the time on that first contact. He finds a way to maintain his balance and still find those lanes that the O-line has created. And Motor is always pressing forward, right? He's very shifty. You don't see it all the time, but he's shifty in the interior line. He's very shifty, and he finds a way to continue to press forward, fall for yardage. So he's doing a really nice job for us.
I like the term contact balance, and I think it's one of those things. There's certain different things about getting hit in the NFL that are just D'Amico might have like an extensive vocabulary when it comes to types of contact and how you take contact and everything, because just like Josh Allen can absorb contact differently and better than like Will Levis. Will Levis just looks like every bit of force is transmitted to his body, where Josh Allen tends to just absorb it better. I think Devin Singletary, compared to, say, Dameon Pierce, has an ability to deal with imperfect and sometimes inadequate blocking better than Dameon Pierce does. And it's not better or worse. The same as, look, Derrick Henry, as they talked about during the broadcast, you and I talked about it last week, Derrick Henry is incredible. But if he has to shuffle his feet in the backfield and redirect before he gets to that clean hole, he's a different back. He doesn't have he has a hard time running behind imperfect or inadequate blocking. And this year, the way it's worked out with the Texans, I don't think it means that Dameon Pierce is lost forever in the NFL or anything, or can't be good on this team. It's that this year it's been a moving target for the running backs, and Devin Singletary just does a better job with that. Now that the blocking's starting to get a little bit better and starting to be more cohesive, I think, now he can really thrive, because he's had to make do with bad blocking for much of the year.
I tweeted this yesterday. I can't find the tweet, but I can paraphrase it because it was me tweeting it. But something to the effect, I was retweeting, I think it was John Crumpler was putting up snap counts for the running backs in Sunday's game. It was mostly Devin Singletary. Ogunbowale got in for 15, 16 snaps. Dameon Pierce got 4 snaps. That's it. Got to be the least number of snaps Dameon Pierce has played in a full game in his Texans career. I'm talking about a game where he didn't go out with an injury or something like that. Like, he was healthy this game. And I retweeted it, and I said, at this point, do we not think that Mike Boone is just as good, if not a better option than Dameon Pierce? Like, I think there's a good chance Dameon Pierce could be inactive for a game or 2 or 3 down the stretch here, because there's nothing about this version of Dameon Pierce where I go, okay, well, he's definitely better than Mike Boone. It's almost like the Texans were monitoring my Twitter account, and they were like, Sean, do not put words in our mouth. We are cutting Mike Boone. And they cut Mike Boone. 10 minutes after I tweeted that, they waived Mike Boone. So I'm guessing they're picking up a running back at some point this week to replace Mike Boone.
I don't. Yeah, I guess that's okay. If Devin Singletary gets injured, that's the big question. All right, if they start C.J. Stroud, if they start Case Keenum in this game, and let's say Nico Collins is still out, they have to have a rushing attack. Mm-hmm. You look at the first half. You look at the first half of this game last week. It wasn't pretty, man. Texans are down 13-0. They couldn't get really anything going offensively for a while. And that was with Devin Singletary, who would go on to have a really good day rushing the football. They got to have a rushing attack. if it's not Devin Singletary, then that might versus that Browns defense especially, it's going to be really, really difficult. So I guess that becomes the big thing to cross your fingers about is Devin Singletary is not built like a guy that should be getting 25 or 30 carries a game. I'm cool with doing it for the final 4 games of the regular season. I say just roll the dice and see what happens, but it's a big drop off if he doesn't if he's not available.
Huge drop off. You're right. He's become one of the more valuable guys on this team. Should be fun, man. Sunday, a lot at stake here. Texans win this game. They're tied with the Browns and have the head-to-head win. Texans lose this game, and there's only 2 games left. The Browns will be 2 games up on them with the head-to-head win in that game on Sunday, essentially meaning that, okay, well, that's one team that we cannot pass. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if it comes down to us and the Browns, it's going to be the Browns, even if we win our last 2 games and the Browns lose their last 2 games.
Oh, by the way, real quick, though, as far as, they picked up what's-his-face, Tart on waivers.
Yeah, T.R. Tart.
So Boone was the corresponding roster move.
Yeah.
It's not an absolute necessity that they have to sign a running back.
No,
right?
but that's I guess not. I guess you can roll. Yeah, and depending on how they view Andrew Beck in this whole thing, as a fullback, So yeah, no, you're right. They've got a plethora of interior defensive linemen. I will say that on the team.
Agumbawale. Agumbawale was this week's recipient of the Texans having at least one run a week where it's like 1st and 25 or 3rd and 25 and somebody runs for 20 yards. And then afterwards, one of the coaches will say, hey, look, we rushed for 4 yards per carry. And you're like, no.
No, that does not count. The defense all loosened up.
It wasn't a big deal this week because Singletary actually ran well, so it was nice.
Yep. We didn't get to this. Rashard Mendenhall. We probably maybe need to repurpose this tomorrow. Rashard Mendenhall, former running back himself for the Pittsburgh Steelers back in the day, retired now. I'm sick of average white guys commenting on football. Y'all not even good at football. Can we please replace the Pro Bowl with an all-black versus all-white bowl so these cats can stop trying to teach me who's good at football? I'm better than your GOAT.
Okay.
So Rashard, there's a lot to unpack here.
Long beloved by Steelers fans for fumbling in the Super Bowl. Who wasn't like all that great of a running back.
No.
He's either the funniest guy in the world or I think he's got some issues. It can only be one or the other, and I don't know enough about him to know whether he's got a kind of a funny a sense of humor like this or not. Because the funniest part about this, honestly, is the notion that somehow you need this mythical Pro Bowl to prove that on average there's more good black football players than white football players. Like, I didn't thank God we can finally prove it on the field that there are quite a few really good black football players. Thank you for that. Now guys like Dan Orlovsky won't have jobs. All right.
Oh yeah, then the commentary part about it.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. His issue is that the race with fewer awesome football players has a lot of commentators. I feel like there's not a lot of people that are going to argue on that, right? Not a lot of people are going to argue that, like, oh, no, whites are by far the superior football players.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that, Rashard Mendenhall.
There was a lot of that. There was a lot of that reaction. My favorite reactions were the people that were actually starting to put the roster together for the white dudes.
That's the appropriate way to handle this.
Yes.
That's the
yeah. Like you realize just how valuable Christian McCaffrey is as a white running back when you put this roster together for your all-white Pro Bowl team.
I know. I honestly,
he's the Devin Singletary of this team, Seth.
As I started going through it, that was the first guy that popped into my mind because it's Mendenhall. So it's like basically that's your first thought is like, all right, well clearly Christian McCaffrey's way better than you. Dude. I'm better than your GOAT. Like, okay, all right. We got him on the roster.
There was a hilarious TikTok yesterday of some dude. I don't know who it was, but it was so funny. Some black dude said that you got the black guys on one team, you got the white guys on the other team. For the guys that are mixed race, we need to have a draft.
Okay. So that would be like the
Mahomes would be the first pick in the interracial portion of the draft.
One of our texters points out that Will Compton, who did a really funny breakdown of this, and he said the white guys are pretty stacked, LOL, aside from the backfield. All right, well, hold on a second, because we got to talk about the defensive backfield where Will Compton was reduced to having Christian McCaffrey play.
Yes.
One of the safety positions, and there's currently one white cornerback in the NFL. So
he definitely makes the team.
Will's idea was that we would just play zone the entire time. So as if somehow like this smattering of as many white safeties as you can find somehow playing cover 4 the entire game is going to be just fine versus all the best wide receivers in the league.
Dude, I'm just picturing like they
minus
go
Cooper Kupp, of course.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say I'm like picturing the all-white team going for it on 4th down. They don't get it, and the offense comes off the field. Except for Christian McCaffrey, Cooper Kupp, Adam Thielen, and some other random white dude. They all have to stay out there because that's your secondary. Yeah, they don't leave the field. They have to stay out there and play secondary. Yeah.
Well, you know what he picked? Compton also picked all defensive ends on the defensive line.
Yeah,
which
I like
is
that
true.
strategy.
That's another one. Like the white defensive tackle is might be behind white cornerback in terms of starters. It's hard to fill out a roster there. So the run defense might suffer.
Dude,
you got nothing but you've got your NASCAR package out there the entire time.
Yeah, Juan Lopez, I'm sure saw this yesterday, and I'm guessing.
Oh
his
yeah,
thoughts. Yeah.
Throw the ball deep every snap.
Yeah. If you're which team.
You know which team. You know which team.
Yes. You're going to hit one. You do it 3 times, you're going to hit one of them.
Yes.
Oh, man, this was fun. Did you see Will Compton's video on this thing?
I did not.
Okay, he's former Tennessee Titan, I think. He does Taylor Lewan's podcast with him. He had a whole notebook out. He had clearly spent a good long time thinking about this yesterday, and he's leaning over the notebook. It was so funny. It was so funny. Oh, man. Landry Locker jumps in. Do you see Will Compton's video in the all-white versus all-black team?
I did. I thought he broke it down pretty well.
Really well, I thought.
Yeah, I thought he broke it down well. I think actually Taysom Hill would be a big factor because I think that if the white guys want a chance, the time of possession needs to be probably like at least 38 minutes.
Got to shorten the game?
Yeah, so like if it's 3 yards at a time, like Taysom Hill, very big value.
I don't know what we're going to do in the defensive backfield. Yeah. We're really like – we got to stump for 6-man football or something.
You just get all the white man safeties. You get all the white man like special teams beasts like gunners, and you just line them up on the side, and you just take what they give you.
Yeah, honestly, and you're going to have to take some penalties. It's just going to have to be a headhunter type of
Tackle
game.
them.
Like we're going to have to. Yeah, we're going to have to go. There's just some headshots or something. Like God.
Hope the officiating crew is racist, maybe that kind of thing. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
We gotta play this thing in Mobile. There's no.
Yes. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. In the loop, you guys got John Lopez, Landry Locker, and Figgy Fig. Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you.
Oh, antibodies to you as well, my friend.
Thank you. Now I'm going to go spend 5 hours playing with this ESPN playoff machine and looking at all the possibilities for the Texans. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
All right, so on to Cleveland. Not what we thought it would be. We thought it would be Deshaun Watson coming to town on Christmas Eve, and what we have is perhaps a more meaningful football game than we anticipated, with a lot less Deshaun Watson talk. Which for me, I think I'm very glad. I was kind of Deshauned out. I'm happy.
Much
to be
better,
focused.
man.
Yeah, it's
much better.
And they're happy in Cleveland too. They needed a break from it as well. It can be exhausting. So we have a relevant, meaningful football game on Sunday. No Deshaun, but that's not where I want to start.
Me neither.
Lopez is hot and bothered.
I am hot and bothered.
He's very hot and bothered because there is a mindset that Lopez feels needs to stop ASAP, especially for the final 3 games of the season.
Yeah, look, let's put to rest something that I saw out there again last night and again this morning, and that is like the Texans are playing with house money. Like they've exceeded expectations. Bull crap. I can argue that we need to raise expectations even more now that we know where the Texans are and now that we know what the Texans are doing. I would have been with you at the beginning of the year. I predicted 7 wins. You predicted 9 wins, and I think we're both over. Well, we were both over the Las Vegas win total. Well, okay, so here we are. It is the week of Christmas, and we are talking about playoffs. Don't just pat yourself on the back and say good job. And there's in fact reason to raise the bar, and I think the two biggest reasons are Devin Singletary and the defense, especially Derek Stingley. I want 3 straight wins down the stretch. That's where I've set the bar. 3 straight wins down the stretch, and then
that's pretty high.
And then see where it lands you, because all these games are winnable. All these games, the Texans right now are playing with a running back that takes this team to another level, with a defense, especially Stingley, that takes the defense to another level. Enough of this. I mean, enough of this stuff about, hey, we're happy, we're good, let's see where it ends up. If they don't make it, blah, blah, blah. Nuh-uh. Let's raise the bar.
Yeah, and I mean, I think obviously I think the future's brighter than we could have anticipated, but I also think you don't get as lucky as the Texans have every season. Just look at this week. We're talking about playoff implication. We're talking about the teams that they're playing. Jamar Chase is going to miss time for the Bengals. Mm-hmm. They're in the mix with you. Trevor Lawrence is in concussion protocol. There's only 6 teams in the league, probably 5 now, if Lawrence doesn't play, that have had their quarterback for every game. So you're going to have injuries, but the Texans have gotten some breaks too, and it's something you take advantage of. And I think over the course of an NFL season, you adjust your expectations accordingly. You don't just go by what you thought. McLean's going to come in here at 11. I've heard him say, "Well, nobody picked." Who cares? So when the Rams had Kurt Warner and they were picked to be last, at this point in the season, it was whatever happens.
Yeah, no.
That's just not how it should be looked at. I think this team get in the playoffs. That's my expectations are. Let's just get in the playoffs right now at this point. I don't give a damn what we thought before or anything like that. Just get in the playoffs, and quite frankly, you got a really good chance to do that.
Well, let's talk about the 2 things that I think raise the bar. Let's start with Devin Singletary. All right? This is not the same team that had Dameon Pierce and Devin Singletary, or started the year with Dameon Pierce as the featured back. In the last 6 games, Devin Singletary has 502 yards and is averaging 4.7 yards a carry. That changes the team. That changes your expectation. They have a guy at the running back position that should make you think, hell yeah, we can win three games in a row. Now let's talk about the defense and what they're doing, especially against the run. Because the run defense right now is 6th in the entire NFL against the run. You know who's coming in these next 2 games? Well, the Browns have rushed in the last 2 games for 82 yards total and 29 yards total. Stuff them. Stuff the run, make Flacco beat you with the pass, then come back the Titans. The Titans in the last 2 games have rushed for 83 yards and 66 yards. This defense can stuff people in the run, and that changes everything. Devin Singletary and the defense, it's not even mentioning C.J. Stroud. I mean, you mentioned Kurt Warner. C.J. Stroud is having that kind of a year.
Well, I don't know about that.
I mean,
he's MVP.
Well, he was MVP. C.J.'s been in the conversation.
C.J. wasn't bagging groceries either. Mm-hmm. And older women.
This is true. True.
But yeah, I think it's definitely changed. I think the beauty of this though is right in front of you. You know, you talk about DeMeco Ryans and the job he's done. If I were filling out a Coach of the Year ballot, in no particular order, and I can hear the argument for any 3 of these guys, but my order of the ballot would be, before we see the final 3 games play out, would be Kevin Stefanski, the Browns, who are coming to town this week. Mm-hmm. And then you can go DeMeco or Steichen, whichever one you want. Yeah. Both have had to do a lot of things. And I think that DeMeco has the advantage at the quarterback position with CJ. But I think that those 3 guys would be my Coach of the Year candidates right there. That would be it.
If you can make a strong argument for any one of them, I think this game is going to determine a lot in the Coach of the Year race, because they get to 9 wins. That's a whole different level. And you beat head-to-head Stefanski, and you still have Steichen down the stretch. But I think Steichen actually is in terms of just on-the-field coaching, has done the best job. I mean, all things considering how it started with Jonathan Taylor, and then, obviously you got, quarterback position going on and all that on the field. But you can't discredit DeMeco.
I think the DeMeco impact is such, and we can this goes back to what we said. Like, you can go to expectations. People didn't expect C.J. Stroud to be this good.
Right.
Cleveland, they had higher expectations. They lost Chubb. They lost Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
And they've been. So I mean, it could go either way. Again, I don't have like an emphatic take, but I think it's been relatively pleasing, and it's nice to be talking about playoff ball. It's very nice to be talking about potential playoff ball, especially with what's going on and what's gone on really the last. I'll tell you this: I was driving in, and I heard Seth and Sean, and then I got questions about it yesterday on extensions and not like the Grenard thing. Every once in a while, if we want to bring up should they extend Grenard? But as far as just full conversations about the offseason, I've been talking about the offseason at this point in the season for the last 3 years. I don't give a rat's ass about the offseason right now. At this point, I want to focus on I just want to enjoy, sit back, and relax, and whatever happens, happens. Whatever the 40-minute man wants to do in the offseason, Nick Caserio, then have at it. But I'm not going to sit here and talk about the offseason. That was what mattered the most for way too long.
Yeah.
For way too long the last few years.
That stuff matters for a losing team to me.
Well, who are they going to draft? What about the draft pick?
Yeah.
What are they going to do with Dalton
What about
Schultz?
the Browns draft pick?
Hey, we will dive into that
I
as
stopped
much as
thinking
anyone.
about the Browns draft pick.
Me too. Hadn't even been a factor for me.
Me too.
So I don't care about what's going to happen, who's going to get extended. Would I like to, if in passing, yes, but as far as the big picture, I don't care.
There is a contract thing this year, though, that I think should come into play, and that's Devin Singletary's contract.
I would let him go.
Ride him like a $2 mule, and he wants to, because right now he has 711 yards. If he gets 1,000, he gets a $125,000 bonus. Give him the rock. Right now, he's been involved in 54% of the snaps for this team.
I would be kind of careful with him, though. I want him ready for the playoffs.
Oh no, but I mean, you got to.
I do think you got to balance it. I think there needs to be a little bit of a mix. I want him to be ready for the playoffs.
Well, of course, but
he's not used to getting 30 carries every week. You got to be careful with that.
I go the other way. Let's win these 3 games, see where it lands. Maybe you win the division, and you're riding the guy that has really changed the complexion of the team.
It is In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So through 15 weeks of the NFL season, we do this at the start of every show after the week concludes. On Tuesday, John McClain joining us at 11. 13 teams with winning records, 7 teams at 7-7, and 12 teams with losing records. Texans, by the way, one of 3 teams in the AFC South to be 8-6.
Yeah, that's the crazy.
3 teams,
and that's the part. That's the part that makes this division and makes me even more adamant about. Hell, man, just win them all. Just win them all, and it's very doable right now.
I saw that this game is actually the least meaningful of. You could lose this game and then win the final 2, and there's a 75% chance you get in the playoffs.
Yeah, because
now it increases. It obviously will increase here. If you're able to win this and get a little bit of a cushion, but in the big picture,
because
you could
the division
actually
wins.
Yeah, you could actually lose this. And then win the other 2.
Yeah.
And your chances are
one of the
high.
tiebreaker. I think it's the second or third tiebreaker.
People are asking me about tiebreakers, why Cincinnati ahead. Let's not worry about it.
Yeah.
3 weeks from now,
That's what I'm
saying. It's like the college football. It's like when they have that corny college football ranking show, and we're arguing about it, and then all of a sudden it's that team that we saw there is back. This is going to shape up. This is going to play out. Don't worry about who's ahead of you in the tiebreaker and all that type of stuff. Doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter at all. The Cleveland game matters a lot right now to get to that 9th win. And keep in mind
and you guarantee a winning season.
A winning season. And keep in mind the Jaguars have lost 3 in a row. Now they have an easier schedule, but they've lost 3 in a row.
They got Tampa Bay this week. Tampa Bay has the second longest winning streak in the NFL. They're right up top their division. So Tampa Bay has won 3 straight games. Yeah. So yeah, it's not some slouch. I actually think Tampa Bay is a small favorite now without Trevor Lawrence. So yeah, I mean, and you could be. If you find a way to beat Cleveland, I don't think it's going to be an easy dub by any stretch of the imagination, with or without C.J. Stroud. You'll be in control of your own destiny.
Yeah.
You'll be in control of your own destiny.
The other thing that you have with Cleveland, not just the winning record, not just control of your own destiny, but the pressure that you're putting on in the division is tangible. Like it could come down to the Indianapolis game at the end of the year, and so that's the kind of thing you want to keep putting pressure on Jacksonville because they're going to choke. That's what Jacksonville does, and then make the move into the division lead.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Texans versus the Browns on Sunday. Let's go to Jersey. Dominic, what's up?
What a win that was. Where do I even begin? Mike Vrabel's a loser. Absolute clown between the Bum Phillips hat, the bow and arrow celebration after a first down. The guy has accomplished nothing as a head coach. Everyone got their love the other day, rightfully so. Singletary, Kaimi, Noah Brown, Schultz, the D-line. I want to shout out Christian Harris. Harris was an absolute dog on Sunday. The team didn't have much juice early on, but Harris brought it early and often, lit up Henry on a few hits and got in his face afterward, and he let him know this ain't the same old Texans, boys. Case was a great story. Houston legend, no doubt, but I'm telling you right now, I need my boy CJ back this weekend. Finally, for all my New Jersey people, stop the nonsense with Sauce and Stingley. Derek Stingley is CB1. He is locked down. He is elite. As Landry said, ball skills of a porn star. Boys, D'Amico, Coach of the Year, Caserio, Executive of the Year. Let's ride this into the playoffs. Let's go Texans, baby.
There you go. That's how you represent.
That's Harris County, by the way.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Yeah, it's Harris
It's
County.
not going to work, John.
It is. It's working already.
Harris County is not going to work.
Yeah.
No.
Christian Harris County.
Not working.
It's working. No, it's working now. Just look at the text board.
It's over. That's a dangerous approach. Just look at the text board. Very dangerous approach. I don't know if that's live miles. Shout out to the loopholes if you listen. You are one. I just don't know if that's going to be my approach. Hey, just look at the text board.
There are some weird people on this text board.
Yeah,
Lopez.
We love them.
Lopez also, as we do, is also the same guy that said the Jets game was doable. How did that turn out?
That's a good point. Update.
That's not a good point.
Update. That's a good point. You did say you did feel good about the Jets.
I felt great about the Jets. I felt great about the Jets.
Update.
Oh, so I said that, so nothing else is valid.
Give me the update. Mm-hmm. Give me the update.
Just some angry people.
Just hold on to it in the pocket, man.
Yeah, man.
Hold on to it in the pocket.
And then
when you get something right, it's ignored.
Oh, yeah.
You also said they were going to draft C.J. Stroud the day of the draft.
Yes, I did. I also said this game was going to be about Love You Blue and Amy Adams Strunk and all that. How'd that work out?
Yeah.
They
don't remember the good stuff, only the bad stuff.
Yeah.
Is it weird to you? Like, I'm kind of tripped out by it. Like, I don't know. I want to know if the people feel this way. Shout out to the people. Mm-hmm. And I do mean you people. Is it weird as hell that Christmas is in 6 days?
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Like, I know that it's always like whenever a new month starts in a year, man, the year's gone by so fast. Oh my God, is it already August? Is it weird that look outside, feel the vibe, realize that it's about to be 2024? Is it weird that Christmas is in 6 effing days?
It's like flabbergasting how much it snuck up. And you just said something that I've mentioned this to you off the air. It's going to be 2024. Yeah. 2024.
Yeah, it's weird.
Dude.
The most depressing thing that you see these days, easily, if you're worried, like if you're talking about getting older, like, God, I'm getting older, easily.
NFL players born after 9/11?
No. No.
Because that's one for me.
It's when you go to a bar or you go to a gas station and you see anyone born on 12/19 of 2002 can be served alcohol here.
Yeah. I'm saying, when I see an NFL roster and I see players born after 9/11, I'm like, Lord, this is bad. By the way, speaking of this time of year, we've had some gorgeous weather these last couple of days, right? It's the hardest weather there is to dress for. Like, I don't know, because it's going to be cold in the morning and then, like, hot in the afternoon. And I'm like, hoodie, no hoodie, jacket, no jacket.
It's the worst, man.
It's the worworst.
You get in the car this afternoon
and I'm freezing.
And the heat is blazing.
Yes, and then I've got the heat on in the truck when I get out of the. I'm like, man, it's awesome weather in the day, but it's just hard to dress for.
This is a good driving week.
Why is, oh, because after today it is.
No one's there, man.
After today.
No one's on the
Tuesdays.
streets.
Did you notice the parking lot? Packed.
Yeah, today it's packed.
Packed.
It's fake hustle.
Yeah, after After today, it's going to be
hustle.
like la-di-da.
There's a lot of fake hustle going on in the office today.
Ooh-wee.
It's a lot. Get your emails out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get them going.
They usually have that Wednesday sales staff meeting. I don't think it's going to happen this week. Most people are going to be gone.
Coming in here just hop, skip, and jump.
Yeah, yeah. Have you gotten all your Christmas done?
No, I got some stuff, but it's laid out. I've gotten the hard stuff taken care of, Paul's. But I need to. I still got some stuff to do. But it's easy.
I think today is the last day you can guarantee delivery before Christmas.
I'm not delivering. I go to the store.
I don't.
Yeah, I go to the store.
Figgy?
I don't do the whole.
Some of both.
Yeah, I don't. Do
Some
that.
of both.
Yeah, I don't do that.
I like
go to the
just
store.
sit
I like to
down
see the
and
gift.
Press buttons.
I like to see the gift, sir.
Some stuff you got to go in the store to get, man.
Not really.
You got to check it out.
Not really.
You got to peep the scene.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the stores out there.
Yeah, shout out to the stores, but that's not what I do.
Go check it out. Get it. Get some help. Feel for the retail folks, though, man.
Yeah.
The other day, I went to the mall. You could tell they were a little bit exhausted. And I don't blame you.
No, not at all.
I definitely don't blame you. I was feeling your pain.
Have you ever worked a Christmas season?
Yeah, at FedEx.
In the retail?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, FedEx.
Amazon's the worst too.
Stay till 4.
Yeah.
Jeez, you can get that double time. They don't hesitate with it either. That was back in the day. But yeah, but that stuff's gonna come at you.
And I worked Christmas at Starbucks one year, man.
It was every day.
It was awful, man.
Man, that's every day.
No, you got all these people coming in pajamas.
That's every
Oh,
day.
yeah,
Let's go get a coffee.
Let's get 15, 20 Frappuccinos and all this other stuff.
That's every day.
You try to do it then.
That's every day.
I would work on a regular Thursday before I work on the Christmas at Starbucks.
Every damn day. Coming up, speaking of Christmas, speaking of lists, John Lopez has a list, and he maybe should have checked it twice. The Texans' wish list for Sunday next.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
He's making a list, checking it twice. John Lopez has a list. Texans obviously have a lot of injured players. D'Amico Ryans gave the update yesterday on C.J. Stroud. He said he's getting better. Aaron Wilson, by the way, per sources, said that C.J. Stroud's getting better as well.
Man, just when we start saying, all right, he's doing some stuff. He's doing a little work.
Minutes after.
It's like...
But you have a list.
I have a list.
You have a list.
A Christmas list.
Let's hear this list.
Christmas list. All right, so let me ask you guys this. If you had to rank the players that were out last week.
That you need most?
1 through 6, let's say.
CJ's 1.
CJ's 1 by a million miles, a gajillion miles. Who's 2 through 6?
Nico Collins is 2.
That's number 2 on my list. Figgy?
Who's number 2?
Nico,
Nico,
right?
of course. Yeah,
right,
Nico.
Now, this is where it gets interesting. 3, I've got Jimmy Ward.
Okay.
Mostly because of Joe Flacco.
Okay.
I'm talking about for this upcoming game.
Okay.
You know, they're gonna. He's look what he did this past week again. 212 yards passing in the fourth quarter, letting it air out, big arm, all that stuff. 4,
Jimmy, you can rest.
I don't think he's going to come back.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, if on the wish list, he would be 3. 4 is Blake Cashman.
I would have Will Anderson or Blake Cashman.
5 is George Fant.
Okay. What are you doing? You're putting Will Anderson at 6. I know that they didn't miss him the other day. And
for this game, is it crazy to put Will Anderson at 6? Hey, you're the one that asked the question during the game.
Well, I mean, I think it was a fair question. I mean, because we're not just talking about. I mean, I know, and some people. The funniest thing yesterday on the text line, and it's not just like one guy. There were probably 10 people that were saying, "Well, Tennessee sucks. You minimize it." Do you realize that the Texans Derrick Henry had 20 touches and 15 scrimmage yards? That's the first time in NFL history a guy's gotten 20 touches and had 15 scrimmage yards. There have been some crappy-ass teams.
Yeah.
And that is the first time. So they had a historic performance against the run, and they had 7 sacks. So I thought in that particular game you didn't miss Will Anderson. But moving forward, I think you're going to need Will Anderson. And you don't win the Denver game without Will Anderson. So it was just a question about that game specifically.
He was outstanding in the Denver game. I'm just looking at this defense, what Christian Harris did, Harris County, what we got out of Perryman, Barnett. In Will Anderson's place, had a sack and I think 2 TFLs.
Yeah.
The inside defense, the interior defensive line played well. This is not like, oh, he stinks. I'm talking about for this coming Sunday, coming off that win, I would go obviously CJ 1, Nico, Jimmy Ward, Blake Cashman, George Fant, and then Will Anderson.
I think Will Anderson can eat in this game, man, because the Browns O-line is banged up, man. They on 3rd, 4th stringers, man. So I think he can eat with this
The argument
game.
would be so were the Titans.
Yeah.
That would probably be.
I mean, and he probably could have ate during this game.
No, I know.
We don't know.
I know, but I mean, is it?
Let's not get too comfortable because we had a good game last week.
I'm happy with Will Anderson. I just in that game specific, it was clear he wasn't missed. That was it. There's nothing more, nothing less. I'm not saying take the trade back. I'm not saying anything different. In that game, you had a historic performance against the run, which is what he does best, or what we hear.
Yeah.
Jonathan Grenard had over 2 sacks. We heard Matt Burke even credit Will Anderson at one point for Jonathan Grenard's sacks. So that was the question there. I'm not going to get carried away here.
I'm not getting carried away. I'm just talking about for this game.
Bro, you put George Fant ahead of him.
Well, right tackle.
Brother.
Right tackle. He's had a good year.
George Fant?
Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
I'm not down on Will Anderson. I'm saying for this game.
Oh, my God.
I think Will Anderson's going to be what we thought he was, but man, they played their asses off with that lineup on the defensive side. I mean, they played their asses off.
They stepped up.
Yeah.
Yeah, they stepped the game up.
So where would you put Will Anderson?
3, 4. right there. I think you got to put CJ, obviously, and then you got to put Nico. You need some guy who has 1,000 yards.
Would you put him ahead of Cashman?
For this game,
Cashman's been one of the best players, if not the best player on the defense.
Yeah.
No way. Even if I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, like he would still eat last week.
I think Cashman's important. I don't think Tennessee is capable of taking advantage of what other teams are capable of taking advantage of when it comes to the Texans in coverage. So, and I don't know what the Browns really are either. So, I mean, we could go back and forth. The thing about it is you have Jonathan Grenard. Like, I don't like Blake. The difference between, if we're talking about who's more important, we're basically talking about Blake Cashman or Hansen.
Yeah.
Like, that's what we're talking about. And then, but with Will Anderson, we're talking about Jonathan Grenard, Will Anderson, and then the other guys. So I think based on just depth alone, then I think you could, if you want to make the case for Cashman, you can make a strong case for Cashman.
I think Cashman would be, even giving him the benefit of the doubt, Will Anderson with his defense, that he could do the same things. I would still put Blake Cashman third. So Will Anderson 4 at best. It would be 4, 5, or 6. It's just bizarre because I started thinking about this, and I'm like, yeah, no, Jimmy Ward, if he can get healthy and be one of those guys that comes back in a week, I want him on the field for sure. I could live with
tough.
I could live without Will Anderson.
They might just need to rest him for.
No, I think they will. I don't think he's going to come back.
He stays hurt, man.
He was out.
He stays hurt.
I mean, if I had to guess,
he's a physical guy. He's getting older. The way in which he plays. It's going to be hard to keep Jimmy on the field, man. When he's out there, it's lovely.
He would be crucial in this game.
I don't know. I mean, what's Flacco going to do?
I said, what has Flacco done?
It's a cute story, but let's be serious. Like, this is like Derrick Henry.
3 games in a row. What is it? 3 or 4?
Yeah, good for him.
A cute story.
Good for him. Yeah, it's a cute story. But I mean, it's like Derrick Henry last week. Like this guy. I mean, Joe Flacco's not going to beat you. I mean, he can maybe not lose to you. I mean, he ain't going to beat you. He's a statue.
They were trailing this past week, and he threw for 212 yards and 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter.
It's cute. I mean, I don't take anything away from the story. It's cool. I mean, it's nice. It's easy to root for. I like Joe Flacco, but I mean, I have no.
So the Texans going to
win. Is CJ coming back?
Let's assume CJ's coming back.
I mean, because I have a lot of respect for the Browns defense. Like, is CJ coming back? I mean, he beat the Bears. Joe Flacco beat the Bears. Good job.
Yeah.
That was good. Nice job. Like, you lit up the Bears defense in the fourth quarter. Congrats. That's awesome, dude. It's great. You came off your couch and you're winning games and all that, but I mean, they need CJ back because Case Keenum is a ticking time bomb. Make no mistake about it. It's great. It's gutsy, all that. Like, he's a ticking time bomb. You're not going to. And the other thing about it is this: I would almost think about Davis Mills in this game.
What?
Kevin Stefanski knows Case Keenum better than anybody. We already saw him almost throw 2 interceptions. Kevin Stefanski worked with him at 2 different stops. Well, but I thought it was like a 1-game type of thing. But like as far as how his body feels and all that, like I don't know. I guess you put Case out there, but I don't think that's going to go well for you. I think it's house money right now with Case Keenum. You might be able to do it against the Titans, but against this defense and against a guy that knows Kevin Stefanski probably knows Case Keenum better than any coach.
Look, the first thing I put on the doc this morning was thank you for your service, Case.
Yes.
Now please step aside.
Go in national too.
Because he takes some risks. You know, it was funny because in the postgame he was talking about, I take a lot of pride in protecting the ball.
Well,
he has 49.
Dalton Schultz helped you.
He has 49 touchdowns and 29 interceptions.
And Dalton Schultz helped you too.
Yeah,
it was gutsy. It was great. It was awesome. It was appreciated. But I think if you talk about house money, Case Keenum at this point, you do not want to go back to that blackjack table with Case Keenum.
I think it's time for Case Keenum to step aside, but not for Davis Mills.
I know. I mean, I'm just saying. Like, I don't think it's going to go well for Case Keenum if he plays on Sunday.
He takes risks.
If he plays on Sunday, it's not going to go well. Not against that defense, and not against that guy who knows him so well.
It has to be CJ Sunday, or I don't think you win the game. I'll put it that way.
No, I agree.
Right?
No, I agree. I agree with you.
I don't think it's Davis Mills. I don't think it's Case Keenum. Case Keenum takes a lot of chances. He's a legend. He became a bigger legend. It was awesome. It was a great story, but against that Browns defense,
I agree.
Against that Browns defense, I don't want to see Case Keenum.
I agree. 100%. Texans 2.5-point favorite. We'll see what happens with C.J. Stroud, but we 100% agree on that. You need him back on the field sooner rather than later. Coming up, did Case Keenum take it too far, and how close is a division title? Far and close coming up next.
D'Amico's defense set.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Little game of far and close as we localize it here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. On to Week 16, Texans-Browns on Sunday. John McClain, he's coming in at 11. It's going to be interesting, Ted.
It's going to be interesting.
Hear what McClain has to say about it. Did Case Keenum take it too far after the game on the field? This was something that Case Keenum said. I want you to tell me whether you agree or disagree with Case's assessment of this Houston Texans football team, which is 8-6, heading into the big game against the Cleveland Browns.
I think from top to bottom, we're one of the best teams in the NFL. I really do.
You think they're one of the best teams in the NFL, top to bottom?
I do not, but I could see where he said that, only because of the performance that he just witnessed. Like the defensive, ball side, Devin Singletary looking like a playoff back, like a guy that can help carry a team, all that stuff. I don't think it's true, but I'm not gonna bash the guy or say this or that because
I'm not asking you to bash him, John.
because he was
Drama
feeling.
King.
I'm not gonna bash him because he was feeling it.
Jeez,
he was feeling it.
So let's just look at the playoff teams. Any given Sunday, you feel the Texans could beat anyone in this division, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How do you feel about the Texans versus the Dolphins? Does it depend on Tyreek Hill?
Does Tyreek Hill play?
Let's say yes.
I would not feel good about that.
I wouldn't feel terrible, but I wouldn't feel good.
Yeah.
I think they would be probably a 9-point dog.
Yeah.
10?
Yeah, that's
maybe.
probably in the neighborhood.
What about Buffalo with the way Buffalo's playing right now?
Buffalo scares me more than any team in the AFC right now.
Yes, they're playing very well. They're battle-tested. Baltimore.
Awesome. I think the Texans, obviously they faced them, but it was the first game of the year. The Texans would be big underdogs, but I think the Bills are scarier.
All right, and then the rest of the AFC North, you can compete. They're all backup quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
What about the Chiefs?
They don't scare me. That's not outrageous, I don't think.
Now, you need Blake Cashman in that game.
You definitely need Blake Cashman. Oh, my God.
Yeah,
I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah. I would say that, but they're wide receivers. That's one of the, Tony is
a nut.
Is he point shooting?
He's a nut.
I don't know what's going on with him.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you would definitely need, like, in the Travis Kelce
Now, their defense
situation,
is really good.
It's one of the best in the league.
Yeah. So there's another.
But they don't scare you as much.
Nah, I'm not scared of the
Chiefs.
Chiefs.
So, that's kind of an any given Sunday type of situation, seeing how it kind of shapes up for the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
So, as crazy as it sounds, as crazy as it is to believe, with as things are right now, with Joe Burrow out and a lot of teams have injury issues and whatnot, they can compete. Now, we both agree they need C.J. Stroud on Sunday to beat the Cleveland Browns. Right now, though, there are 3 8-6 teams in the AFC South.
Yeah.
You have Jacksonville. Looks like they're going to be without Trevor Lawrence on Sunday against Tampa Bay, who has the second longest winning streak in the NFL. You have Indianapolis, who's doing a hell of a job. They finished the season against the Texans. If you win out and the Jags lose one, then the division is yours. The division is 100% yours. It is going to be crazy just what a difference a year makes with what it looks like that Indianapolis game is shaping out to be between D'Amico and Shane Steichen. And the thing about that, like the most potentially meaningful thing that could happen this year is you feel good about D'Amico, but at the end of the season, it's going to be him versus Steichen. And I think that's going to become a little bit more of a storyline than it was early on.
Big time.
Because we were focused more on the quarterbacks, Richardson versus Stroud. Now Minshew's doing his thing. But at the end of the season, when it comes to the long-term success of the Texans, and it comes to, rivalries and stuff like that, two guys who should be mentioned Coach of the Year. You can't go wrong with either D'Amico or Steichen. Two guys who are at the top of the wish list for Texans fans in the offseason, playing a meaningful game to shock the world and get into the playoffs. That's going to be a really, really intriguing storyline. And who knows? I think Jacksonville. I don't think Jacksonville's beating Tampa Bay this week.
I don't either. And then of course they have the Panthers at home, or I don't know where they play the Panthers, but then they go to the Titans. Yeah. So that that last week of the season, Jaguars at Titans and Texans at Colts.
Trevor Lawrence has the fake foot injury. He has a knee brace and he has a head injury. What's he going to be down the
stretch? Does he have a head injury?
No, I'm just kidding. I think so. I think so.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's that goes back to raising the bar. Hey, maybe they can do this. Maybe, and I fell victim to it last week. I wrote off winning the division. I'm just like, getting into the playoffs. But this can be big time, because if you win the division, I guess conceivably you could face the Bills, and that wouldn't be ideal. But winning the division it's absolutely on the table right now for this squad.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So Pat McAfee, he gave some love to Fairbairn, and he talked about this AFC South and how wild it is yesterday on ESPN. This is what McAfee had to say about it.
How about Kaimi Fairbairn coming back? Big time kick. What a ball. Way to go, Kaimi. He's a dog. Great at kicking balls. Remember, the Texans had some issues with kickers.
Yep.
Trying to replace Kaimi. Since Kaimi has gotten to the Houston Texans, he has been a great kicker for them. Great operation. I'm happy as hell for this Houston Texans team. Now, the AFC South has gotten very, very tacked. Colts still have a chance to go on and win.
Right.
Titans have a chance to go. No, they do not. Jacksonville Jaguars have a chance to go on and win.
Right.
Houston Texans have a chance to go on and win.
Right.
Anybody could get a home playoff game right now. Let's enjoy the hell out of that happening in the division that everybody thought would stink. That is not the case. It's the most electrifying in the NFL right now.
I think it's going to be competitive for a few years, too. Like, if you just look at the quarterback situation, say what you want about Trevor Lawrence. He's going to be good enough to where you're in the mix for the division. And we know how we feel about C.J. Stroud. The interesting thing for me, though, with the Colts is I don't want to say they, take 2 steps back next year, but they're kind of in, an awkward phase, because while 2 of the teams feel great about their quarterback, I mean, are they better with Minshew? Obviously, you have to roll with Anthony Richardson. Even if you feel good about Anthony Richardson, he left the field, I think, on 4 games this year. Couldn't stay healthy at Florida. I don't want to say it's like a buzzkill situation, but it's almost weird, awkward, uncertain. I don't know what the word is to describe Indianapolis. If we're just talking about how this division looks right now and whether or not this is what it's going to look like next year, the year after, the year after, the year after.
Outside of the injuries, what Steichen is doing with Minshew actually has me more worried about what he could do with Anthony Richardson. If he stays healthy, and that's a big if. Steichen clearly is a savant himself. Like Minshew's not a slug, but he's playing his ass
I would
off.
say it looks like Philly misses him a little bit.
Yeah, there's that too.
Yeah, I would say Philly seems to miss him.
Look at what Philadelphia did last night. I mean,
their offense, everyone's talking about their defense. I mean, their offense is not setting the world on fire. There could be other factors in it, but they look like they miss him a little bit.
That's going to be one of the more intriguing things going into next season is what he's done with Minshew. If Richardson can stay healthy, it actually scares me more what he could do with Richardson.
I also think that's something to look at for D'Amico, because sometimes with the good comes the bad. Philadelphia last night, as Week 15 concluded, they lost their coordinators to head coaching gigs. Eventually, that happens, and you have to. Those are problems that are far ahead of us.
Yeah.
But that's typically what you have to do and the type of stuff that you have to overcome. Fortunately for us right now, all they have to overcome is whatever's in front of them. You say week to week, a lot of times you roll your eyes. It really is for the Texans. We're really on a week to week process, man.
Well, we
don't even have to get ahead of ourselves.
The only thing that matters
in front of us, Figgy.
Only thing that mattered last week.
Control your own destiny right now.
Tennessee was the only thing that mattered last week. It was a win or you don't go to the playoffs.
That's it.
Guess what? This week, same
Cleveland.
thing.
A lot of times there's a hardo just saying it just to say it, but not
week to week.
It's actually true. Hey,
it is now.
No,
100%.
In the middle of the season, we were like, okay, if this happens and this happens, you could afford to look forward.
Yep.
Last week, it was just Tennessee. This week, it's just Cleveland.
No doubt.
And then it'll go down the rest.
Speaking of Cleveland, spend Christmas with us. We're going to give you a chance to win some tickets to the game on Sunday on a Texans Ticket Tuesday. Be listening in the noon hour. We got you covered. Coming up, get some popcorn, please. I need some popcorn. John McClain. What a week he had last week. What a week. John McClain coming in the studio. Next.
Hang on. Before we talk about the Texans, I've been sitting here thinking about something.
The moment definitely wasn't too big for Kate.
Oh man, John McClain, the general, he coming up right now. Everybody line up, everybody. Stand up straight, make sure you fit your hat, fix your collar. Don't be looking all like that, man. The general coming. Make sure you don't talk back to him, man. Here he come.
John McClain. The man, the myth, the legend, John McClain joins us here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. How you feeling, man?
I couldn't feel better. Just talked to Tony Grossi, my buddy who's covered the Browns for 35 years, and he's all fired up.
He done moved on.
Even though he doesn't like being here on Christmas Eve, but the Browns are winning. The Flacco story, one of the great success stories, reminding everybody of Bernie Kosar because he does everything right. He's kind of the antithesis of Watson, and And so, if they beat the Texans, I think Tony told me their odds making the playoffs will be 99%. So it's big for them, big for the Texans. And right now, after the way the Texans played in that game, gritty, gutsy, ballsy, they're capable of winning the last three.
Man, you're trying to move on real quick to Cleveland. We're going on to Cleveland.
I want to go back to this past weekend because it was incredible. After everything we talked about last week, and you said you didn't give a rat's you-know-what about the colors and the uniforms. It mattered, right?
I love seeing those colors. I love seeing the colors, the derrick and the end zone because it was all what I covered for 20 years. I love seeing all the stuff with Earl Campbell and White Shoes Johnson going into the Ring of Honor, and I think it's great that the Texans beat them. And I told people on the podcast, if people here don't like what they did, boo them when they come here. Show up and boo the hell out of them and let them know. But I thought it was an unbelievable comeback. I thought when it was 13-0, they were going to get beat. It's going to be like it was at the Jets. And pulling that game out, I can't think of other than the Pittsburgh game in 2002 when they had like 45 yards and scored 3 defensive touchdowns. I can't think of a game that was a grittier victory than what they pulled out with so many players out.
But I'm talking about like the Love You Blue stuff.
Oh, I love the Love
That's
You Blue
what
stuff.
I mean. It mattered in the game. I mean,
it's in my lead on my story. I said the Texans made sure the Titans are going to have a Columbia blue Christmas.
Yes. I read your story. Thank
you.
And I was like, okay, you said it was going to be mentioned low, but it was in your lead.
Well, that was I said it was going to be mentioned low in the early stuff, the advanced stuff.
Oh, okay.
Do you like my lead about the blue Christmas?
I loved it. Miami Fairbairn's kick led to a Columbia blue Christmas.
Yeah, it's amazing to me they miss so many players. And like Derek Barnett starting in place of Will Anderson Jr. sick. And two knockdowns, and Ward goes out. It's just amazing what D'Amico and his staff are getting from the players. And every time I see Jonathan Grenard do something, I hear ka-ching, because his bank account's going to go up. And as far as the Columbia Blue, I love seeing those colors because I haven't seen them since 1998. And I know all the former Oilers liked it. But they got beat. Texans beat them the old-fashioned way. It was the best defensive performance I have ever seen any team have against a player who had so totally dominated them like Derrick Henry.
Talking to John McClain here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Did you think that Amy Adams might have taken it a little bit too far on Sunday? Just a little bit?
That's what they did with Atlanta.
I mean, come on.
Same thing they did with Atlanta, same thing they'll do in the future. So, no. Other than we know that's coming all year.
So you don't think like the Oilers on the scoreboard?
No, I thought it was great. I love
Earl
seeing
Campbell
Oilers
next
again.
to the middle was
love
a little bit much.
Earl was up there because of White Shoes Johnson being inducted in the Ring of Honor. All these Love You Blue Oilers.
So you don't think you don't think there was any little bit?
No, I don't care about that. I think it was all great because all those Oilers loved it, and if they love it, it's good with me.
But even Texans players were talking about it. I mean,
Good.
She was trying to stick it to them.
Good. And that's one reason the Texans beat them.
Okay.
So you think this is just a coincidence that it happened against the Texans?
Coincidence? No, they had that schedule back in the off season. Falcons and Texans.
But they did the Falcons first so that they could say what you're saying right now. Like it was a stick to Houston.
I think the schedule came out by the NFL. They could have picked any game. They tried to pick it on a game when they could get most of their players coming in for the annual reunion.
Oh, so during the holidays, that's the best time?
Do what?
Like during a week and a half before Christmas is the best time when everyone can come in town?
No, they had their reunion when they played the Falcons. They brought players in from all over the country.
So you don't think there was any spite by Amy Adams at all?
Spite? I'm sure there was spite.
All right.
Okay.
That's what I've been saying.
Of course.
All right. That's what I've been saying.
But I thought it was great. Nobody's going to change my mind on that. And I thought it was great that the Texans won.
Did you feel some anger from fans with the McClain juggling of Tennessee and Houston a little
There's
bit?
no juggling of Tennessee and Houston. That's another one of your lies you keep perpetrating on everybody that listens to you.
No,
it's BS.
You don't think it's kind of like
there's no balancing and there's no nothing. I don't care what the Titans
I don't
do.
think by the way, I think you're giving me too much credit for acting like I invented that notion.
I didn't say you invented that.
That's kind of
There's
unfair.
another one of your lies.
No,
I didn't say you invented squat.
You're acting like I invented the notion that you play both sides of Titans, Texans, like I'm the one who came up with that.
Never played both sides of the Titans and Texans. Never. Anybody thinks that is clueless or full of BS or listening to you too much.
Oh, wow.
Lopez. Lopez.
No,
I've never
where you
heard,
at here?
I've never heard John say that.
No, look,
It's
John,
only you.
Lopez.
Hold on.
Come on.
I don't care if the Titans go 0-17.
If you want to throw me in front of the gun, I'll take it.
No. I'm about to defend you here. Because last week, and we were talking about this off air, so I want to talk about it on air with you because I don't like to talk behind people's backs if I say something on the air. I said that last week it was very much doesn't matter, and then all of a sudden it matters. Did you just change your mind?
What are you talking about? Doesn't matter.
The Oilers and Amy Adams, and this was spiked.
I thought it was great that they did all that, and I thought it was great that the Texans won, and I thought it'd be terrible if the Titans won because it would hurt the Texans' chance to win the division and go to the playoffs.
I get all that.
Only you guys are obsessed with all the Columbia Blue. I'm not.
I don't care about it.
I'm more obsessed about football.
You're the most obsessed with it.
What?
The Columbia Blue.
No, only you asked me.
No.
Yesterday I was at
John,
the
you were
Avalon.
given Wikipedia history lessons about it during like going in depth on it.
What are you talking about?
Like during the game, like you were given like history, like You're obsessed with the Columbia Blue. I don't care about the Columbia Blue.
I think if you ask me, I think it's great that they did it. If you guys didn't ask me, I wouldn't be talking about it. I'd like to talk about the game or the Browns, and y'all are obsessed with Columbia Blue.
No, I'm not obsessed with it. In fact, I said last week I don't care about the colors and all that and when they wear the uniforms. What got me and what got me upset was that there's no doubt in my mind that Amy Adams has been very petty about it. It's not the colors and the uniforms and the reunion. It's that she has been very petty about it, sticking it to the Texans. That's what I'm saying.
Well, as somebody who's in the same division, they should want to stick it to the Texans. Mm-hmm. Every time they play them, they should want to stick it to the Texans, and I think it's great. We never could get a rivalry because of what the teams did on the field.
Yeah.
So now if the rivalry is heated up because of the uniforms, that's great.
You think she looked pretty stupid, though, like from a national perspective? Because I tried to, like, take a step away. Like, do you think Amy Adams looked pretty dumb? Like, because it seemed like people were kind of mocking just how petty it came across.
I didn't pay any attention to it and don't know and don't care. Y'all want to talk about football? I'm happy to keep talking about this since you all are so obsessed with it.
It's not an obsession.
By the way, yes, it is. The way y'all keep talking about it. I was at the Avalon Diner Monday, and I had 4 different people come up to me, and they were just infuriated that they wore the colors. And where does Mike Vrabel get off mocking Bum Phillips? I said, well, he was trying to pay tribute to him.
Oh, come on.
But people down here doesn't see it that way. And people down here, I told these guys in a nice way, the Titans don't care what we think down here. They only care about what they think up there because those are their fans. That's their media.
But if they don't think what the Texans think down here...
Well, they don't give a damn what the Texans think.
Well, then why have they... And again, it comes back to Amy Adams. It's not the colors or the uniforms. It's that she was obsessed with keeping the Texans from doing something with this color and this history, et cetera. It always goes back to that for me. It's not the uniforms. I was happy. It was kind of cool to see them, to be honest, too, for me.
It was cool to see them after seeing them all those years.
But knowing the backstory and all that is what got...
That they won't let the Texans use Columbia Blue in their uniforms?
Correct.
Yeah, well, that's never going to happen.
Because of Amy Adams. That's what I'm saying.
Because the Titans and the NFL won't allow it. It's like, what did they do about U of H? Did they threaten U of H?
They threatened cease and desist.
Did they ever do anything with Rice? Because Rice did it.
I don't know if they did with Rice or not.
I think it's great that this rivalry's heated up. I hope in 2 weeks, if the Texans beat the Browns, that there will be even more intensity because of the Titans doing it.
Oh, there will be. No, I think there
just hope
absolutely
people will
be.
show up.
This is the rival now.
Good.
Yeah.
And it was a great game. Too bad it wasn't like for the Rangers and Astros where it actually meant something for both teams.
John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. You mentioned the the performance, the defensive performance that the Texans had. That was the D'Amico Ryans game right there on Sunday, right? That had to have been the D'Amico game. That was his signature win, right?
I'll tell you a guy who's doing a great coaching job, and he's not getting a lot of publicity. Matt Burke, defensive line is his baby. Jacques Serre is a defensive line coach, but Matt has been a defensive line coach. Coached Watt last year. Watt swears by him. You see guys like Khalil Davis step up and making plays. Derek Barnett made plays. That line is playing. They're playing their asses off. And D'Amico says it always starts up front. I thought without Will Anderson, they're going to be in trouble. Yeah. And yet they have 7 sacks, ties second most in history. The most was, I think, it's 16. And they had 12 tackles for loss, and they knocked down Will Levis Jr. 11 times. Mm-hmm. That was the most dominant performance I've seen this defensive line have since Watt was here and playing with Clowney and DJ Reader. But it was an unbelievable performance against Derrick Henry, and I'm bet you in 2 weeks he doesn't want any piece of them.
I mean, 20 touches, 15 scrimmage yards, first time in NFL history. Kind of saw the Texans put that graphic up.
4 catches, 1 yard. They hit him in the backfield, swarmed him, and they didn't let him break tackles. What was his longest run? 5 yards?
Something like that. I think in the third quarter he had 0 yards on like 9 or 10 carries.
And boy, they killed Tim Kelly up there because they figured out how many runs were up the middle on first down. So Levis is facing second and long, and his offensive line is terrible. But boy, right now the Browns got injuries in their offensive line. Flacco's getting hit a lot. It'll be interesting to see if they can keep this up a second game in a row.
And then there was Devin Singletary. I mean, that book is closed, right? I mean, he's going to be carrying.
Pierce had what, 1 carry?
1 carry. That's it, right?
Previous 2 games, Singletary had been productive in the first half, and then they made some kind of adjustments to shut him down.
Well, he didn't get the carries either.
And I wish that that 34-yarder would have counted just to up his stats even more. But, yeah, he is the man. It's amazing how many guys are playing well in the last year of their contract. Nick Caserio and D'Amico, they're going to have some big decisions to make in the offseason, and they're going to have to pay some big money starting with Grenard.
Yeah. Do you think that is definite?
Definite what?
But they pay Grenard?
Oh, I don't think it's definite. He may come. They'll have a budget for him, and he's going to come in high, and then somebody else may be desperate to pay a lot of money. Because he's also really good against the run, and maybe they'll franchise him. I don't know what the franchise tag will be
high.
At that point,
That would be.
But it's going to cost a lot of money to keep Jonathan Grenard. He's healthy for the first time, and he's playing great.
John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. What are they saying about Will Levis there in Nashville?
They like him. They think he's their guy. You know, they need another weapon outside. That's another thing. They did a great job on Hop. 2 catches. What do you have? 15 yards.
And the one called back.
Petrie got beat, and then he was able to do just enough to get the ball to where it bounced. Stingley played great again. The corners have not been the issues. It's the safeties. And when Jimmy Ward went out early, I'm thinking, uh-oh. But this defense just stepped up big time and just killed our offensive line. Plus, I think, remember that play where Khalil Mack just bull rushed Peter Skoronski?
Yeah.
They're one of the highest rated linemen in the draft, and that just shows what Khalil Davis is all about. Bringing him in here, resurrecting his career. Now they claim Tier Tart, who was waived by the Titans because he was pouting all year because they wouldn't give him an extension. So he's going to want to play his ass off because he's real good against the run.
Top 5 against the double team.
Yeah.
Top 5 against the double teams last year.
And you know that Derrick Henry's going to go, because he knows what he's capable of doing. And there's not going to be anybody play harder than Tier Tart. Plus, he's trying to audition for more money. I don't like what he did, let his contract affect his play to where they just gave up on him. But, man, you talk about motivated, I can't wait.
Derrick Henry needs to sit out the last 3 games, right? They shouldn't even see him in 2 weeks.
After the beating he took, but they got to try. They're going to have a lot of money. They could re-sign him, but he's turning 30 in January, and he's obviously not the same player. But their offensive line is terrible, too, so he's not going to give him a lot of money to go anywhere else, that's for sure. So he may take the best he can get or maybe just stay there.
That's what I'm saying.
Made a lot
Just
of
sit
money.
out there. Like, wait for next year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well,
I hadn't thought of that either.
He could. That's not in.
That's
his
a possibility.
It's not in his DNA.
Well, he needs to get it in there.
If you had to pick a player of the game from Sunday, who would it be? Because we went through 8 guys yesterday, and then D'Amico picked the offensive line.
I would pick the guy that won the game after missing 5 games, field goals of 53 and 54 yards. I would have to go with Kaimi Fairbairn. And one of the things I liked about D'Amico, they asked him why he let the clock run down. He said we knew we were in his range, and we didn't want to take a chance on a hold or not offside, a negative play. And it turned out to be very smart. D'Amico is such a smart football guy. And so it's hard because you could go with so many different players, but I gotta go with the guy that won the game because I couldn't decide between Singletary. You know, Case played well enough, but Singletary was great. Noah Brown was good. Schultz had that fantastic catch. Grenard was just outstanding.
That's my vote.
And Grenard just dominated.
Mm-hmm.
And when they play them again in 2 weeks after that ass whooping, those guys are not going to come in here very confident.
John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, it's time to get world famous. World famous McClain leg hiking next.
All right, guys, a lot of people talking.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
John McClain said, "Thank you, Faggy."
All right, world-famous McLean leg hiking. Concept very simple. We throw takes at John McClain, not necessarily our own. He either agrees or he hikes the leg. Start it off, OG.
All right. Aaron Rodgers will play this season.
I get Biggie. He's not stupid. He's an egomaniac and a drama queen, but boy, can you imagine him getting out there and getting hit? And I think what will happen, Robert Saleh will say, oh, he wanted to play. Aaron was going to give it everything he could, but we're just not going to let it.
All for show.
Yeah.
The Houston Texans will not win this game if C.J. Stroud doesn't return on Sunday against the Browns.
Oh, boy. Flacco about to turn 39. Case 35. Battle of the old guys. I get Figgy. I think the Texans can beat anybody. They'll beat the Browns.
This defense is just as good without Will Anderson as with him.
I get Figgy.
Well,
Will's a great run player, and he's a good pass rusher, gets pressure, gets a lot of double teams.
Three of them, Jack Easterby and Amy Adams are equally hated in Houston.
I get Figgy. I don't think anybody's more hated than Easterby.
Christian Harris should be known as Harris County.
God. So bad. So bad.
I love it. You've heard of Revis Island?
Christian Harris
County.
I get Figgy.
Oh, man.
Thank you.
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. By the way, he played a great game after getting torched.
Harris County.
Jets.
Yeah.
The Jags are in trouble.
Oh, boy, that's the truth. Never will I be happier to give you $100 than that one. You know, if Anthony Richardson hadn't been hurt, Colts wouldn't be where they are. Because he would have struggled like he was struggling early. Having Minshew, they're 5-1 over their last 6 games, and he's playing well. And I'm guessing they'll have Jonathan Taylor back for the last game. But, the Jags are struggling. And Trevor Lawrence is in the concussion protocol, and he has a sprained ankle.
Nico Collins will be back this week.
Yes, I believe he will. I think he tried really hard last week to play, but he just couldn't do it. And, boy, that'll make a big difference for whichever quarterback. I'm going to guess it's Case, hope it's Stroud. We won't know till the end of the week when they come up with a designation on Friday, but I think they're going to win the game regardless. Case was 2-0 with the Browns 2 years ago.
That's right.
This was Vandy and Dre's best walk-off call of all time.
16-16, 2 seconds to go in overtime. 54-yard attempt, left hash mark. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn.
Yes!
Good! The Texans win!
Yes!
Legendary! Fairbairn knocks it through from 54 as the Texans defeat the former Oilers.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
19-16.
I'll say yes because that's the only one I've ever heard.
Put them up.
Stop the Vinsanity? That would be up there.
I
Shots fired at Vandy.
I never heard the other one because I'm covering the games.
Yeah.
So you never heard of Vandy final call? Wow.
No, never. I read about Stop the Vinsanity, but I've never read it.
So you don't even So you don't even know whether or not Vandy's good at what he does. Is basically what you're saying. Hardo.
Basically, everybody tells me he's good at what he does, and because I like him, I think he's great at what he does.
All right. One way or another, Jonathan Grenard will make $19 million next year. That's the franchise tag, by the way.
I agree. He's either going to get the franchise tag here, or he's going to get that kind of money annually with somebody else. It'll average because it'll be a big signing bonus, so the base salary will be down. But, yes, the price for premier pass rushers who can play the run is already astronomical.
$19 million. That's good work. That's good work by old Jonathan Grenard.
John McClain is a ham guy during Christmas.
Yes, we have turkey on Thanksgiving. We have ham on Christmas.
What kind of sides y'all looking at?
I think she will have macaroni and cheese, green bean casserole. She'll have sweet potatoes, and she'll have rolls.
What do you mean she? Aren't you eating too?
And I'm eating, but I'm not eating that.
Yeah.
And
you're not eating rolls?
No. And
you have done a good job with the soda, man.
I'm guessing. I think. Let's see, ham, mac and cheese, and green bean casserole, and she'll have sweet potatoes.
How skinny are you trying to get?
I'm not. I'm going to make another big push starting January 2nd.
What are you going to? What are you going to try to get?
I'm going to try to lose another 25 pounds.
You try to get in the ones?
Not a baby.
Yeah. When they put me in the other side of the grass.
So you're gonna lose another 20, huh?
When I got married, I weighed 188 pounds, and I kept a pair of jeans where there were 32 waists, and I have them in the closet. They're just sitting there, and sometimes I'll look at them, because I was hoping someday I could get in them again. Now I'm hoping I could just get one leg in them.
Die Hard is a Christmas movie.
Absolutely it is. The whole theme's Christmas.
Oh, man.
He's going to a Christmas party. They're at a Christmas party.
There's not a bigger classic than Home Alone.
No, there's not.
Thank you.
Sean Pendergast said that he and Amy's favorite Christmas movie is Elf.
It's a good one.
I love Elf.
And
Elf's up there.
I think Elf doesn't compare to Home Alone.
Elf's up there. It's
What?
good. I think Elf's really good.
Yeah, Elf is fantastic. Devin Singletary will finish with more than 1,000 yards.
That's going to be tough because they're going to have to keep running the ball the way
He's
they
at
have.
7-11.
Cleveland has a great run defense. They've seen what he did. I think they will shut him down. It's going to have to win with the pass. Then the Titans, they've already been victimized by him. Colts got a good run defense, so I'll say, hike it, Figgy.
Oh, man.
If he could get 900 for the first time in his career, that'd be good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's close to that. That's very
he's at
attainable.
7-11.
They're going to have to
the big gulp.
Tone it down with Devin Singletary, though, to keep him fresh for a potential playoff run. They're going to have to find some sort of balance.
I think that, hike it, Figgy. I think they're going to do everything they can to get the playoffs and then worry about it. And at some point, maybe, because every game's going to have meaning. So they got to do with what has got them to this point. Him being the main runner is what's helped him get here. And they could use him more as a receiver.
Derek Stingley will have at least 3 more interceptions this year.
Hike it, Figgy. That's 3 in 3 games.
Flacco.
How many does he have now? 3 or 4?
4 in 3 games.
4.
4 in 3 games.
But you're facing Flacco. He'll throw it to you occasionally.
It's interesting. He thrown 3 twice in his career. He's won both games. Stroud threw 3, and he won his game. When usually, the odds of that got to be minuscule. But I'm going to say no. He's not going to have 3 because they're careful about throwing at him now because he's so good.
Yeah. So CJ won't talk tomorrow, huh?
Nope. Last week they waited until Friday to have the quarterback.
Yeah, miss him.
And if you're injured, you can't talk. So maybe they will wait till Friday when the injury designations come out and trot out the quarterback they expect to play.
Davis Mills will not be a Texan next year.
Let's see. Case, hike it, Biggie. I think he'll be back. They can't trade him.
On the wall.
They
I know,
can't
but he can
trade
ask
him.
for it.
They can't trade him now. And plus, then they'd have to get a third one. Their quarterback situation is in better hands than most.
Mariah Carey's Christmas song is the best of all time.
Hike it, Figgy.
It's better.
You'd have to sing that one to me for me.
That's
hit the high notes.
I'm good on that.
My favorite is Christmas Time in the City.
What's that?
I know which one it is. I'm trying to remember.
It's Christmas time in the city.
Oh, okay.
Ring-a-ling. Hear them sing. Soon it will be Christmas Day.
What are you getting Carol for Christmas?
Well, let's see. I've already got her one. I always get her one for each of the 12 days of Christmas.
Oh, you said that last year.
That's romantic.
Right. That's very romantic.
So what was today's?
It sure is nice being able to have Amazon, and I can use it at 2 in the morning.
Yes.
Now, yesterday I did a lot of shopping and got her 3 things, and I was walking so much I was sweating like crazy, but that was good.
So what'd you get her today? What was today's gift?
I got her a present.
Well, what kind?
I'm not going to tell you.
She hadn't opened it yet?
She ain't listening.
Her friends listen.
All right, so what do you think she got you?
What do you think she got me?
What is she getting you?
I don't know. She'll give me. Well, I love atlases. She gets me an atlas every 2 years. I love looking at states and roads in Europe.
Oh,
and
my. There's Google.
I love atlases.
You got Google out there for you?
Well, no, these are
the big,
the
big
atlas. I need to.
That's something your grandpa gives you as a kid. And you
I
say,
love atlases. I never had them till
How many
Carol
atlases
gave
do you
them
have?
to me. Well, I throw them away every couple of years because things change. I like looking at maps. I like looking at different states, looking at all the little towns, the roads, the places to go. People
if you have
to
one,
see,
don't you have them
things
all?
to do.
But if you have one, don't you have them all? Like, why do you need a different atlas? Like,
Because
it's
the
not like a
things
yearly
change, roads change, sizes of towns change. I just like to have a new one every 2 years.
What's your favorite atlas?
Rand McNally, I guess.
No. Like what state, what area, what?
Texas.
Texas?
Yep. There's so many places in Texas I've never been, so many parts I've never been.
Learn something new every day.
I know. I had no idea. Atlas.
John,
one more from me.
Go ahead.
Jimmy Ward will play this week.
What do you have, hamstring?
No, it's a concussion protocol.
Concussion? Hike it, Figgy. A guy like him who hits hard, there's no way they're going to put him out there and take a chance on making it worse.
There you go, John McClain. We appreciate you, my
guys.
friend.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's the last chance I'll get to say this. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to everybody. Ho, ho, ho.
There you go. The man, the myth, the legend, the great John McClain. Coming up, apparently only one Texans player cared about the thread. Surprising national love for a member of the squad and an explosive end to Week 15. The hits are lit. Next. First, though, I want to talk about the Orchard. SportsRadio610Live.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Did the Texans care about the uniforms? Malik Collins says only one player cared. Here was Malik Collins, man of few words, man of many actions on Sunday in that historic performance in which the Texans held Derrick Henry. First player in NFL history to have 20 touches and 15 scrimmage yards. Here's Malik Collins talking about the one guy who gave a damn about the unis.
Jerry made it a big deal. You know, he the only one old enough to still remember. He talked about the Astrodome and all that, and we like, Jerry old as hell. So seeing him being hyped up about that and talking about they got Warren Moon over there and that, you know, and whatever. So it was big to see that for him because he, you know, he homegrown, he Houston Texan. So yeah, Jerry old as hell.
I think he's just being funny because they all knew. Like Grenard was talking about it afterward and all that stuff. So
he was joking about it for sure.
That's a nice shot at Jerry Hughes.
Texans versus Browns this week. Will C.J. Stroud be back on the field? And if he's not, will Case Keenum be the quarterback? Here's D'Amico Ryans talking about that.
Yeah, with C.J., and he's still in the concussion protocol, you know, we'll see how he progresses throughout the week.
If C.J. is able to go this week, you guys going to just bring it back with Case?
We'll see how the week goes.
Got to have him. I mean, got to have him. I said it last week. Well, I thought it was Davis Mills, but they didn't need to win 3 games. They needed to win 1 game, and they did. Can't do it. I don't think you can win this game without C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah. This is a tough game. Browns have been very resilient. I'm surprised they're in this situation, to be honest with you. Here is Case Keenum. He got some national run yesterday. I mean, it's about as much national run as you can get, I think. Do people still watch the Manning cast?
Oh, hell yes.
You sure?
Yes.
I see the clips. I have no idea. Mm-hmm. Here was Case Keenum talking about being ready to go if CJ can't go.
Yeah, who knows, man. You know, the protocol is tough, man. And like we talked about earlier, that's the job of a backup quarterback, being ready to go whenever and wherever your name is called. You know, I love playing. It's been a blast to be back on that field. Obviously, it's been a few years since I've gotten to do that. But so I'll be ready to go. But you know, who knows? Who knows how this week will go? You know, I hope CJ's feeling better and can go this Sunday.
The legend gets on with Peyton and Eli. I think if they do have to start a backup quarterback again, you mentioned Davis Mills. I don't agree with that. I know Stefanski knows.
No, I just don't think. I think it's going to be hard. I think it's going to be hard for. It's going to be hard to win this game no matter what, whether it's Keenum or Mills. And I just think Stefanski knows Case Keenum better than anyone. Mm-hmm. That's my thing.
I get it, but I just want the best chance, and he's on a roll, and he knows this offense. Forget what Stefanski knows. He knows this offense, and he's able to get it done. He does take a lot of risks, though. Like Keenum does take risks with the ball. That's where I get a little reticent.
Here is Kevin Stefanski, arguably the coach of the year, in the conversation with D'Amico Ryans. Here's Kevin Stefanski talking about Case Keenum.
Talented roster. Case specifically, you know, somebody that I've worked with over the years in 2 stops. A great person. Excited to see him down there, and he's a great quarterback. I mean, he's won at every level. So we'll see how the week goes. But obviously, Case is somebody I have a ton of respect for.
Case Keenum. I'm sorry.
All right, there you go. So we'll see what happens with that. We'll see what we haven't heard from CJ in 2 weeks. It's kind of weird.
If we see him on the field tomorrow, because he never stepped foot on the field last week.
Yeah, they're off today.
And he was never even like on the side.
Might be getting some side work in.
If he's on the side, I think he plays.
Yeah.
If he's on the field.
I mean, 2 weeks? That'd be a long time.
Yeah, it's usually 2 weeks.
I mean, it's easy for me to say it's not in my head, but I think he'd be out there. It's just weird because he's kind of like the Whoopie. He's like the voice of reason. Mm-hmm. He's the one that gives you the hope. He's the one that gives you like...
And you like listening to him.
Yeah, you like listening to CJ speak. And, man, been a minute.
I mean, tomorrow's practice report, if we just see him out there, it's good news. Forget if he doesn't take any drills or anything, because I think he will. Ultimately, they're going to play it slow, though.
Texans add a body, Tier Tart. He is really good against the run. He wanted an extension in Tennessee. I saw the PFF Texans cap drop this.
Mm-hmm.
He was actually top 5 in the league last year when facing double teams. So he's really good against the run on double teams. Hell, we've seen them add some guys in season that have been contributors. Desmond King, Barnett.
Yeah.
Like they've been Khalil Davis, and that was at camp, though. But they've done a good job of finding guys. Salute to Nick Caserio for that.
And this is a pixie dust guy, right? Like, you want to see if he is motivated.
I think he's a just be what you were guy.
Yeah, but he was kind of pouting and kind of there was a lot of
want to be on Tennessee right now.
Well, I get that, but there's a lot of criticism of not giving 100% effort on every snap.
They just drafted Jeffrey Simmons.
All that stuff.
Or not drafted, paid, I should say.
Yeah. And so I think this is a D'Amico Ryan sit in his office and sprinkle a little of that pixie dust, and maybe you get something out of him. I think you'll see him on the field.
This was funny. I was trying to get to know Tierre Tart.
Mm-hmm.
This is when you know you have a lot of siblings. This was him with the Tennessee Titans website. Listen to this. This is when you know you got a lot of siblings.
Ryan takes the snap. Straight drop under pressure. Ball batted up in the air. It's caught. Tierre Tart on his back just intercepted the pass. Wow! Look what I found, Ma!
That was his big man interception. Speaking of Ma, they asked him, how many kids did you grow up with in your household? He said 10 or 11.
10 or 11?
I don't know what that means.
Well, it means he was a little confused.
10 or 11.
10 or 11. That means it's a lot. 10 or 11.
I grew up with 5 or 9.
I mean, at that point, you're just leaving to eat, right?
What do you mean?
You're just leaving to eat. Like, you're not waiting in line. You're going.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I get it though. That's a lot. 10 or 11.
Said it was very competitive.
Mm-hmm.
Week 15 concludes yesterday in the NFL. Drew Lock and the Seattle Seahawks beat the Philadelphia Eagles. Cool post game. It was 20-17. Cool post game from Drew Lock, who, by the way, if we want to localize this, Drew Lock has had some memorable moments in Houston that you may not know that he was a part of. Number one, when Tom Herman made fun of him for doing the bag thing, which was weird.
Yeah.
In a Texas Bowl, the bag dance.
Mm-hmm.
And then Drew Lock was the catalyst for the "You Suck Too, Mother Effer" game from Bill O'Brien, where he yelled at the fan.
Yeah.
And also where he said it wasn't all horse bleeping offense. So Drew Lock has created quite a few sound bites around here, and he created one yesterday. He went viral after the game. This was Drew Lock talking about what it was like to go out there and get the win against the Eagles.
Can you just describe what you're feeling in your heart right now?
Yeah, it's so hard. It's so hard to describe the feeling of, not playing for so long, or at least what feels like a really long time to me. And then you sit there, you watch games, you wonder, can I do this still? I haven't been out there on the field. That's the human nature of it. You get back out there last week, I'm like, you know what? I'm the man still. I can go do this. And then you got another test this week where I didn't know if I was going to play or not. Sure enough, ended up playing. We're playing the Eagles tonight. And the boys around me rallied tonight. And it just, gosh, it feels so good. It feels so good. I'm so proud of everybody tonight.
All right. Good for him.
Yeah, he was a hell of a quarterback in
Good for them.
college. He was a good quarterback in college.
Yeah, he's all right.
He was good.
Yeah, he's all right. SEC East.
Well, this is true.
Yeah, SEC East, not West. Let's be clear. Jalen Hurts, man.
I love this.
He's got wisdom. He's a local guy. We love him around here. Eagles are in a weird spot right now, and Jalen Hurts, he's not sugarcoating it. He's letting you know there's problems with the Philadelphia Eagles.
I've been talking about execution all year, been on the same page, everyone been on the same page, and we didn't execute. I don't think we're committed enough. Just got to turn it around. It's a challenge that we have to embrace. Just continue to see it through.
What do you mean by that, about being committed enough?
Commitment. I don't know that I had a dictionary on me now. Excuse me. I don't know how else to say.
He's talking about somebody or some buddies, and I think it's going to get a lot of run in Philadelphia. But I loved hearing that. I mean, they're in a mess. They're kind of in a struggle right now.
They've clinched a playoff spot.
Yeah.
So Philadelphia, Dallas, San Francisco, and Baltimore are the only teams that have clinched playoff spots. I don't know if it's a rest thing. I don't know if they're just stagnant. I don't know what it is. They got problems.
Yeah.
They got serious problems.
And I don't think they're You know, the whole Eagles Super Bowl thing, I wouldn't bet on that. That's for damn sure.
I wonder what the odds are right now.
Yeah.
It'll be wild. They looked unbeaten for a while. Played a lot of ball lately. And they seem to have, and I think ever since Sirianni, honestly, acted like they won the damn Super Bowl after they beat the Chiefs, talking, hey, Chiefs fans, I don't hear you now. Well, they won the Super Bowl
going
against
around
you
the
last year,
stadium.
jackass.
Yeah, going around the stadium.
Like, you're going around talking smack. Y'all were 10 minutes away from a Super Bowl, and you beat the Chiefs in the regular season, and you're saying, hey, Chiefs fans, what's up?
Yeah.
They haven't won since.
And he's missing his coordinators.
They haven't won since. I mean, that was the goofiest thing. I was sitting there like, Sirianni, what are you accomplishing?
They got
here?
a Super Bowl ring.
They can literally just point to the ring. They beat y'all. That's what they're saying.
Yes, that's why we're
that's
cocky.
what they're saying right now.
That's why we're cocky.
I mean, that was weird. I don't know what was going on there. Rockets lose in overtime yesterday, 135 to 130. They fall to 13 and 11. Been a pleasant surprise. The internet was going pretty nuts yesterday for Jalen Green. He is shooting 33.6%. That's 34 of 101 from the field in December. A lot of good things going on with the Rockets right now. Jalen Green kind of in an interesting spot, to say the very, very least. They're going to have to decide on this situation. Like, is he someone that you want to move next year? I think is the final year of the rookie deal or whatever. The Jalen Green thing is something to keep an eye on. It's weird.
For me, it's very simple. Who do you trust more, Jalen Green or Ime Udoka?
I trust Ime Udoka.
Who doesn't?
Yeah.
I mean, so it's not – this is what you brought him in for, to get this team playing like this. They're still playing good ball, overtime game, all that stuff. And he's making decisions in the fourth quarter that he was brought in to do.
Yeah.
Like the Jalen Green, nobody's feeling sorry for you.
Some say he probably shouldn't have played overtime yesterday.
Well, this is true. This is true.
Yeah. Not really. Never really been a big Jalen Green guy. I'm a big Ime Udoka, trust the process type of guy, but we'll see how it works out. He's going to be a productive player. He can roll out of bed and score 20.
Yeah.
But is he a winning piece? That's really something they're going to have to figure out. So far, not so good for Jalen Green. We'll see what happens. We'll talk to Basketball Spo tomorrow. Maybe get into this at 10:45 as we go on to Cleveland. Coming up, one team's trash is another team's treasure, and one team's treasure is another team's trash. It'll all make sense next.
The moment definitely.
One team's trash is another team's treasure, and one team's treasure is another team's trash. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610 here on Sports Radio 610. Let's start with one team's trash being another team's treasure.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas Cowboys wanted no part of Dalton Schultz. They wanted to move on from him. They moved on. He moved down 45. He's a member of the Houston Texans. Perhaps one of the most impressive catches in franchise history en route to a gutsy win for the Texans against the Old Oilers / Tennessee Titans. Lining up to his right or left, depending on what the formation was. Another guy who the Dallas Cowboys wanted no part of, Noah Brown, the hard-o from Jersey. You might remember Noah Brown at the start of the season, not the best start. Then he kind of elevated his play. There was actually a 2 or 3 week stretch where he was one of the best performing wide receivers in the NFL. Bad game against the Jets, but he comes through when you need him most. 8 really tough catches the other day, including the game-tying touchdown. The Cowboys wanted no part of him. The Texans, they decided to kick the tires on him, and it's benefited them in a very big way. So that's the one team's trash is another team's treasure on that. We'll hear from the guys in a sec. But those guys, they've been beyond pivotal to what the Texans have done this year.
Dalton Schultz has already earned every penny. Just that one catch alone in that important of a game, he's worth every penny already. Expect more down the stretch. Going to be pivotal, especially depending on what happens with Nico Collins and Noah Brown. Same thing. I really expected Noah Brown to have a big game against the Jets. Didn't realize they were going to put Sauce Gardner on him for the majority of that game, and that was that, But I do expect him down the stretch to have big games, especially with Nico Collins. So important. I think the second most important, right behind C.J. Stroud, to get back this week.
Let's hear from Noah Brown. You know he's a hardo, and this is why this is the personality that you need. You have some guys who like to go on Twitter and go back and forth, and just blab a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have guys like this who, after a game like that, they're asked about Kaimi Fairbairn, and this is what he has to say. He's about that business.
I felt like a lot in that game we got in our own way. Disappointed in the fact that we keep shooting ourselves in the foot, but had confidence in him.
There you go. He thought they didn't play good. Shot themselves in the foot. How about that?
Man, I don't know what I'm not going to doubt that that's what he felt. But I thought
he's a Jersey hardo.
They were asking. You got Devin Singletary.
He's a Jersey hardo.
$170. Case Keenum making some throws. Dalton doing his thing. I thought they played pretty good. Pretty good.
He didn't.
Yeah.
Let's twist up with
what
Dalton Schultz. This is kind of this is really, he sounds very, very, very California here. Mm-hmm. Dalton Schultz. Let's listen to Dalton Schultz talking about Devin Singletary. Listen to this whole vibe of Dalton Schultz. Just complete different. Dalton's a little bit goofier. Noah's a little bit more intense. Let's listen to Dalton Schultz talking about Devin Singletary.
I felt like a lot in that game we got in our own way. Disappointed in the fact that we keep shooting ourselves in the.
Yeah. Dalton Schultz.
It's dude, it's so subtle. He's got such good vision, the zone schemes, and he's got sneaky balance. It always takes a little bit more than you think, will take to bring him down. Dude, the scramble, I was on a route on the opposite side of the field, and I saw him, I'm kind of running across the field, and I saw Case break the pocket, and I saw Motor turn up, and, as soon as he turned up, if there's a clip of it somewhere, I'm literally screaming, run, Motor, run! But yeah, man, to have step up in those big time moments and being able to make those plays, dude, I'm pissed about the power they called back, because he could have had another big one very next play, and so yeah, Motor's done a great job all year, and yeah, he's got incredible vision.
Dude, yeah, man, Dalton Schultz. That's just the way he's wired, and that's why he is where he is. He's that video game playing, laid back dude.
It's a different vibe.
Yeah.
It's a different vibe. So that's one man's trash being another man's treasure. One man's treasure being another team's trash. Cleveland Browns, man. Deshaun Watson. He wanted out. Didn't blame him for wanting out. It was a corrupt, sketchy franchise at the time. stuff ended up happening that made it a little bit more difficult to
Aren't you glad Deshaun's not playing?
Very much.
Right, Figgy?
No, I'm glad he's not playing. I'm glad he's not here.
I don't need that headache. We're on such a good vibe right now.
Yeah, it's nice.
Such a good role. Because we would.
Let's be honest. The Browns would take that trade back if they could.
100%. But we would be talking about, Deshaun, and what are the lingering feelings, and he's going to want to do this and that. Dude, that's not even what the story is anymore. It's amazing how in just a year's time, year and a half, whatever it's been, that it's like Deshaun Watson is now an afterthought. The draft pick is now, like when they made that trade, I'm like, all right, let's see how it plays out. If he sits out and then they have a bad year this year, then they can get a draft. I don't care about the draft pick. I don't care about Deshaun Watson. I don't care about any of that.
We look at what this game looked like at the start of the season. It was maybe you can play spoiler to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Now it's meaningful, and we're talking about teams. Now, obviously, you hope that C.J. Stroud comes back, but we're talking about a team that just won a game with Case Keenum and a team that won a game with Joe Flacco. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
2015?
Flacco does scare me a little bit with his.
Why?
Because he's Flacco, man. I mean, they love him.
Go Dylan Brooks. He's old.
No. I mean, all he is old. No, he does scare me. The defense
he didn't get scared.
Keeping it close, and Flacco making a big player too.
You're good.
Again,
the defense scares you.
This defense is terrifying.
You're fine with Flacco.
Yeah,
you're okay.
I am.
Right. Yeah, you'll be all right.
Well, I'm sure. I hope I do.
Don't worry too much about it.
I don't know, man. The Houston Texans got me nervous, man, because they always play trash quarterbacks like they elite or something, man.
I mean, they did.
Look at Zach Wilson. Ritter. Look at Desmond Ritter.
Yeah.
Bryce was looking like the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
So I can't push this to the side.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm just a little nervous,
the Atlanta
man.
thing, the secondary was stripped.
Yeah.
The secondary was absolutely stripped.
But he went
Atlanta.
boom, boom, boom down the field.
The Zach Wilson thing, that was
the best game of his life.
Yeah.
And how did he follow it? Getting shut out.
Yeah, and the weather was trash.
Yeah. I just think Joe Flacco, I mean, it's a really interesting thing. A lot of people were considering
I think they can make a run and stuff. I don't fear him.
But my thing is his whole approach is different now. The way he's viewed is different now. There's not a lot of there's really no pressure on Joe Flacco.
He's just got the wisdom, man.
Yeah, like remember when he won the Super Bowl, then it became the whole is Joe Flacco elite thing, and maybe he's not what we thought he was. And now it's like everybody's like, oh, man, whatever we get from Joe Flacco, we love it. And there's no pressure on him. He's handling it like he's really well liked in the locker room and off, no pressure, no nothing. He can come in here and just start slinging it. I feel like he could be a big factor, especially if the Browns defense can limit the Texans offense, with or without C.J. Stroud.
Do we want to do this?
What?
Do we want to do a vibe check?
A vibe check?
Is it going to be empty on Sunday?
Oh no!
Oh man!
Oh no!
It's Christmas Eve, man.
No,
people got stuff to do. I'm asking. I'm doing a vibe check because I know this has been like a polarizing thing. The pictures, all that crap.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? Is it going to be?
I think it's going to be sold out.
Sold out.
Sold out.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't think Deshaun not playing that kind of hurts the vibe a little bit for like a in-game atmosphere, right?
I think that the Texans fans had been coming back. I think this last week, whatever tickets are out there, maybe not like completely sold out, but I think it's going to be a full stadium because everybody's hopping back on board. Figgy's been saying all year it's going to be next year before everybody hops back on board. I don't think that's a bad take, but I think last week went a long way. Toward getting the city behind this team again.
So what about the Titans game next week if we're doing vibe checks?
Oh, that's going to be full.
Big time.
Full of Titan fans that live here.
Yeah, both. But, no, it's going to be full. And that's going to be, man, the Titans game here.
It's going to be full and confusing.
Do you think the Texans are going to do any subtle kind of We Are Houston kind of stuff?
They better not, man.
I hope not.
They better
just
not.
Move on.
We focus on the playoffs, man.
Just move on from this.
Yeah.
You got playoffs going on.
But it is a possibility. Like, look at what their social media did after the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was an L thing. That was cool.
With the oil and all that stuff.
Yeah, and then the admin was getting W's and stuff, whatever the hell that means.
Yeah, and then Andre, put those uniforms in a trunk. Back in the trunk.
They might start shutting it down.
Shutting what down?
I mean, Tennessee might start shutting it down pretty soon.
I hope.
Why is Jeffrey Simmons going to play again?
Well, no, he's not. I thought an interesting take you had was on
Derrick Henry's got it. I mean,
Henry.
it's time is money. Like it's a dangerous position, and I mean, I wouldn't even be opposed to bringing in like Derrick Henry here. I don't know how the scheme fit is or isn't, but I don't know why he's playing.
Yeah,
at this point,
the only thing is Derrick Henry might want to exact a little revenge for having such a bad game against the Texans last time. He might want to come in here and redeem himself.
Redeem himself?
Yeah. He got embarrassed.
But there's nothing he could do.
Yeah, but I'm
saying
saying
that show brought it up well. There was nothing that he could do yesterday.
No, he was hit as soon as he got to the
Sunday.
line.
Yeah, he was getting crushed.
Yeah. He was hit, but I think just the way he's wired, he's going to want to show something back and redeem himself, like I said.
Did you watch Case Keenum on Manningcast yesterday?
Just the highlights. I actually didn't. Full disclosure, I actually didn't watch Manningcast yesterday.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, and you
watched the real game?
I did, and I try to usually watch a little bit of it, and I just completely forgot.
Hate Manningcast. Good for Case for getting on there, though.
Mm-hmm.
He was doing his thing. He was wearing a Texans hat.
Yeah. Speaking of Dalton Schultz and sounding high, you gave me something yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see what he gave me yesterday?
No. Why are you snitching on me, man?
I'm not snitching. I'm just saying you gave me something yesterday.
Yeah, and?
My wife might try it.
Okay, she'll like it.
She's never done it.
No, just chill, bro.
I have. It just doesn't do much for me.
Just chill. No, these are pros though.
They're from Vegas.
Yeah,
so to speak, maybe.
Yeah, you just relax. Y'all can sit in that backyard, look at them lights. Chill.
Yeah.
You can. I mean,
listen to
high-grade marijuana called Kush on the street.
Y'all can. Y'all can do what y'all want to do, man. I mean, it's a little different.
Is it?
Yeah.
How does it hit?
Just nice, man. Just relax.
Figgy, should I
sleep like a baby?
Yeah.
Sleep like a baby.
She is so anti that.
Oh well, this is like. I mean, it's regulated.
But I said, if I'm gonna do it, you're gonna do it.
Yeah.
That's how you gotta do it.
Welcome. Make them tamales.
Well, those are done.
What's the right way to?
Did you have them?
I had some. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Did you have the brisket?
Yes, I suck at heating them up.
Okay, you got to either steam them or put them like in an iron skillet with the shuck on.
I did.
Iron skillet with the shuck on and get them good and hot. Like the shuck has to get a little crispy on the outside.
I did.
Yeah,
I did. I liked it.
And they were cold still. You should have left them on longer.
No, I got them. I just don't think. I just don't think I maximized.
Steaming is the best way.
Yeah, I don't think I did that. I was satisfied. I ate them, but I was not satisfied with the result. Why are tamales so difficult to damn reheat, man? It's like wet a paper towel and throw it around the tamales and throw. It's like, what are we?
People
doing?
do that in the microwave. I like to just steam them again. Put them in, put some foil on the bottom of a pan with some water on the bottom, tamales on top, and steam them. They're really good. Really good that way.
Tamales are like the Mexican Christmas thing, right?
You only do it once a year because it takes all day. Like, we started at 7:38 in the morning, and we're done about 7:38 at night.
Do you like tamales better than enchiladas? Because enchiladas take like 20 minutes.
I do, but they're just so hard to make. I always like tamales. But I don't put any sauce on them.
So you prefer tamales than enchiladas?
Yes. Some people put salsa on them. Some people put sauce on them. The only time I ever do put anything on a tamale is when I eat leftovers, I put a little ketchup. But as they are fresh,
so nasty.
Just by themselves.
That's so white.
No. A lot of Hispanics do that when you're warming up tamales. It's really good warmed up. But fresh, you should steam them, and they're delicious. Yeah.
Did you eat tamales? Figure you don't like tamales, do you?
Yeah, I
you
like
got him tamales.
I didn't think he liked them.
You didn't give him any, right?
Yeah, I did.
Why?
But why not?
My wife loved them.
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
What's that got to do
Did y'all
with
have
anything?
them?
No, not last night because she cooked something else.
Did you have the brisket I gave you?
Yeah, man. That was damn near gone before I got home, man. We was nibbling on that. That was good.
I had the brisket.
Yeah.
That was off the chain.
Mm-hmm. It was good.
But why does he get tamales? You should have given me his.
Because he's figgy.
Dude, yeah, exactly. He's figgy. He orders wings at Mexican spots.
You're going to love him.
I'm the only person that can do that, though.
Yeah,
man.
he orders wings at Mexican spots. Why the hell does he get tamales? Seriously.
Because
most Figgy should get. When
and
it
his
comes to
wife
Mexican
loves
food,
them.
maybe Taco Bell. So what?
So what?
So what?
Why are you hating, man?
Because I just don't see why he wasted the tamales on you. That's the point. I don't see why he would waste the tamales
Landry
on you.
over here hating, man, around the holiday, man.
We made 40.
It's a waste.
It's the holiday. You sitting there
We made
hating.
45 dozen.
Yeah.
4 big pots steamed. 5 big pots
Might as
steamed.
well have made 44.
No, you'll like them, Figgy. You'll like them. Just be sure to steam them. That's the best way to go. Yeah, the texter says reheat tamales on a comal, which is, I was going to say comal, but I don't think you
What
have
is
one.
that?
It's the little flat iron thing, round, that you warm up tortillas on.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people don't have that, so I say iron skillet. Same thing, with the husk on. They're really good that way.
Yeah, sounds great, man.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on it. Gotcha. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Speaking of the vibes, this Sunday, we want to get you to the game. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday. Let's get you to the game. Caller number 18.
18.
Hey, Case Keenum.
Dang,
It's Case
Figgy,
Keenum
he
week,
is
Figgy.
piling.
I'm good with it,
Hey,
man.
it's Case Keenum week. Okay,
Hey.
caller number 18.
Hey, we having a good we having a good season, man.
Caller number
it's the
18.
holiday time, so I'm in a good mood. I'm good with that.
Caller number 18, 713-572-4610. Caller 18, you're going to the game. Hopefully you're not watching number 18. No disrespect. Hopefully you're watching number 7.
Hopefully Figgy's back by the time we come back.
Caller number 18, you're going to the game, 713-572-4610. The lines are already extremely full. Speaking of C.J. Stroud, D'Amico said that C.J. was improving.
Mm-hmm.
What was the report from Aaron Wilson? I did not understand it.
Well, I don't think he understood it because he was typing as he was listening to D'Amico.
What did it say? Like, D'Amico spoke, and then it said, per sources, CJ is getting better. And D'Amico had literally said it like a minute before.
1 minute before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, D'Amico has literally said every time he's been up there that CJ is improving.
Mm-hmm.
He's said it 4 times now in a week.
Yeah.
He said it Monday, he said it Wednesday, he said it Friday, and then he said it Monday again. He has literally said it 4 times that he is getting better.
Yeah.
Including yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
What was that? How are you going to follow it up?
Y'all
like
believe
that? Aaron, come on, man.
Yeah.
You got
we've been
you got the
giving him
Case
his
Keenum
props.
thing. We've been giving you your flowers. You didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
You don't have to do it like that. Come on, man.
He said that he's improving, but not out of protocol yet, and still to be determined if he plays.
Shout out to all the damn tamale MacGyvers. Nothing like this text line. I don't know if it's Hispanics. I don't know if it's a white person thing or what, but look at all these ideas for the tamales. Someone's talking about the HEB tamales. I think they're delicious too. Ketchup on the pork tamales and sour cream on the rajas. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Just the pork tamales with sour cream or ketchup is how I do it.
281 says tamales Third Ward style with pico de gallo. What's Third Ward style?
I guess it's with pico de gallo on it.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I've never heard of Third Ward
Now,
style.
I do the fry
tamales.
an egg and place on top of a tamale for breakfast. I did that Sunday.
832 says reheat tamales with the husk and fire. So
No, on the Kamal.
It is fire.
On the Kamal.
Okay, like you said.
Like I said.
281, you're getting real crazy. Fry an egg and place on top of the tamale.
I did that Sunday. It's delicious breakfast. A delicious breakfast.
Someone asks, have you tried Mississippi Delta tamales?
Don't like them. They're too skinny, and they call them hot tamales. I had some when we went to Mississippi. They're all right. They're not like these, though.
Someone says, put tamales in a produce bag and put them in the microwave, and they get steamed in there.
Same premise. I'd rather wet it paper towels and wrap them.
Hey, now that we're on this, I want some help during the commercial break from the Loopholes. You guys are good for a lot of things, especially stuff like this. Where are the best tamales in Houston? And don't say, when I cook them, when I make them.
No. If
when
you had to
I
buy
make
some.
them. Give me the best tamales in Houston. Shout out to all my people out there. And I'm looking for a specific group of people to help me out here.
Yeah.
But don't give me my grandma makes them. No, where can I go buy some good ass
best
tamales?
ones is when you make it yourself.
Lunchtime confessions coming up next.
Against all odds, the Texans tore the hearts out of the Titans.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I kind of want to see the same defense this week. And you know what that means. Maybe add Blake Cashman.
You firing Will Anderson?
I am not firing. I like Will Anderson. I think he's going to be great. McClain said it. You agreed. I agreed. That was one of the most dominant defensive performances.
It was historic.
It was historic.
It's the only time in NFL history a guy has had 20 touches and 15 or less scrimmage yards. Ever.
Plus the sacks and the pressure. Look, man, get well. We want to see you. You're going to be a Pro Bowler, maybe an All-Pro. But this is, I don't know. Maybe I'm just dead ass wrong, and he's going to dominate and play on Sunday. I kind of want to. We got a good thing going, you know. If there's any doubt about health,
so keep him out for the rest of the year.
No. This week, I want to.
I do want to err on the side of caution with everyone, and I'm actually going to say something crazier than you.
Okay.
Watch this.
I kind of want to find a way to minimize Devin Singletary's workload. And I'm not sitting here saying that they need to have a 50% share. What I am saying is 20 to 30 carries for 3 games, especially if you're going into the playoffs. Mm-hmm. I know you got to win all these games. So I'm not sitting here saying, like, put him on the side or rest him or anything. But I do want to find a way. And maybe CJ naturally does that because he's CJ. Mm-hmm. And Nico comes back and you do that. But I want him fresh for the playoffs, and I'm actually really intrigued by what they do next year because I think you can find another Devin Singletary. You can find another Noah Brown. I think the possibilities are going to be crazy. I know people are going to fall in love with players. They're probably going to let him go eventually, but use Devin Singletary the most, but try to play a little bit of chess too. Little bit of chess.
So back to my 2-to-1 ratio.
Something like that. Something like that. I wish they could find a running back. They keep finding these D linemen. I wish they could find like a running back off the street.
Those off the street.
Remember when fat ass Mike Anderson came in and ran for the Rams and he was like just rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, looking like the ghost of Jerome Bettis? I would love that.
Yeah. Where are those guys?
Oh no.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is 2 weeks down the road, but after watching this game, Derrick Henry really doesn't scare me. I know I just said in the last segment he's going to be out for revenge.
Welcome to my side.
Yeah, I mean, look, Derrick Henry's had a good year. This past game was atrocious. But the way that they have him figured out, Derrick Henry doesn't scare me in 2 weeks.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Shout out to our teammate. Shout out to the Drive family. Tyler Milner, MVP. I said Tyler. We would not. Tyler makes our job easy in every way, shape, or form. I know he's known as someone's on the drive, but from a station standpoint, Tyler does a lot for us. Love him. Clint, Show, love them.
But
I get that this Mad Dog Monday is a thing.
Dude, that's my next confession. Finish yours.
I get that it's a thing. It's cool. It's awesome. I like the beginning. It shouldn't turn into hoarding, though.
Dude, that's my next confession.
Like, this is the thing. Like, if you're going to say, hey, we're drinking Mad Dog, don't just take a sip of it and leave it up there. Like, either drink it or get rid of it. Because what you're doing now is I remember my first beer bits because you're not actually drinking it. So I am OCD. Like, Seth had his nasty ass mic thing up there with all the slobber. I threw it away. I don't need that. We got 8 Mad Dogs.
Does that count for 8 wins? Is that why they do that?
Mad Dogs. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You got to empty it out.
Yeah,
they got to drink those.
Like
each.
you're not drinking. Like it's not a cool bit if you're not actually drinking the thing. All you're doing is bringing in a nasty ass bottle, and you're basically leaving gasoline all over the place.
Well, let's continue on this.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I stare at 8 bottles of Mad Dog 2020 every single day. Well, this week 8, last week 7, whatever. It gives me a gag reflex.
Yes, it
does.
Here. It's like just sitting here. It's hoarding.
The sickest I've ever gotten was in high school drinking on grape Mad Dog.
Yeah.
I was at a drive-in. I snuck it in. I thought I was a badass. I drank the whole bottle. and I vomited for days.
Yes.
And it gives me a gag. We got to get rid of those. We had to.
I mean, if you're going to drink them,
now they'll know it's us.
If you're going to drink them, right?
What is that yellow crap? Like
is that tangerine?
What is that? Orange Jubilee.
Ugh, man.
That's the word. Whose idea was that?
It's a good idea. It's just
they got to kill it,
but
man.
you got to drink it.
They got to drink it all.
It's not a Mad Dog Monday if you're just taking a sip. Like it's not. That's not a good.
They got to drink the whole bottle by the show.
It's just hoarding. It's hoarding. We need to call it Mad Dog hoarding.
Yeah, and
like it almost makes me. It's the only negative when the Texans win now. Yeah, is that I'm going to have to step over another damn Mad Dog bottle full of crap. It's the only negative.
Man, I look at that thing every day and I feel like gagging. It's the absolute worst.
Crazy.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm glad we don't have to talk about Deshaun this week. It's a nice break.
Man.
I know the people in Cleveland, they're happy that they get a little break from Deshaun. It's been a nice little step away for them. Who knows what it's going to be like next year. It's exhausting, man. Like He completely changed from the man that he said he was going to be. He provided us with some great memories. I'm not going to be one of these guys that minimizes the enjoyment and the joy that I had watching Deshaun Watson play football from 17 to 20, so I'm not one of those folks. But, I mean, it became kind of exhausting, and my confession is I confess I'm glad that we don't have to watch Deshaun play. And
I'm with you. I don't want anything to do with the draft pick. I don't want anything to do with Deshaun. It would be tiresome to talk about him again. And I'm with you. We have higher goals than that now, than just exacting revenge against Deshaun Watson.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I tried a new Christmas movie last night. We were flipping game, and then we got out of that, and she wanted to watch a new one that we hadn't seen. And it's old. Dude, Christmas movies are just, you got to stay with the classics, the ones you love. Every once in a while.
National Lampoon?
We watched 4 Christmases.
What is that?
It was.
You said that was old. How old?
Let me see this. I think I've heard of this.
It's probably.
I think I might have tried to watch it.
Yeah.
Let me see.
It has Vince Vaughn, Kristen Chenoweth.
Oh yeah, not good.
All that.
Not good.
And we're like, well, let's try. She was like, let's try something new.
Not good.
Every once in a while, a new Christmas movie comes along. Otherwise, we wouldn't have Elf. We wouldn't have all these. But I was like, it's okay.
Vince Vaughn has some crappy under the radar movies,
dude.
Like the one guy from
and we pushed through.
The one guy from The Office does all right. Ed Helms or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Like he has like some movies that you're like, man, I didn't know he was in this, and then you watch it, you're like, damn, he has some pretty good ones. And like some of that, like a lot of that like mix. Vince Vaughn, man, what happened to him?
He's the same character in just different roles.
But when is he even on movies anymore?
I don't know. But I was like, you know what?
Damn, homie.
We
high school, you was the man, homie.
That's right. We pushed through and watched it all, and it was okay, I guess. But Christmas movies are supposed to be like, wow. I do the same rotation every year.
They've watered it down.
Home Alone.
Dude, I tell you what, though.
Mm-hmm.
That new Grinch is nice.
We've seen that.
Not the old one. The old one sucks so bad.
Yeah, no.
I tried to.
The one with Jim Carrey?
No, that one's different. I'm talking about the cartoon one where Tyler the Creator is like does the theme.
No, which one sucked?
The old one.
Oh, the old one.
Trash.
Yeah.
Trash.
Yeah, that's not a good watch.
I don't know how it became popular.
No, it was fine. It's another one of the
like Charlie Brown. I don't like that, but I can understand.
We have the same rotation.
Did you watch the remake of A Christmas Story?
I did not. It didn't do much for me.
Oh my God!
Did you like it?
Jeez.
There's some that are just bad,
man.
Was bad. Have you seen what's that one? A Christmas with the Cranks?
No.
Candy Cane.
Bad Santa's up there. You like Bad Santa?
That's in our rotation.
Y'all haven't seen it yet?
No. We watch it every year. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Our annual rotation is Bad Santa, Elf, Home Alone. Every once in a while, we'll watch White Christmas, but that's not every year, just because it's a classic. But man, we tried a new Christmas movie, and it's like it was okay.
Coming up, optimism and something to put to rest. In the Loop continues next.
D'Amico's defense set the tone.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. CJ Stroud status, D'Amico Ryan spoke on it. Said he's getting better. He said CJ Stroud is getting better. Case Keenum, he was on Manning Cast yesterday. He said he's like a Little Caesars pizza. He's hot and ready. You got to have CJ on Sunday. We both agree on this. I do not want Case Keenum facing this Browns defense. It's one thing to go on the road and beat Tennessee. You're going against a coach that knows you better than anyone in Kevin Stefanski, who has great things to say about Case. And you're going against a defense that has perhaps one of the 5 best players in the NFL, and Myles Garrett, among others. Very good defense, not a good offense. I don't want to see Case anymore. Your work is done.
I appreciate him immensely. Thank you for your service. And now let's get to C.J. Stroud. To the point of, like, what went right for Case Keenum on Sunday? Well, he had a running game that was the best it's been all year. A running back that gained 170 yards. Like, can you count on 121 yards rushing and 49 yards receiving from Devin Singletary? I hope so. But against that Browns defense, you're going to have to have a quarterback making plays. In fact, a quarterback probably making plays avoiding pressure. Well, that's only one guy. Keenum, I know on his big play to who was it? I guess Schultz. He was kind of in scramble mode, but you can't count on that. Look, it's no disrespect, but it's got to be C.J. Stroud, or I don't like their chances. I just don't. I mean, because you're not going to run like that probably, even though maybe, hopefully, and you're not going to have a defense that's going to completely shut down this Browns offense.
It's kind of just, it almost feels like with that one win, we've kind of forgot about what they look like against the Jets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying they did, however long ago it was, 10 days ago, they got their ass kicked by a team that has no business beating any team down in the league. So how do you balance that out? How do you figure that stuff out? I will say this is going to be perhaps the best defense that they faced this year.
Oh, it will be. It will be. Because of the danger zone of the pass rush. And by the way, their cornerbacks have been playing their asses off. And you can't expect that kind of a rushing game. It's going to have to be C.J. Stroud. That's the other thing. He's going to come back from a concussion, and he's going to be running around. So he has to be all the way back. You have to have all the confidence you have. And that's what D'Amico's saying. We'll see how it goes. I think by today they know who they're probably going to start, and then tomorrow we'll find out. Or at least we'll have a good idea. If he's on the field, I would expect him to play.
Then you got the Titans,
and
then you got the Colts.
I think the Texans right now can go 3-0. I really do.
All right.
I do.
All right.
I mean,
all right. I mean, okay.
It's not out of the realm of possibility. The hardest game they're probably going to face is the Colts.
They're going to be favored in 2 of them.
Yeah.
They're going to be underdogs against the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe small, but they're going to be underdogs against the Colts. They're going to be favored in 2 of them.
Yeah. So if you go in there with 10 wins and so much on the line, maybe even the division title, that's I'll take my chances there. But this game, you mentioned this earlier. Like we talked about last week, the most important game of the year was the Titans game, and now it's not. The next most important, the most important game is this one. Get to 9 wins and go from there. But you got to have C.J. Stroud to get to 9 wins.
The other thing that might be wild is if you get into the playoffs, there's a decent chance. There's actually a very, very good chance that if you get into the playoffs, if you're the Texans, like let's pretend that whether you win the division or you don't, there's a chance that it's a trilogy of a division game. Because there's a strong chance that you're facing either Jacksonville or Indianapolis. There could be a chance that the Texans and Colts could play twice.
Yeah,
like they could play in week 18, and then they could turn around and play in the playoffs the next week. It's not outside of possibility for that to happen.
No, and really, like if you win the division right now, you would be the 4 seed, maybe facing the Bills.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Yeah. maybe facing the Bills.
Yeah, I don't want that.
And the Bills, I think, are the scariest team in the hunt.
I don't want the Bills at all. But any of these other teams, like these wild card teams that you're talking about, you got a chance there. You want a playoff game, man? I mean, oof.
Yeah, I mean it's the bar that we have now, and that's why
I do want to see what CJ is though, because I saw some people saying, well, he was bad against it. He wasn't good against the Jets. I don't hold that too much against him. The weather was trash. Nobody was getting open. But are we going to see like the CJ early in the season? Are we going to see like a CJ kind of coming down to earth? Without Tank Dell?
Yeah. What's
he going to look like? Are they going to be able to balance? Like what CJ are we going to see? It's weird because it's not. I don't want to say it's out of sight, out of mind. I don't like not being able to hear him, man.
Yeah.
I honestly feel like he's like run away or something. I just want him to pick up his phone.
He's left you.
I just want CJ to pick up his phone and speak. Like I don't like he has been the voice of reason. Like you go through this whole season and you go through everything that's happened. Like after the Indianapolis Colts game, when you lose, he says, I'm gonna go out there and battle no matter what. I'm here for my team. Then you beat the Jags, man, or the Steelers, and he's like, man, y'all deserve this, Houston. You deserve to feel like this. You deserve to go brag. Like he's the voice of reason. Whether you win, whether you lose, he's what makes you feel comfortable. And because he's in concussion protocol, it'll be 2 weeks tomorrow since we last heard CJ Stroud speak.
Yeah.
2 weeks tomorrow. It'll be 2 weeks since the voice of reason, the whoopee, the hope, all that has spoken. Now we're still hearing D'Amico. I got to hear a quarterback though.
Well, the other thing that he is as much as I've criticized.
Now I'm glad he's not on social media though.
Oh yeah. But as much as I've wondered,
speaking of quarterbacks coming to town, he damn sure doesn't live on there.
Is he coming to town? As much as I've wondered, have they relied on C.J. Stroud too much, kind of in the previous games? I kind of think that's what they're going to have to do against the Browns because he's going to be running for his life because I think they're going to be pretty good against the run. It's not something that's ideal. I want the balance. I want the defense playing the way it's playing. I want Devin Singletary to get 25 carries. But if they shut it down, and McClain was talking about that today too, he doesn't expect them to be able to do that.
See, I think there could be a revival, and I know Tennessee sucks. I know their offensive line's bad. They have a quarterback who I don't think is a franchise quarterback. They got a ghost of himself at running back, and they got a wide receiver who I think's washed too. But if this is like the start of D'Amico finding his groove with his defense and that swarm actually happening, then I think that kind of changes it because even with that Jets game. I mean, I don't think the Texans had any business winning that game with the way they were playing on offense. But 300 yards for Zach Wilson, bro.
Yeah, and it was 0-0 at the half.
300 yards? Come on.
Yeah, no, that's not that is not going to happen, in this case. I think Flacco could hurt you. Did you hear what Case Keenum said about C.J. Stroud? And it kind of ties in with what I'm talking about. Like he may need to kind of go back to the mode of doing everything. He said the other, it was on the Manning cast, I think. He said that C.J. Stroud has done things on a football field that he's never seen anyone do.
Okay, Case.
No, I mean how long has he been in the league?
Yeah, okay, Case.
Like that alone tells you what the difference with C.J. on the field.
Never seen before in your life. Come on, Case.
He said he does things on the football field I've never seen anyone do.
Okay. All right. I mean,
that's what we have to have.
No, I mean. I get it, but it just does everything right. I'm a fan of it. I think that's a little dramatic by Case.
I don't know. I'll take it at face value because he's seen a lot of quarterbacks, and that's a bold statement, and he knows what he's doing. He's been in front of the cameras before. But with Case Keenum, I would have no. I think the Texans lose the game if Case or Davis Mills starts. I mean, I wouldn't be cheering for it. I'd be hoping for the opposite, but I don't think they win the game with a backup quarterback.
What's Sunday's theme? Just Christmas?
The holiday game.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
What does that mean? They're just
going
to have Santa and stuff?
Yeah, it's the holiday game.
Okay. Like cheerleaders in Christmas hats or whatever?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Checking what the theme is.
Yeah, it is. Holiday game.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're going to put mistletoe above as the kiss cam? Okay. Creative.
And then comes Rep in H-Town on the 31st.
I mean, what else should they do on Christmas Eve?
Yeah. It's a holiday game. What's your problem?
That's good, dude. Looking forward to that.
Rep in H-Town on New Year's Eve?
Rudolph noses on people, too.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah. I think you should come dressed up in Christmas wear.
Okay.
Yeah.
What'd you say they're doing?
Holiday game. And then Rep in H-Town.
Okay.
On New Year's Eve.
All right. What are they going to do?
They're going to rep H-Town.
Don't they do that every game?
They do. They actually do.
Who's going to perform? Let me guess.
Yeah.
Slim Thug.
Paul Wall.
Paul Wall?
No, I don't know. I'm saying any of those. Yeah, both of those.
Biggie, you have any idea?
Mm-hmm.
Probably both of them.
No.
Okay. Bun B.
That might be the answer.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'm just very upset I haven't heard from CJ.
Well, I would have liked to hear from him after that Jets loss.
He's not allowed to talk, but God.
Imagine what he would have said after that Jets loss.
It would have been comforting. It would have been comforting to hear from him.
Someone says, I hope that this isn't 50% Browns fans. I'm tired of that bleep.
I don't think it will be. There's going to be a lot of Browns fans. Don't be mistaken. But I think the fans came back on Sunday. I think, it kind of accelerated the fans coming back. I'll look to see what tickets are looking like in the secondary market, but I'll bet you that it's going to be close to full. And then the Titans game is going to be like completely full because there's going to be
completely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Is Amy Adams coming in town?
God, I hope so.
Why?
They usually do.
Why?
It'd be cool for her to just feel it from the other side.
For what?
For her to feel it from the other side.
What do you mean?
Like the venom. Like everybody, like she's been sticking it to the Texans.
Okay.
Yeah. Ooh. Texans Browns tickets from $48.
That's actually pretty high.
Is that high?
I think so.
You know what? There's not a lot of tickets left.
Yeah, we've seen it.
There's not a lot of tickets left.
That might be popping, man.
Yeah. Look at this.
Whoa.
Yeah, there's a lot of tickets already sold. Mm-hmm. I like that, Figgy.
Okay. Might get some nice vibes going.
Tailgate's gonna. How about this?
What lot are you in, Figgy?
Blue lot.
All right.
Oh, okay. You got family coming in town?
Yes, my mother-in-law coming in town.
Oh God.
And
crazy ass.
Are they gonna be with you at the tailgate?
Yes.
Crazy ass.
Dude, there's not a lot of tickets left. That's good news.
His mother-in-law doesn't mess around, dude.
She doesn't.
Yeah.
As soon as that schedule came out, she hit me up like, hey, I'll be down there.
She ain't messing around.
She was on it.
She ain't messing around. Coming up, the headline showdown here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610 in a very, very wild Week 15 in the league. Let's go around the league next.
All right, guys, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing.
here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, headline showdown here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you last week. Came away with the dub, man. Came away with the dub. John
I did.
Lopez,
right?
yes, you
yeah.
did. You gutted it out.
Yeah. I did. That's right. Last pick.
Yeah, gutted it out. Let's start with Figgy is the judge here, and we'll go around the NFL. Very active Week 15. Texans top the Titans, Oilers, whatever, 19-16.
Amy Adams gets kicked in the Bush League.
In the what?
In the Bush League.
Okay. Case closed. I'm just going very, very simple. Case closed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Amy Adams Bush League.
I'm going to have to go with the OG on this one.
I like that one.
All right.
Yeah.
Vikings fall to the Bengals 27-24 in overtime.
You heard the quarterback on the sideline,
Jake
right?
Browning?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should not have effing cut me.
Vikes shouldn't have flaked on Jake.
There you go. Similar.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
Steelers fall to the Colts 30-13.
Minshew closes the curtain on Steelers.
Steelers way dying, Steichen way thriving.
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
Broncos fall to the Lions 17-42.
All right. Just in time for Christmas, the Lions went to Jared Goff.
Yeah, I got it. Draft picks used right over draft picks used wrong. Gibbs and Laporta touchdown. Sean Payton, clown.
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
Chargers fall to the Raiders 63-21.
Man. Chargers don't show up to Staley's going away party.
11 months too late.
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
All right.
Browns top the Bears 20-17.
All right, you're going to like this one.
No, I think you're going to love mine.
I think you're going to like this.
No, I think you might actually have the first concede in history.
I don't know.
I think you might have. I think this might be the first concede. Why don't you put 2 on the line then? No, I'm just kidding. Right, go ahead.
Taking Flacco, the Joe story. What'd you write? You have the same. Read it.
I have not. I did not see anything that you said or anything.
Read it.
That's amazing. Can there be a tie?
I said taking Flacco, life in the Joe lane. Instead of
can I get y'all both a point? Or do I got to choose? Or
it's your choice.
Or
I
it's a
can't
tie.
believe we both did that.
I'm going to go with the tie.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job.
That was amazing. That's never happened.
I cannot believe we both did that. And it's not like
y'all both was excited for this one too.
Yeah.
Ravens fall to the Jags 23-7. You're just tuning in. Lopez wrote a book, Taking Flack, Life in the Fast Lane. Pastorini. If you were not aware of that, sorry for assuming. Ravens 23, Jags 7.
Third straight L. Trevor rings his bell.
I put from Paul Pierce fake to real headache.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
Bucks top the Packers 34-20 at Lambeau Field.
Defense in Jordan Love's kitchen. Offense in the bakery.
Baker cuts the cheese.
I'm gonna go with Landry.
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
Dolphins top the Jets 30-0.
Put some hot mostert on that 30 burger.
I said waddle throttle.
I'm gonna go with the OG on this one.
Chiefs 27, Patriots 17.
Talking about Bill Belichick here.
Okay.
How the Grinch got fired.
Pats way dead, Chiefs way alive by a thread.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
Saints top the Giants 24-6.
Tommy Cutlets gets kicked in the nutlets.
I just put whack mob style.
I'm going to go with Lopez on this. Y'all bringing it today.
Yeah, it's fun.
Panthers topped the Falcons 9-7. What an embarrassment for Arthur Smith.
Yes. Die Hard 5, the Arthur Smith story.
You know how Arthur Smith's kind of a weasel when he
is
gets
a weasel.
Like mad?
Mm-hmm.
Arthur Smith, more like Arthur Fist. Like the Arthur
I like
Gift.
that one.
The
I
Arthur
like
Gift.
that one.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one. I like that.
Commanders fall to the Rams 28-20.
Rise of the Living Dead, because they're in Hollywood and they're back in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. Playoff run alive via staph injection.
Wait, what?
Playoff run alive via staph injection. A staph infection?
Like playing staph infection.
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
Cardinals fall to the 49ers 45-29.
Christian McMVP.
Two-man race.
Yeah, Purdy too.
Two-man race, my headline.
I'm going to go with Lopez on this.
Buffalo tops the Cowboys 31-10.
I kept this one simple about the Cowboys. Must be December.
Buffalo peak, no offsides needed.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
And then finally, the Eagles top the Seahawks 20-17.
Seattle +4 was a Drew Lock.
Do you smell what the lock is cooking?
These some good ones, man. I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
All right, you win.
All right.
Lopez wins this week's Headline Showdown, 1 o'clock every Tuesday.
Good job, fellas.
That was a good one.
That was a good one.
It was competitive.
So the holy bleep stat of the week as we go around the NFL. We do this every day at 1 o'clock. Derrick Henry became the first player in NFL history. I know this because the Texans' Twitter account tweeted it out.
Yes.
Derrick Henry became the first player in NFL history to have at least 20 touches in a game and produce less than 15 yards from scrimmage. So not only did the Texans, without Will Anderson, without Blake Cashman, and without Jimmy Ward, not only did they perform well and have next man up, they put on a historic performance against someone who's one of the biggest Texans killers of all time.
This is the third time I've mentioned McClain, but he had some interesting points here about Matt Burke.
Sounds so surprised.
Well, not 3. Go figure. Matt Burke is a defensive line coach by trade, by training.
It's his baby.
That's his baby, is how McClain put it. This guy just doesn't get the attention he deserves. It's like D'Amico's defense. D'Amico's making the calls. Man, Matt Burke is doing some work with that defensive front because that's what did it. You know, the show was talking about he couldn't even breathe. You know, he got the ball and he was hit. So pretty amazing right there. 15 yards from Derrick Henry.
It's insane. Total yards, too.
Yeah, and you said it yesterday. I'm not sure he's ever gotten as few as 15 yards.
He was getting worked. If he was watching the game.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Mm-hmm.
State of the league through 15. So we have 4 teams that have clinched playoff spots. Baltimore's the only team in the AFC. San Francisco, Dallas, and Philly, they've got playoff spots clinched. There's 13 teams with a winning record, 7 at 7-7, and 12 teams with losing records. Week 15 concludes with the Eagles taking an L. Jalen Hurts, local guy, he's not really mincing words here. Here was what Jalen Hurts had to say about the Eagles and their lack of desire.
I've been talking about execution all year, been on the same page, everyone been on the same page, and we didn't execute. I don't think we're committed enough. Just got to turn it around. It's a challenge that we have to embrace. Just continue to see it through.
What do you mean by that, about being committed enough?
Commitment. I don't know that if I had a dictionary on me now, I don't know how else to say.
Look, you talk about raised bars. They're 10-4, but they are a mess right now. Like it's been Like the Niners are going to run away with this thing as it looks right now in the NFC.
Nobody wants it with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they're healthy, nobody wants it with San Francisco. It's not even it's not even fair. And the biggest problem that's going to be is they are going to get a bye and they are going to be fresh and you are going to be playing the 49ers straight off of probably a playoff game, whoever the NFC team is, and they're just going to throttle you. I don't know how you beat the 49ers at this point.
Have you been paying attention to Debo lately? I mean, he's been the whole team. I mean, Purdy and McCaffrey, but I mean, everybody's
Kittle.
Everybody's
Ayuk. There was a graphic up the other day of Ayuk, and it was like, is he a top 10 receiver? I mean, if we're going to start having these conversations, then I don't know what to say.
And we just talking about the offense, right?
I mean, like they're the one team that you always talk about their offense. You never even bring up their receivers.
Yeah.
Ayuk and Jennings and all them, they are afterthoughts because you got Debo. And Debo, I guess, is a receiver. So I just look at him as like a hybrid. But, like, now you're talking about Ayuk as a top 10. It's a hell of a ball club right there.
Nobody wants any piece of that.
Hell of a ball club right there. Jamar Chase likely to miss some time after he had an MRI on his separated shoulder. Trevor Lawrence is also in concussion protocol. So two teams that the Texans are battling for playoff position. They could lose perhaps their best players or their best healthy players when you look at Cincinnati already without Joe Burrow. This was a little bit of drama involving Tommy Cutlets. We'll get to this when the internet goes nuts. I don't know if he's getting fair criticism or not. I'm not sure what to make of this, but we will get into that a little bit when the internet goes nuts. We just mentioned Brock Purdy in San Francisco. Brock Purdy, he's in the MVP discussion, but his vote's very clear. He doesn't think he deserves it. Who does he think does?
I think Christian should be MVP. I really do believe that. You know, he does everything, runs the ball well, can catch the ball. He does everything. In my eyes, that's an MVP. You know, I'm the guy that hands him the ball off, and then I turn back and watch. So I just see, you know, the beating that he takes and just his grit to continue to drive his legs and get extra yards and inches. Like, goes off to the sideline, and he's immediately, you know, using Theraguns and moving his body. He's just nonstop moving. But we all respect it, man. Like, he's the guy that does it all. And then we put him out in the slot and throw him a ball, and he just does everything. You know, like I've said it before, man, we definitely, you know, look up to him and his toughness, and he sets the standard, and we follow his lead. You know, to see him continue to do that and then get back in the huddle and then go run a route and catch the ball and have an explosive, it's like, dude, this is crazy. Thankful and blessed to be playing with him.
I think he should be MVP.
McCaffrey.
Yes.
I was just going to ask you. I'm like, I don't
know why it's not even I think it's obvious.
Because he's a running back.
Which is garbage.
Yeah. I don't think it's...
They lost one game with him last year when he started, and it was when they lost 3 quarterbacks.
I don't think it's even that controversial or close.
They want a quarterback to win MVP. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's the only thing.
They want a quarterback.
It's quarterback.
But put some respect on the position, man.
Dude, and he does take a beating. I don't know how he gets up sometimes, man. He gets hammered.
He goes out there and runs routes and stuff.
He gets hammered out there.
He's killing it, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely killing it. So we talked about the pillow fight last week, Carolina and Atlanta. This is the type of quote that kind of goes viral and starts to kind of perhaps increase the pressure on a coach. Arthur Smith, we already know he's kind of a blowhard. Derek Brown of the Panthers had this to say about the Atlanta Falcons after they beat them 9-7.
Falcons going on vacations like we are. They threw it more than I thought they were going to. They took a few shots. I was shocked, but you know, at the end of the day, you know, they base their pride on the run game. They're not bad at it, so you know, I thought it was gonna be a lot more run, but you know.
Yeah, so did Bijan Robinson. That was ridiculous. But I mean, he should be fired for that alone. It's week 15, man.
They're going to bring him back. He might find a way to win a division, and then it'll just be like a full seesaw. Like at some point, like it's like with the Brandon Staley thing, and it's like it was with Bill O'Brien after they lost to the Chiefs. Like, you know it's over. You know you're not going to reach your ultimate goal. Like, it's a waste of time with Arthur Smith at this point.
So why not cut bait?
I would.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens way too much. And then he's going to win the crappy division. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen.
No.
Oh, we're going to bring it back. We're going to bring it back. Oh, you win the division. Oh, good job.
No. No, I totally agree.
Tampa Bay's in first place right now. They're rebuilding.
You're getting a real Bill O'Brien vibe here. Now, I'm not saying he is Bill O'Brien in terms of, you know, how he is as a person or whatever.
He's kind of turned into it.
Yeah. But what I am saying is,
my man was just a grinder, and then as soon as he got the gig, he turned into a weird guy.
You know there's a ceiling with Arthur Smith. you know that he's mismanaged the offense. I mean, Bijan Robinson in a 9-7 game got benched for, I want to say, the remainder of the quarter because he fumbled.
They want to teach him a lesson.
What are you doing? Like, come on, make him run or something. You know, what are you doing?
It's whack.
Yeah.
Kadarius Toney and the Chiefs. I don't know. Like,
what'd you say earlier? Is he shaving?
They
points?
said this. Pardon my take. Actually said this. So, man, it's not just the drops, but for some reason, when he can't catch it, he hits it up in the air to where the other team can catch it. He's done it like 3 times this year. You saw him line up off sides. Mm-hmm. The Giants basically gave him away and wanted nothing to do with him. Mm-hmm. And they have one of the worst receiver rooms there is. I know he had a good Super Bowl last year, but at this point, this was, pardon my take, Barstool, their theory on Kadarius Toney and watching Patrick Mahomes just become openly frustrated with him.
It's at this point, it is 100% like if they keep him around, they have no one to blame but themselves. He's actually like, I'm getting to the point where I think that someone's trying to take Mahomes down, and they're like, we'll use Kadarius Toney to do it.
Either that or Mahomes got so bored dominating the NFL that he's playing on expert mode with Kadarius Toney, who will probably cost you at least 7 points trying to catch a football.
That was the funniest interception ever. He basically couldn't catch the ball and was like, wait, hold on, let me make sure I pop it up one last time so someone can catch the ball.
He's a rare example, but I feel like in 3 or 4 games this year, if you put an average person on the field in Kadarius Toney's position, it might actually be better off for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Because you would never get the ball thrown to you because you'd never be able to get open. But at least you wouldn't actively cost your team points. Like
hand the ball
give
for an
the
interception.
other team points.
Yeah. If Kadarius Toney ends up playing on a playoff roster, he's going to it up, and then they're going to be like, we don't know what happened.
Yeah,
we know what happened, dude.
How could we see this? How could we see it coming?
Man, it's like getting out of hand. Like you can see it in Patrick Mahomes' face and it's pretty bizarre.
And they're so lucky that they're in that division.
Dude, they don't scare me at all.
The Chiefs?
Nah.
I mean, they should.
No, because of Patrick Mahomes. I mean, why would I be scared? Patrick Mahomes.
Well, you got to have Cashman and Jimmy Ward in that game.
Yes. I'm not saying I shouldn't have said it all, but they don't scare me. Patrick Mahomes is going to scare anybody. But if you face him, I'm not going to be like, oh, well, there's a loss. You know?
Remember when the AFC West was supposed to be Murder's Row?
Yeah. Denver, Chargers with Herbert. Russell Wilson came in.
Raiders, maybe.
Kind
of like that dark horse squad.
Mm-hmm.
Sucks. Now you got the AFC South, 3 teams 8-6.
Yeah.
I would still think that Kansas City's still probably favorite. I mean, it's.
If you power rank the AFC right now in the
Baltimore,
Buffalo, if they make it, maybe Miami
over the Chiefs.
Yeah. With Tyreek?
Tyreek has to be healthy.
Yeah, with Tyreek, yes.
Yeah, he has to be healthy.
Mm-hmm.
If he's not, then bye-bye.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they have to have him. I mean, Waddle had a good game. Obviously, Mostert had a good game, but that doesn't mean you still need Tyreek Hill.
Figure it out. It's Around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the toast of the NFL is now getting roasted. From toast to roast, the internet goes nuts next.
Against all odds. Favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Oilers jerseys. John McClain, by the way, came in today. If you missed it at 11 o'clock, got a little bit testy, not too bad. But
over the line,
Malik Collins, he was asked about if the players actually cared about this such thing. This is what he had to say.
Jerry made it a big deal. You know, he the only one old enough to still remember. He talked about the Astrodome and all that, and we like, Jerry old as hell. So seeing him being hyped up about that and talking about they got Warren Moon over there and that, you know, and whatever. So it was big to see that for him because he, you know, he homegrown, he Houston Texan. So yeah, Jerry old as hell.
He's kidding, obviously, because a lot of them took it serious, but that's pretty good stuff right there. And I think Jerry Hughes legitimately was, because he does remember it.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so this one bothers me. Jason Kelsey is trending.
Okay. Brother of Travis, future Hall of Fame center.
And he actually fell on the sword for taking a penalty because he moved the ball up. He's been doing that. Centers have been doing that all the time. This still goes back
to Mahomes.
Yes.
Made such a big deal about it that now out there like trying really hard. It happened with Noah Brown too. Probably called that they wouldn't have made with out Mahomes. They called it on the Broncos too.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
because
they
Mahomes,
all moved the ball back
because
up
Mahomes
a
won
bit.
that much. Now it's an emphasis.
All right, guys, we got to follow the rules now.
I think it's the officials. I think the officials are like, okay, let's show them that it wasn't a one-off. You know, so like they did it again in the Texans game. I think they did it in 2 other games on Sunday, and then like they grab the ball and they point it up and move it forward.
Yeah,
that's high school. Yeah. I mean, this is the officiating, man. The egos on these guys, they're just like, oh, we'll show you. We do it all the time. Well, now you do. It's ridiculous.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Tommy DeVito has found some controversy. There's a local business called Coniglio's Pizzeria in Morristown, New Jersey. They say they will no longer have Tommy DeVito at the restaurant this Tuesday. They said they were told his fee increased from $10,000 to $20,000 after the Packers win. So they said that they're a family biz and they could not afford it. Here was the post on Instagram. Hell of a post right here. It was very long. It says in parentheses, only posting this because I had a few people ask me at the farmer's market today and I'm receiving DMs about it, so here we go. No, Tommy DeVito will not be appearing at Coniglio's this Tuesday as originally planned. After last week's win, we received word from his agent that his appearance fee would be doubling, went from $10K to $20K. We are a small family-run business and decided $20,000 was a bit steep for 2 hours. Apologies to anyone who'd already purchased a ticket. Anywho, as I have never been one to cry over spilled milk, let's instead be positive and throw back to a couple years ago when Nino taught the incredible Eli Manning how to make pizza. Put a picture of Eli Manning up there. P.S. Sorry about the loss today, Giants fans, but we're Italian too and don't like when someone says one thing or does another.
Yeah, this is the agent, right? Tommy DeVito didn't pay attention to all this stuff. It has to be the agent is feeling himself. And isn't that just a horrible move? You honor the ones you've already committed to and then maybe raise it.
I don't know the whole story, so I have no idea. This seems strange. I mean,
common sense. Tommy DeVito's not like, oh.
They're also getting all kinds of attention now. So they basically got all this pop. Like, how much is this worth? It's the lead story at ESPN.
Yeah, yeah.
They basically played the victim role, and they've like tried to be like a underdog.
I don't blame them though. I think they're just saying,
no,
hey,
that's fine. I mean, $10,000 for Tommy DeVito to come 2 hours. That's a long time though.
That's a lot of money.
But he wanted $20K.
I think it's the agent, and he's just not doing good business. Honor the commitments you already have at the price that you offered.
I mean, that is a bargain for them now.
And then raise it. Just good business. That's what we would do at ogsauce.com.
ogsauce.com?
You got that ready? Or not yet?
Kind of spilled the beans there.
Oh, man.
So you're going to start calling yourself ogsauce.com now?
No. I just said that.
Boy, this sauce is about to get worse, man.
It's going to be so good. Man. It's going to be so good.
Quality's
Let me just say this.
Quality's about to go down with this.
Hell no.
As soon as you start naming the sauce.com.
No, I'm saying that's the website. Reportedly, perhaps, that's going to be around in January.
Okay.
Yeah.
Per source.
Per sources, there might be a website in January.
I'm worried about the sauce, man.
And you can buy that homemade sauce online, maybe.
I'm worried about the sauce.
Reportedly.
I'm concerned about the sauce.
Dude, you don't have to get any sauce.
I'm just
Give
concerned.
me the sauce back I gave you with your brisket.
I'm concerned about
and this dude
the
tried
sauce.
to take my tamales away,
Yeah,
man.
bring that sauce back. I want it back.
I'm concerned about the sauce,
Bring it back then.
You going .com now? Worried about it.
Yeah, we'll see in January. Stay tuned.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
All right.
I got the internet going nuts.
So I just mentioned Jason Kelce. Equal time for Travis Kelce.
Oh, God.
Tell me what you make of
He
this.
didn't get enough clout.
Figgy. He just bought a $6 million mansion. Wedding bells?
What do you mean?
He said he bought a $6 million mansion so he and Taylor could have more privacy.
She's got like a $20 million mansion.
Well, he just bought a $6 million mansion.
Are you over them yet?
No, nobody is.
You're not? You're interested by this?
No, I'm not. I'm saying he's not.
I'm asking you. I'm not asking them. I'm not asking okay. Of course, ESPN and all that is into this. Are you over this yet?
I am just talking about what has the internet going.
Does she seem like really fake?
No, I don't know. Hell, maybe
I mean,
she is.
It just doesn't seem real.
Everybody,
the whole thing seems real.
Everybody who's ever been around her says she is very
real as a $3 bill.
When was that? When was that?
Well, I haven't talked to anybody about that lately.
Okay, so how long ago was this?
It's been a couple years.
Few?
That I've heard
10?
directly with people that dealt with her.
12?
Couple.
The whole thing's just like, oh, God. She's not interesting.
She's not interesting?
She's not interesting at all.
You can say what you want about her, but she's definitely
There's nothing interesting about her.
Her talent?
No, her talent's fine. I'm talking about
I never wanted to know more about Taylor Swift.
never wanted to know more about. No, not at all. No, I'm not questioning her talent. I'm not getting into that discussion. I honestly, I respect that. But when you've heard her talk, you're like, oh, I really got to see that. Like that commercial. Hey, bartender.
I like her commercial.
Now, would y'all want to see a Taylor Swift documentary?
No.
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely.
No way. No.
I feel like she ain't gonna peel the curtain back too much. It's gonna be super fake,
very manufactured.
Yes.
One of the reasons I admire her And I'm not like the biggest. Look, I couldn't even name. Yeah, some of her songs.
I'm not questioning any talent. I'm not questioning anything. I'm just saying, like, when I see her talk, I'm not like, oh.
But one of the reasons I think she's interesting is because I've been told 2 or 3 times by people that have been around her a lot, radio people.
So that was before she got huge, though.
She was big, but she wasn't this huge. Yeah, she wasn't this huge. That she's like the most down-to-earth, really cool, whatever person. So I've always kind of respected that. All I'm saying is, I'm talking about what's got the internet going nuts. He just bought a $6 million home, 6 bedrooms, 6 baths, 16,000 square feet, pool, waterfall, tennis court, pickleball court, mini golf course, and it's a gated community.
Mini golf course?
Yeah, that's what it says. So maybe there might be a little more serious than we thought.
That wedding, oh my God!
Oh Lord, the paparazzi. How much would they pay? Would somebody?
Did you see her birthday party? Like they went to some bar.
Yeah, you're rolling your eyes.
I forgot who went with her. There was some dude there that went by himself. A famous guy. I don't remember. Yay! It's my birthday. Yeah. Hey, vodka sodas on me. Vodka waters. Red lipstick.
This is a sweet house, man. Look at that waterfall. Dang.
And you can jump off that?
I guess. Look at that figure.
Where's it at?
I don't know where it is. It said that he bought it, but they can have more private. Maybe it's in the Kansas City area. I don't know.
That's weird.
Yeah.
That's real weird.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Aaron Rodgers has officially made it official. He says he's not 100% medically cleared to play. He says that he is he's 3 or 4 weeks away, which, do the math.
Yeah.
3 weeks from now, the season ends. So there you go. Aaron Rodgers not going to play this year.
What have we both said? I know I've said this from the very start. I'll believe it when I see it. It ain't going to happen. He's just been about the clout. He's just been about acting like he's this medical marvel and all that. And credit to him for getting to the point where he is now. But this was never, ever going to happen. Ever. Not this year.
I got the internet going nuts.
So this one has me, like, I feel so bad for her. So Celine Dion, good Christmas songs, by the way, apparently has lost control of her muscles amid a disease that is, and I've never heard of this, that's why I brought it up, that's called stiff person syndrome. Apparently all your muscles in your body just lock up and they obviously become stiff. Never heard of it, first of all. She's canceled her tour. She's canceled all her appearances. Celine Dion, great singer. Stiff person syndrome? Never heard of it. Like she just locks up.
Yeah. Sucks. She's a great singer.
The thing with me is, like, I never even heard
She looked good the other day, though.
Where was she?
I want to say Katy Perry had a performance, like her final Vegas performance, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. It was someone like, I think it was either Katy Perry or something like that. But yeah, she looked good, but I think she's like real fragile right now.
God dang, man.
Yeah.
She's
got to have the best. People can help me out. Anytime I talk music, people get pissed off. And rightfully so. I don't have the best taste for it. I would say that her and R. Kelly have to have, like, 2 of the best, like, soundtrack, like, theme songs for movies of all time, right?
Oh, Celine Dion?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like R. Kelly?
Yeah.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
I Believe I Can Fly. Say what you want. Don't take that away from him. Take away a lot from him. Just don't take away I Believe I Can Fly.
Hopefully.
And then Heart Will Go On, Titanic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she did her thing.
It's just, that's wild.
Speaking of R. Kelly.
I got the internet going nuts.
Or not speaking of R. Kelly. Who knows? Depends who you ask. P. Diddy.
Okay.
So P. Diddy's been in a lot of trouble lately. He's been in the news. I stopped even trying to follow it. I was just like, all right, I'm just going to let this. This has nothing to do with me. I hadn't been on my radar in a while. I'm going to stay out of this.
Yeah.
This P. Diddy thing. But I thought this was interesting. There's a lot of people that get upset by cancel culture and, you know, do you bow down too much to the mob, all that type of stuff. You hear that all the time. Boosie was on Vlad TV.
Okay.
And he has a lot of hits. Wipe Me Down is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
In the song, there's a line where he says,
I don't want to hear this.
No, it's old school.
Okay.
Like, it's old school. Like, this has been around for a long. This song's been around for a while. Just left New York City, hooked up with P. Diddy. He was asked if he's going to change the words.
Uh-huh.
Do you think Boosie's going to change the words? You don't know Boosie very well, do you?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
I think he's probably going to start saying it with his chest. This was Boosie's response to that question.
He asked if you're going to change the lyrics of Wipe Me Down. Just left New York City, hooked up with P. Diddy. You going to change that now?
Nah, I ain't going to change it. Nah, I ain't going to.
You still hooking up with P. Diddy?
They've been in my, since the charges came, that's all you've been seeing in my deal. That line.
Yeah.
Boosie, what you and P. Diddy ain't going on? You say you went to New York, hooked up with P. Diddy. I'm like, okay, y'all gonna troll me now.
Not the same, I don't think. So what did P. Diddy was like with it?
I have no idea. I can't keep up. It's
a lot going on.
Yeah, it's a lot going on, man.
Yeah.
I can't even. I mean,
so it started with so it was a singer named Cassie that he used to date for like 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
She filed a civil suit against him, sexual assault, all that stuff.
Okay.
And won
like crazy.
Yeah, so she got like a big bag for that.
Yeah.
And then other people start coming out of nowhere.
Of course.
Yeah. A lot going on there, man.
He fighting for his life right now.
You can't change that. You can't change the words there, though.
No, I think he's doing right.
Yeah, I mean, there's too many. Like, sometimes you see these these artists change words, and it's like, okay, I guess I can understand why you did that. Like, Nelly performed, what was it, the Big 12 Championship?
Mm-hmm.
And Ride With Me, he's like, she could be 18 with an attitude, 19 kind of snotty acting real rude. He changed the words too. She could be 21 with an attitude.
Oh,
22,
really?
Yeah. Because he was younger back then. He was younger back then. Like, he was like right there. He's like right on his.
It sounds a little
20s
weird saying that now.
Yeah, but now he's
40.
Yeah, but does it though? It's like the time, but he did change it, and I was like, I can respect that change.
Yeah, he would have got a lot of heat. So
yeah,
I get it.
I can respect.
You don't want
the
that
change.
smoke.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good change. Boosie ain't changing nothing now.
Boosie is not.
Now, are the Texans going to change something? Because there was a time where they depended on C.J. Stroud perhaps a little bit too much. Coming off a win without C.J. Stroud, though, myself and Lopez are going to tell you why this week they're more dependent on C.J. Stroud than they've ever been. That's next. First, I want to tell you about Texans Turf. I depend on
For details.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so dependency on C.J. Stroud. It's a good thing, but can also be something where you take it a step too far and you depend too much on him in certain situations. We saw the Texans find a way to win and battle with Tennessee without C.J. Stroud. But I think, and I think we kind of came to this, I guess, understanding or agreement early on in the show. I don't think the Texans can beat the Browns without C.J. Stroud. I think it's one thing to beat the Titans without Jeffrey Simmons, the ghost of Derrick Henry, and everything that they have going on. But the Browns are a legitimate playoff team. And this football team, they need C.J. Stroud to beat legitimate playoff teams. And I don't see any way that Case Keenum goes out there and beats Cleveland. And I wasn't overly terrified of Tennessee last week. But if you're telling me that Case Keenum, against that defense, against that coach who's been with them at multiple stops, Kevin Stefanski, including the best year of his career, if you're telling me that team is facing Case Keenum, I'm not only do I lack confidence, I would almost be willing to bet on the Browns. I would be willing to be willing to put money on the Browns.
I agree with you, and it's not just what Case Keenum is, versus it's what C.J. Stroud can offer you that no one else can. This is going to be an off script game. The Browns are going to know the only way to get this win is with their defense and some smart play by Joe Flacco. So their defense is going to have C.J. Stroud running around. We've seen it a lot lately before he got injured. It's one of the reasons he got injured was all the running around he did, and he got hit like that. So it's not like even about Case Keenum. I think partially it is because I think he can be a little loose a little too aggressive with the ball. But he makes plays as well. But it can be like the Schultz play easily could have been and should have been an interception.
Yeah.
He had some other plays that were just like, ooh, I don't know about.
He's an older guy.
Yeah. So it's not
even when he wasn't, he was throwing the interceptions.
Yeah, exactly. He's thrown a lot of interceptions, and that's not the recipe to beat the Browns. But beyond that, I want Devin Singletary to keep doing Devin Singletary things, but that's going to be a lot more difficult against this defense.
Yeah, and I think eventually you're going to have to find a way. We've talked about Singletary and how it's just been clear as day that he's the top guy, but I do think you're going to have to find a way to, I guess, load management. Which, by the way, has a way. The NBA's kind of made that kind of a joke.
Yeah.
Because load management basically means I'm not going to play.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think you need to
actually
manage. Manage what's going on and how much you're going to give him the rock. And still, he's still 15, 20 carries a game type of guy. But if there's certain situations where you can rest him and keep him fresh for the playoffs, which the playoffs would begin in 3 weeks? Yeah. So keep him fresh and figure that out. That's something you're gonna have to figure out too. But that's chess. You gotta win first. I just don't think you have a chance in hell winning without CJ on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm not with you, however, on the load management. I get it, and I hope it's a 2-to-1 ratio. I don't want to see 26 carries to 1 like it was on Sunday.
They needed every bit of that though.
They did. Because at this point you just got to get in, man. You got to win every game, maybe win the division, get in. And then worry about him being rested and managed the right way, getting into the playoffs. So I'm not altogether with you on that one, but I am altogether with you, because C.J. Stroud, one of the criticisms of the few criticisms I had with Bobby Slowick this year is I felt it looked like he was just kind of let's just give the ball to C.J. and see what he can do.
Yeah, just let him do his thing.
And that's not the recipe that I wanted. I wanted more Devin Singletary and other things. Well, now you got more Devin Singletary, and I'm kind of being a hypocrite here. The only way to win this game is to kind of let CJ do what CJ does and make some magic. So you got to have him on the field because I don't think neither Davis Mills nor Case Keenum can do that.
We haven't heard from CJ. Tomorrow is going to be 2 weeks since we've heard CJ say anything. So that's the other mysterious thing about the concussion protocol. You see your quarterback get dazed. You see him walk off the field. If he can't play the next week, you don't hear from him.
Yeah.
And then if he hasn't cleared the protocol, then you don't hear from him as well. So you're not. I don't know that. I don't want to say that you start
CJ.
to worry. Yeah, I don't want to say that you start to worry or anything like that.
You want to make an Instagram video saying he okay?
Yeah.
No. I don't want him on Instagram. I prefer my quarterbacks not to live on Instagram. It doesn't end well usually whenever they do.
Didn't end well last
time. Have him
time.
jump on the ground and say, "Hey guys, I'm all right."
Nah,
Landry Locker, I know you've been worried about me.
Does he even have Instagram?
Who? C.J. Stroud?
Yeah.
I think he do.
I have no idea.
I don't know if he run it.
Which is great. Yeah, good for him. That's great, man. Doesn't live on Instagram. It's unique.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Mm-hmm. But I would like to hear from him.
And then there's the other side of the coin.
I just want to hear him, Figgy. What are you laughing at?
Have him post something on Instagram saying he all right.
So
do
you
a little
don't
video.
You don't want to hear CJ talk?
Yeah,
at all? Okay.
Yeah. That's why I said have him do something on Instagram. And say, hey guys, Texans fans, I'm
I'll
good.
see you at practice tomorrow.
We should text the Texans. We should call the Texans and have CJ text you.
No,
Yo, Landry, I'm all right, man.
Nah, don't.
I'm all right, bro.
Don't let CJ do that. Let him be himself. I'm not trying to bother him like that. I just,
Looking a little nervous, man.
Whenever the media availability comes, you know what? I actually think there's a solution for this. If you just let him join us this week.
There we go.
Yeah, let him join us this week. His first Sports Radio 610.
Announced that he's starting on Thursday.
Yeah, we'll make the announcement here.
Yeah,
I'm good to go. I know you were worried about me, Landry. I'm good to go. All right, thank you, sir.
It's going to be all right.
Good to hear your voice, man.
Yeah.
You know when you call someone you haven't talked to, hey, it's good to hear your voice, man.
Yeah.
That's what I'll say.
That's what you're going to do,
That's
CJ?
all I'll say. I'll just be like that creepy jackass dude in Happy Gilmore. Hey, Happy? It will be like a 15-minute phone conversation. Hey, CJ, you want to go get a bite to eat?
Yeah. You want to be my friend?
Nah, dog, I'm good. I don't like Houston food anymore. Anyways.
Oh, he did say something about that.
Nah, he didn't say it like that. That was headline form. But yeah, I'll just be like, hey, good to hear your voice, man. Bye. See ya.
I was just thinking about you.
Oh, hey, CJ, been thinking about you. How you doing?
I was just thinking about calling you.
And all he's got to say is, I'm good to go.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good to hear your voice. Click.
Yeah.
Put that dial tone up.
But he is playing, right?
I don't know, man. I haven't heard his voice.
Tomorrow's a big day.
He hadn't told me.
Wednesdays have been huge around
I just
here.
want to know if he okay.
I think he's okay. I think he's fine.
Is he alive?
Yeah, I think he's good.
He never stepped on the field last
Chilling.
week.
I love this.
He was laying low, going through the protocol.
You don't have to worry about him eating the cheese, though.
Oh, hell no.
But I do worry about like the line of questioning every time this team wins a game is like really weird for me.
Yeah.
Because they treat them like they won the Super Bowl every single win.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday it was like, hey, when did you know y'all were going to be good? And I like it. I mean, I get where the story is, but I feel like they've been asked this question after every win.
They asked Schultz.
That was a question for every player.
Yeah.
When did you realize y'all were going to be okay? And it's like, man, I feel like they've been saying this the whole time. Like, you hear D'Amico Ryan sit there and say, you're D'Amico Ryan say, I don't want to eat the cheese and stuff, but like some of the way these questions are being asked, I don't want to say it's like Memphis John Morant. I can see Figgy in there trying to be funny over there. Don't
pull me in this.
But I mean, like sometimes it's like, man, like they haven't done anything. Like they really haven't done anything. Like there's other teams. Like look at the teams that are in the mix with them. Like it's not they haven't done anything.
Yeah.
So why are we asking him like all the time? Well, you guys shocked the world. Like every time they win a game, the question, hey, how did you know this was going to happen? Hey, what do you think this does
did you know
for the
you were
rookie
gonna
of the
be
year?
awesome?
What do you think this does for the coach of the year? It's like, man, they haven't done a damn thing.
Weren't they asked about votes?
Coach of the year votes or something. Who cares?
Yeah.
They've done nothing. Okay? I know that we didn't expect much, but quit asking them after every game, hey, how's it feel to shake them haters off? We're past that. Past it.
I guess the media is not used to it either.
No, but I just don't want them to eat the cheese. I'm listening to D'Amico.
Yeah.
I'm listening. I want to hear from CJ, and I'm listening to D'Amico. D'Amico says you don't want him to eat the cheese. It's like it almost seems like you're getting cheese handed up there.
Yeah, they're giving them big doses of it. But it also goes back to why I don't want to load manage or anything Devin Singletary.
I think you're going to have to.
Ride him like a mule, man.
I think you're going to
ride him like a mule. Then when we get to the playoffs, we'll worry about it then.
Nah, I just want to get the balance. I'm not saying that he deserves to. You got to figure something out there.
Think about this. We've gone from Devin Singletary needs more touches to maybe we should load manage him a little bit on some of these.
No,
carries.
in fairness, I thought when they brought him in, he might perhaps be the starter.
But he doesn't have a lot of tread off the tires this year.
No, he doesn't. But
Did
it's
you
more
really?
than he's ever had.
You thought?
I'll show you the link.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you thought you thought that he was going to be the starter.
No, I thought
there was a possibility.
I thought there was a chance that he could be 1A, 1B. Just it has as much
with him with Dameon Pierce healthy.
But it was with the Marion Barber philosophy, like the Marion Barber philosophy of 1A, 1B type of joint where Pierce comes in and finishes. But yeah, I did. I did a post on it.
Was it week 3 or maybe even week 2? No, it was week 3 or 4. When I finally kind of broached the topic.
Yeah.
Of maybe
and then Andre called your ass out.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It wasn't me.
Yeah, it was you. It was maybe you and Show. It was one of y'all. Maybe both of y'all.
It wasn't me. I didn't say anything. I finally had to hop off the train a couple weeks ago.
So we got to have a conversation, guys. We talked about this in Confessions.
Mm-hmm.
I love what y'all got going. I really do. I think y'all done an excellent job. I think Tyler, the hard work that he's put in, the hard work that you guys have put in. Mad Dog Monday
Beautiful.
Why is it become hoarding?
It's beautiful.
Like, are you going to drink it or not? Because you're bringing these Mad Dogs and you're not even drinking them. And now we got like 8-10 Mad Dogs just sitting over there. What are we doing here?
Now,
is it a hoarding thing or is it a we're going to drink Mad Dog thing?
Listen, I will say that you two, well, more like you. I mean, come on, step up. You're not gagging over the view of it. Come on.
I am not lying. I look at that
Look at
thing
that beautiful rainbow.
all 4 years.
That's beautiful. Now, listen, I will say, you have a point. Now, we should probably knock off some of these.
I think y'all should have to drink them.
2 of them are unopened.
Now, I have knocked off a couple. And I got one in the fridge halfway there. First off, I just think the lineup is beautiful.
8 wins, 8 bottles, 8 wins.
And so I will give a point of that. There is we should finish this off. Some of these off. Now I've recently moved into a situation where I'm not supposed to even have a sip of it.
I thought about taking that from you yesterday.
And I'm grabbing a sip. And my trainer said, drinking
Mad Dog.
Drinking that Mad Dog.
So you get on to me for tempting you with Twin Peaks food, but then you get on to me for not bringing Mad Dog for you to drink.
First off, sit back, because you don't even bring the Mad Dog.
That's fine. That's a good point. If you want to act like it's not, that's fine.
No, it's not a good point. I want you to do what you're supposed to do on Mad Dog Mondays, the biggest win of the year, and you go to one store. Give me a break. So just chill.
In fairness, he probably didn't know they won. He probably didn't watch the game.
I would have known anyway, Landry, because I would have been listening to Vandermeer and Andre Ware.
There we go.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
All right, it is a beautiful Tuesday, and it ain't just a regular Tuesday. It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. Big game.
I think it's a finish your damn Mad Dog Tuesday.
Go ahead.
That's what it sounds like.
Listen, I won't be pushed. It's all right. It's a beautiful rainbow. Now I do think we probably could finish off.
No. I hope I didn't paint the picture that I was finishing the bottle.
No, we do drink our Mad Dog.
I had a sip take me back to Park Street. I had a drink take me back to Crystal Beach. It's just about to give me one good pull, let me bubble it one time, and if I so choose to have a couple more drinks as the show goes along, I will. If not, I'm gonna sit it. Now I know I'm gonna sit it right back there because I want J-Lo's mouth water, and I want him to feel like he's gonna puke every episode of In the Loop moving forward.
I think he's thinking about drinking it. That's what I think he's doing.
I mean, get you a pull, man.
Yeah, man. The first couple of weeks, I really nailed down probably 2 of them. And now, I'm trying not to get myself too much trouble. So that's all right, though. It's good. It's a beautiful thing. Hopefully they continue to win and we continue to stack these bottles back here and take our swigs of Mad Dog when they win. But Ticket Tuesday, Texans Ticket Tuesday. So be listening throughout the show. Your chance to win tickets to the game, and it's a big one. There's a big one against the Browns. The Browns are 1 game ahead of you, and you could potentially put yourself in the playoffs with a win coming up on Sunday against the Browns. So a big home game, the second to last home game of the year against the Cleveland Browns. Hopefully CJ is back. Hopefully Nico is back. Hopefully all of them are back. Yeah. But your chance to win a pair of those tickets coming up here on the Drive. We've already hooked people up this morning on Payne and Pendergast. In the Loop did it as well, and we will do it today. So thank you for listening. Those of you, Odyssey app, we appreciate you. YouTube and Twitch, hello, we appreciate you.
How you doing?
Weird Tyler, and then those rolling around with us on Sports Radio 610. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. All right, this is where I want to start this, Clint and Tyler and the Drive family. You can jump in on this, 713-572-4610, of course, YouTube and Twitch. You know how we get down. We talked about a lot of people yesterday that stepped up big and were a huge part of that. We talked about it. You said yesterday organizational defining win. I saw Pendergast say it was the toughest win he'd ever seen from the Texans. It was a huge win. By far the most impressive victory they had that I've seen since I've been here covering the Texans on my 4th season. But we talked about it. D'Amico, huge day for him. We talked about it yesterday. Devin Singletary, big time. Jonathan Grenard, as I said, to me was the most dominant player on the field. That offensive line stepped up big. That defensive line stepped up big. Steven Nelson got my player of the game. Fairbairn got Tyler's player of the game. All right, we saw Derek Stingley step in and make some plays. How about Noah Brown? He was big. There are a lot of people we talked about yesterday. The one person we didn't talk about, Clint, may for me, and I'm interested. I want to lay this out, but I'm interested in seeing your thoughts on this because I think your mind and expertise really adds credence to this. To me, Bobby Slowick was so impressive. I think he's been impressive all year. I said it last week. I give him a B+ for what he has done, and I don't think I would be surprised at all if his time here is short. As the coordinator here, but I thought he was really impressive on Sunday in this game, directing this offense. Now, the defensive line, as we said yesterday, is the reason why they won this game, but he showed huge maturity for somebody who is, for the first time, running an offense. He had a game plan, and he refused to veer off of that game plan, even when I'm sure there were times many of you were yelling at your TV for him, stop throwing a screen pass. Stop running the damn ball. Stop throwing it short. I'm sure many of you, but he stuck to his game plan and put his players in the best position to win the game. Clint, I thought Bobby Slowick was absolutely amazing working with what he had to work with to keep his team and his offense moving forward. I just thought Bobby was – we didn't talk about him yesterday, and I don't think a lot of people have talked about it, and I said this is the job for Bobby. Bobby is the blame guy. When things go wrong offensively, it's going to be on Bobby, and he's not going to get – there was no CJ there. There was no Nico. There was no Tank. There was no George Fant. There was no a lot of people. And they hung in there offensively, and he had what he had to work with. Man, I thought he was impressive as hell yesterday.
Yeah, look, he did a hell of a job. I mean, because here's the deal. If you watch, the All-22 is dropped, obviously.
So you felt that too? You felt –
Yes. I thought in the moment he did a tremendous job. Just knowing what you had from a game plan perspective, from a roster perspective on the offensive side of the football, knowing what you had to go out there and put a game plan on the field that allows drives to end in points, although they weren't touchdowns, they were field goals. And then in the critical moments to put drives together, put a plan together, put a in the moment game management, play calling perspective. I thought he did a tremendous job as the game went along. Look, you knew it was going to be ugly. It wasn't going to be perfect. It was going to be tough sledding, if you will. So they were going to have to pass up on some opportunities. They were needing to capitalize on every. I mean, the margin of error was razor thin for everybody, but it was most razor thin for the offense. And look, if you go back and watch the All-22, which I'm about 2.5 quarters through it, I mean, and I'm not being critical of Case Keenum because look, Case he did his thing
that time.
I mean, the interception was a poor decision, poor throw.
He said it.
On the interception, he had Dalton Schultz on the deep over route that we've seen C.J. Stroud hit multiple times. On a play later on that I believe he ended up taking a sack. No, it wasn't a sack. It was the intentional grounding that he got. On that play, he had Dalton Schultz over the middle. One of the field goals in the first half, he had Dalton Schultz screaming up the middle of the field for a touchdown, about 20 yards. He missed it. The screens, 2 different screens, one to Sims and then one to Beck out in the flats. The location, the ball placement on those screens
kind of
really threw off the timing to where if the ball would have been in the right place, then I think that those screens would have had an opportunity to pop. And so, I think – but those are the things as an offensive coordinator that you've got to overcome. Like you expect your second or third string quarterback to not do everything perfectly and not see every read. And so you've got, as the game unfolds, you've got to be able to make up that difference. You got to be great in moments. You got to pick your moments to take shots. And look, Tennessee made it tough. Their defense wasn't going to give you any shots. They weren't going to let you play action and get over the top of them. They were going to make you throw it underneath.
Well, and they started to suffocate too. I mean, they started to bring it on the interception. To be honest, that cat did not back up a step.
Well, it was a zone. It was a zone coverage.
But he had no fear though.
No, he had zero fear. You're right, and you got a chance to crease him there, but he's not on the same page with, was it Agumbawale at that time? I think it was. And so those are all things that, like, as an offensive play caller, you expect it going to the game when you don't have C.J. Stroud. You're going to miss open receivers. You're going to miss opportunities. You're going to miss touchdowns. Ball placement's not going to be great. But you've got to manage the situation, and you got to pick and choose when you can throw knockout punches. And the defense allowed Bobby Slowick to be ultra conservative really the entire game. I mean, at that point in time, you knew that field goals were going to win that game. There was a good chance that 5 or 6 field goals was going to win that ball game for the Texans. They were well on pace to do it. Now, the way it unfolded, you needed one drive late, and in that drive, Case Keenum and Bobby Slowick were really good. And so, yeah, look, I think Bobby, what Bobby's done this year with all the offensive line injuries early in the season, and now with the wide receiver injuries and tight end injuries,
he can work with less.
Yes. And look, you look, Ron, you look at, like, the decision. Look, I know D'Amico makes a lot of decisions, but you look at the decision. I know you and I talked about it. What do you do when Titus Howard went down? What do you do with Juice Scruggs now that he's healthy and he's played guard? Do you move him to center? Do you play musical chairs? Like, Bobby Slowick has a lot to do with, no, we're going to leave Michael Dieter at center, and Dietz is playing some good football. And then you look at what Juice Scruggs is doing. I know he gave up the sack and he got put on Front Street because of the sack, but in reality, I'll take the struggles that he has in the pass game because he's a different dude run blocking. Like, he's a different presence inside an interior offensive line from a run blocking perspective. And so, those kind of decisions, Bobby Slowick has a lot to say. Going with Case Keenum over Davis Mills, Bobby Slowick has a lot to do with that kind of those kind of decisions. So yeah, on and off the field, both. I'm with you, Ron. I think Bobby Slowick.
I was just so impressed, Clint. A guy that's young in a game you got to have to stick with the game plan. Like, he never veered off, because if you try to start saying, hey man, let's start calling some more shots. Let's try to push it down. Like, I don't know if that's putting Case in the best position possible for him. Now, as you said, there were some opportunities, but I think he continued to say, all right, but we got to stay in this thing. And to me, you could tell the game plan, as long as we don't kill ourselves. And now they did at times, but as long as we don't kill ourselves, we're going to give ourselves a chance. And you could tell he saw a Noah Brown matchup, and they continued to exploit that as much as they could. So I was so impressed by Bobby Slowick. And as you talked about the Pittsburgh game, the offensive line issues he had to overcome and develop the game plan where it was like he never got C.J. touched. We were all wondering, what is that going to look like with Austin Deckles playing left tackle?
Yep.
And George Fant against, T.J. Watt and Highsmith, and they never got touched. Yep. They were in factors in the game. A lot of it to do with his game plan. He's done that multiple times this year, and then this was just another level. I mean, this was just another level.
Well, I think if you're the Texans, if you're D'Amico Ryans, you look at it and you go, okay, if we let the Titans go out there and score 30, we have no chance.
Yes.
And that's not Bobby's fault. That's just the way the injury bug has hit our offense at this point in time, right? And so you go out there and the defense has got to step up, and they do, and they play really well. And if you're Bobby Slowick at that point, you go, okay, we got to be smart, but when we get our opportunities. And when I say opportunities, I don't mean moments of the game. I mean when we look up and they are trying to pressure us, and we get whatever look, whether it's a zone look or a man look, we get the look that we're hoping for. We got to have the processes in place for Case Keenum to go, all right, right now, boom, let's go get it. And I thought they did that at opportune times late to ultimately get the win. It was ugly in between. But we knew that going in, it was going to be ugly in between. I thought Bobby, he managed the negative as good as you possibly can, and I thought he didn't ask Case Keenum to do too much. I thought if you watch the film, it looks like some of that stuff was going to be really, really good, but Case missed on a couple of them. And when the moment was the biggest and the opportunity presented itself, I thought both Bobby and Case were great together, and it worked out in the Texans' favor.
Yeah, as we're talking about Bobby Slowick, and you talked about Case a couple of times, I got to say, man, I'm a compassionate person, obviously. I I really feel bad for Davis Mills, man.
Why's that?
I just can't imagine what his last
Joe, he just picked up about a $35,000 check today.
Ron too. Yeah, I mean
Ron.
He picked up a check. Sure, I mean you know.
Probably more like 50.
Probably more, but
no, he ain't making that kind, is he? Yeah,
third round. I don't know, but
third round, fourth year.
It's
a meal.
I do. I feel bad for him because, I mean, we got Case Keenum. He's on Monday Night Football with the Mannings last night.
Oh, he's making that round.
He's on
rounds, ain't he?
He's on Manning cast. He's coming out like they ran Davis out there to the media, to the podium last week. I hope at that point Davis knew that he wasn't starting. Whenever it was that Davis found out that he was not starting the game, that I gotta believe he thought he was going to be starting as soon as things were happening, getting the lion's share of the reps with the ones through the week. I just listen. I'm not. I can only imagine Clint in his mind. Damn, what the hell happened? How did I not get this opportunity? This was an opportunity for me.
I could have went out there and got that win, and I could have went.
I could have thrown that
I knew the
pick
defense
six.
was going to play that damn good. I could have went out there and got that win. I could be.
I would have thrown that pick
with
six
them Manning brothers, man.
I could have been on that. You think if Davis won that game, he would have got on Manning cast?
I don't know.
No.
You don't think? I'm sorry.
You think Case having been in the league as long as the two Manning brothers combined? Do you think that did it for him? By the way, Peyton's looking old. I don't watch the Manning cast. I'm not a big fan of it, to be honest. I like those guys, but I like to watch the game. Manning. I saw him on halftime with Van Pelt.
Yeah,
bro. Manning's looking old, bro.
Is he aged?
I don't know if the makeup they're using or what, but my man Peyton. He's looking older, man.
For my quick response with the no to Davis on there, though, was primarily because that dude just is hard to listen to. Like, when out there and, executed the offense and, Bobby put us in a good position. Like, that's not entertaining.
I see people coming in with
fair.
He's getting paid. What do you feel sorry? I'm just put yourself in Davis Mills' situation.
It's a crappy one.
I'm just saying, I've been in here. Y'all didn't, but now listen, I've been put in the most take a dump down my throat situation since I arrived.
That's where you thought you'd go with it?
Just take
a dump down.
I mean, I didn't want to go. I didn't want to steal Tyler's line of crap in my face.
Yeah,
but I mean,
on your face.
To be honest with you, man, like this is my third coordinator. I mean, you've had me with fake head coaches.
Stop being a dumpster fire.
Bad systems, bad players around me, and all right, here we go. This is my shot, man. Because he could have had a solid performance that would have gotten him a job for the next 5 to 10 years. Because hey, we can trust him to go in. It's just next 5, and he come in. I think by Wednesday he thought he was playing
a team he'd already beaten a couple times.
Yeah, baby, he's coming in. I'm feeling it. I'm juiced.
Go in there,
no.
Go in there and throw for about 300 and a couple touchdowns and beat the Titans.
He's thinking. Let me go. Let me throw for 215.
And the General's back, baby.
Yeah, and then CJ comes back, man, and all of a sudden, boy, you don't have to play again. And the last game that somebody saw was like, whoo.
That's it. That's gonna get you another 5-6 years.
No question.
Right there. Like, I mean, it's just like, and then damn, I go to the podium. I'm talking to the people, right? Hell, I'm starting.
That's the interesting part of it. Did he know at that point in time he was starting?
What'd you say? He's been a company man from the jump.
He's been a company man, but that's extreme.
He's got to feel like he deserves
That's some Jack Easterby stuff.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest with you. This had to be they just split reps all week and then named a starter Saturday. They like you can't tell me that.
Do you think they knew? Do you think they knew?
Oh, I think they knew. Yes, I think they knew that. Are you asking me if do I think that they knew that they would start
decided by
Friday? By the time that Davis Mills went out there and did he talk? I wasn't in on Friday.
He talked Friday.
He talked Friday. Yeah, I think they knew. Now I question if he knew. That would be some low down. I'm gonna be honest with you. I look Bobby D'Amico.
He was just available in the locker room, right? He didn't actually go to the podium.
But I mean, everybody.
But they made him available in the locker room. Just wanted to be clear on that.
You got to make him available. You can't protect him.
Right.
But they're rolling him like. I mean, he's like.
Well, that's a different deal.
Put him up.
Like I thought you meant they sent him to the podium. Like that would have been some Jack Easterby stuff. Hey, we know we just benched you before you ever got a chance to take a snap in this game. But we need you to go out there and act like you're the starter.
From the text line, and the only time he gets in is because they know Case can't throw the ball down the field. So, man, we're going to throw you in on this Hail Mary. And now he gets sacked. And now he gets blamed for the Hail Mary.
We're gonna go with Case this week, but Davis, we need you to really stay dialed in because we may need you in a Hail Mary situation.
We need you in a Hail Mary situation.
I mean, I would take that 35 stacks on a Tuesday afternoon for it, but if I'm Davis, I'm probably a little frustrated.
I'm just saying, he got to believe he deserved that spot. I know he's gonna be a good teammate.
And they say no.
I bet he was staring down, and in his mind, he probably didn't do it physically, but I bet he was staring down D'Amico on that pick six. Oh yeah. Oh, he's the one that's gonna take care of the ball.
That's what y'all wanted to go with?
That's
football playing Jesse.
I just want you to know, Davis.
Ooh, I ain't heard that one in a minute.
I feel bad for you, Davis.
I ain't heard that one in a minute.
I feel bad for you, Davis. All right.
That's good. That is
maybe a potential lesson learned in dealing with C.J. Stroud. There's a potential lesson learned in dealing with C.J. Stroud. We'll discuss that coming up next on The Drive.
The moment definitely wasn't too big for Case Keenum in the Texans' 1916 win.
I'm built for this.
with Trista Crick. Stay up to date with the latest storylines, hottest takes, and best interviews from around the game. New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
These are moments, but I don't want to read the text line.
Oh, what happened?
People just
hold on. So
you're talking about Davis, man. It's just so mean, man.
You started it.
Not even. I do. People, Ron, you're lying. You don't feel bad for him. I really do. I do. No one deserves anything gets earned. He's a grown ass man. Someone said I'm putting myself in Davis's position. I'm getting $50K check a week, injury free, get a field pass seats, and know is if CJ is hurt in the game, I'm in the game. I'll take it. Well, Claire, I don't know. First off, you don't get that money. I'm just speaking upon experience and hearing from other people, experience and conversation with other people who have played in the league like Clint. Now, Clint can answer this better than I can, but these guys are competitive as hell to reach the point where Davis Mills is. And Davis Mills obviously enjoys, what football gives him, but I don't think Davis Mills is just a cat that is in the league that's like, hey.
Picking up a check.
Hey, let's go. I don't care. Like, Davis wants to play. Davis wants to make an impact. And I do. I feel bad that he really thought this was an opportunity and a chance for him. And, he's been the backup quarterback all season long. He's gone in cold when CJ has had to come out. He went in there and got his ass kicked by the Jets' defensive line because the offensive line was just to hell with it. And then my man get it at the very least, late in the week. Yeah, man, we're gonna go with this dude that's got 72 pass attempts in the last 3 years. We're gonna go with this guy. That one's got to be tough. And yes, I feel bad for him. Yes, he's a grown ass man. Yes, he's done it, but I do feel bad for that. I think he's a human, right? Like, and let's just be honest. I know all of you all are perfect humans. Because I'm telling you right now, it'd have been, I don't know, the words of the song just written all over your face. It'd have been written all over my face that I've been Davis Mills over there on that sideline.
Said, oh, damn, so.
Been written all over. I'm not saying I'd have cheered the pick six, but it would have been written all over my face. So, I mean, I'm just saying, like, you call me a weak or whatever, that's fine. I feel like as humans you would too, but you're too good when you text in stuff.
Yeah,
but, look, that's got to be tough, man. That dude didn't come in.
No question. No question about it. You sit around and you do what's right. Because, look, this has got to be, I mean, look, I always, my freshman year in high school, we had a quarterback named Jermaine Alford that had already started a year on varsity. And,
yeah.
And me and Jermaine, we competed that offseason after my freshman year.
Clem was ready to turn to baseball.
And look, I walked right in and said, hey, look, he's better than me. Dude's better than me. I'm not going to sit around not play until my senior year. Like I don't know that I'm in for that. But my point is, it was clear this dude's better than me, right? And so Davis, you watch CJ in training camp, and you watch that it factor and kind of him taking over the locker room. Then you watch him play during the season. You're like, hell, this guy's better than me. So you just take your seat and you feel the second string, you feel the backup role. But the minute that guy goes down, my attitude changes. My expectations changes. All right, it's my turn. This is what I waited for. What is he? Is he in year 4? Year 3? Year 3, right?
3.
Year 3 for him and Nico.
Nick's been here. Yep.
Year 3 for him and Nico. I mean, this year and next year, the opportunity is going to be few and far between for him to get a little film and show that he's worthy of another contract. Yeah, as soon as CJ went down and he was out, yeah, it's my turn, baby. Let's ride. And then they walk in and tell you that Case Keenum is the guy. Hell yeah, you feel some kind of way about it. Now, Davis Mills isn't the kind of guy. He isn't a Ron Hughley guy. He damn sure ain't show. He damn sure ain't Ron the show. But he's not the kind to let it be seen on his face. He's more of a company man. But you damn right. You are damn right. He's got to feel some kind of way about it.
I'd be foolish enough to have my beanie inside out. that ain't showing the Texans emblem. My beanie inside out.
I got a feeling you'd have there'd be a.
Oh, it'd be written all over. I'm just saying, Clint. Like I mean,
could see you pull that on Jameis Winston sitting over there by Alvin Kamara, looking at each other like, "What's Derek Carr?"
I'd be over there almost probably by myself, sitting down there.
I'm just pissed off.
Sitting down there and overly hustling. Like, here you go, coach. Run out there. Run out there, man. Nah, man. Like, yeah, that's like for people to say, yo, man. Yeah, Clint. Yeah, man, you lost out on that. You lost out on a starting job at Arkansas. Yeah, but you're getting a scholarship.
Yeah, you get
to go to school for free.
You get that free cafeteria.
Hey, you get to wear them. You get the Reebok stuff. You get to wear the stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, shoot, feel good about it.
No, I'm good.
No.
Yeah, he's definitely feels some kind of way. I feel for the dude, but it's the game.
Yeah, it's the game. Yeah, I'm not saying like I'm about to go. I'm gonna send him a handwritten letter or anything.
I think you should.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
Start out with, hey man, I know I've been disrespectful over the first 2 years.
I have not been disrespectful. I have been honest.
I don't know. I think it's.
I have never, even Tyler would. I've never pushed it.
You flirted.
I just got the red carpet and want to get into a controversy.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I in a way disrespected Case Keenum last week. I don't know that I was fully wrong. I still don't believe Case Keenum can throw the ball 30 yards.
30?
30 and effectively not getting the ball picked off.
I mean, he can get it.
I think he could throw it 30. He could throw it 30.
Now, the pace and carry is not going to be there.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, he ain't going to zip it in at 30.
No.
I think he maxed out like his when you talk about like zip on the ball and fitting it in, the deep curl that he threw to Noah Brown to his left versus cover 3 early in the ball game, that was maxed. I think that was his max.
Any outside throws? Yeah, I was saying the whole time when you was talking about he missed Dalton Schultz over the top. He missed. I said, no, I don't think he missed him.
He wasn't even waiting on that joint.
Nah, let's go somewhere else. Then he got happy and said, I'm gonna fire this thing across the middle.
Yeah. What I love about Case though is like Case ain't even trying to hide it. Like Case is throwing that damn thing with every bit of his body. Like I was watching him in camp. Yeah. In camp, when they're over on the field by themselves and the quarterbacks are throwing certain routes, and they're throwing deeper routes because CJ's having to work on some stuff. I mean, they're throwing right hash, wide side 7 routes, like 18-yard speed cut out route to the wide side. And Case is Case is overstriding. His left side's wild as hell. He's falling. He's doing everything he can to get that damn ball there. He ain't hiding it one bit. He's gonna get that rep, but boy, It looks like you've been there a minute.
He's emptying in the tank. Ron Mills got an opportunity as a starter and proved that he's not the guy. So just get a check. No, this isn't the guy thing. We established that. Nobody called out that he is not the guy before me. He's been the guy as the backup all season, though. He was the guy when he went in multiple times that C.J. Stroud came out.
Oh, damn. So-
and I'm just saying, if you put yourself in his issues, as Clint, explained, like, yeah, man, yeah, okay, I can concede the CJ thing, but man, this dude got to do a curl hop and got to do his whole body into it to throw a 15-yard out.
Here's the reality right now, Ron, as it pertains to this conversation. Like, I thought that the Texans' quarterback room was in a really, really good spot. I think they are. They're in a really, really good spot. But I looked at it like Davis Mills is got a chance to be a really – and in fact, I would bank on Davis Mills being a really, really good backup. I would pay Davis Mills a second contract to be a backup.
I think he'll be a good backup.
I would pay that. But if I were Davis Mills, I would read the room and I'd know, hey man, this is me. I'm a backup quarterback, and I would sign that deal and I'd stay in Houston. I'd live me a happy life in Texas with my wife, my girlfriend, whatever. If I don't know if I'm married old girl or not yet, but whatever.
It's coming.
And I'd move on. Now, if you're Davis Mills, like, wait, y'all just went Case Keenum over me when I've been the backup the whole year. Now, when it comes time, I got to go get somewhere where I'm at least respected as a backup. Because right now, you're not even respected as a backup. You're a third string guy.
Yeah, and
I know exactly what that feels like. You're hanging on to every cut date.
That's a slap in the face with powder.
Hey, every
powder in your hand.
Every transaction that's made, Every time they pick up Barnett, every time they pick up Tierre Tart, hey, you're over there going,
is it me?
Is it me? They're going to see if I pass, if I get claimed, if I get through waivers. Yeah.
All right, coming up, our guy Seth Payne. He joins us every single Tuesday. We'll get his thoughts on this crazy, crazy win from the Texans coming up next.
All right, this time of year, it is a beautiful thing to head east on I-10. Y'all get over to Coshada.
Visit HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive on a beautiful Tuesday, and it is 2:40, so we are joined by our guy who you can hear every morning right here on Sports Radio 610 Payne and Pendergast, Seth Payne. Seth, good to have you, baby.
Hey, it's good to be here. Who am I on with?
Oh, Clint Stoerner. He's back. He's back in the building.
Yay! Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, he's grown out this beard, Seth. You got to get your
really?
eyes. Oh yeah, he's got it really coming in.
I got me a red beard coming in with some good grays mixed in on the side, man.
Yeah, you're going full Santa Claus mode.
Yeah, the wife hates it. The kiddos still don't care. They're still young enough; they don't care yet. So we'll see how long it lasts.
Oh. Yeah, no, your kids. It's good to. I think you should grow out a bit. If I had a red beard, I couldn't grow that thing long enough. That's badass.
Yeah,
it is super thick too, man. Super thick.
Get it real long enough so you can braid it. Put it a little tight. Yeah, that'd be nice.
I've done that before.
Action. Yeah, I bet you have, Tyler.
Yeah, Seth, you've been married long enough. I mean, you think that's something that's a good idea for the action? I'm gonna get at the house.
I don't know. It's up to her personal taste. Well, some women don't realize that they like beards until a guy they like grows a beard, and then all of a sudden it triggers something in them. But the problem is that you got to work through the postnatal hormones and everything for a while to know exactly what her genuine feel. Tell her that. Tell her, listen, honey, I know you think you hate the beard, but it's mostly the hormones talking. Women love that.
Right.
They love it.
Well, I'm about 4 weeks out from sampling, so I'll keep y'all posted, man.
All right, Seth with us, and listen.
Told her she'd like the tickle. I don't know. I don't know if she's falling for it.
She'd like the tickle. Yeah. Okay. I had so much more nasty to say, but I'm gonna keep it in. No, Seth, I'm really curious your thoughts on this because I know you kind of like to look a bit more deeper than maybe the surface on things. I'm curious because I was blown and shocked when I found out over the weekend that it was going to be Case Keenum getting the start over Davis Mills. And I'm curious. You watched the entire game. You saw what happened. Do you think after watching the game, that was the right decision that D'Amico, Slowick, whoever it was that made that decision to start and play Case? Or did you think they just won in spite of that decision?
Right. I think I heard Clint in the postgame say something that I'd also been thinking and wondering about, which was how much pre-snap stuff was done that was actually, in some respects better than what a rookie and C.J. Stroud can do, and how much of an effect did that have, not just on pass protection, but in the run game as well. Because there's a quarterback element to that, checking into the right runs, making the right adjustments to the pass protection, all of that. There's some things that Case knows that CJ just flat out isn't going to really figure out until years 2, 3, and 4, all that stuff that goes along with it. And I think likewise, Davis has a couple of years of experience, but it's under very non-ideal circumstances, and I don't think he has that same level of savvy that Case Keenum does. So it's in a weird way. I'm about to make a comparison that's going to sound really dumb, but bear with me for a minute. Peyton Manning in his Super Bowl year with the Broncos, that was not peak or vintage Peyton Manning. He didn't have the physical skills in a lot of respects that Brock Osweiler did, but he got them into the right situations. I've talked to Owen Daniels about this because he was on that team, and a lot of those throws where you might say, well, anybody could make that throw. Well, yeah, but that throw wasn't going to be there for anybody to make because that was all about Peyton getting into the right play and making the right adjustments. And I think that's what you had with Case Keenum, was just a veteran hand at the wheel that made a lot of situations that could have been dicier a little bit less dicey. It didn't have to be spectacular. It just had to be less dicey.
Seth, I tell you what I'm struggling with now as we kind of transition into this Cleveland week, man, is I'm struggling with, after watching Case in this offense for a week.
Yeah.
Right? I'm struggling with how would I feel about Case moving forward if C.J. Stroud's not ready versus his defense? And what I'm struggling with, Seth, is were the limitations really? I mean, obviously there's limitations there. Look, I mean, we're not fooling anybody when we're talking about Case, but was the limitations because of Case and being an older player and the arm strength not being there, or did it have a lot more to do with no Nico Collins and really no threat outside to help you get over the top and to present a bigger play if you need it? I'm stuck in the middle there trying to figure out which one of those it is. How do you feel about Case if they have to go with him against the Browns?
I think it's a very, very good point about Nico Collins, and I think that I don't know if the team could survive another week without Nico Collins, given that, Case has certain arm strength deficiencies when he's throwing to the sideline. And I think a lot of these routes are going to start getting jumps if they don't have somebody to open it up. And I also think, okay, what would it have looked like if Devin Singletary hadn't gotten going in the running game? And I think it could have been potentially really ugly. Right now, I don't see any need to make a change. I think that this quarterback room is they've got a really good vibe going. And a lot of that is because of Case Keenum's leadership. And I think that if you were in an emergency situation for one more week, if you've got a couple of Davis Mills packages, if you rely even more heavily on gadgetry, even though the gadgetry sucked in that game, I still feel better with Case Keenum right now. If for some reason, God forbid, it extends beyond this week, then I think that's when you really got to start, see how this week goes, see if Case's deficiencies are coming to roost at all, and then maybe you go the way of Davis Mills. But, I mean, we might be in the situation where all is lost at that point anyway if it's that bad.
Seth Payne joining us. Now, Seth, last week the Texans had a low point defensively in the second half against the Jets, giving up 30 points to an offense that's worse than the Titans and an offensive line that is worse than the Titans. But then fast forward, without Will Anderson, without Blake Cashman, they put together that performance. What the hell was the difference?
I thought, at first I was wondering if the Texans had a key on the run pass because they were just snuffing the run out so quickly. And you go back and you watch on a lot of those really good run plays, the linebackers, if anything, were playing even deeper than usual. They were set to stop the pass and to be to not be a letdown in the passing game. And it was just that the defensive line was just so thoroughly devastating those guys up front. And then the linebackers, when they did make that run read, they just came up and filled perfectly. It was, I really think it was as simple as that those guys were so burned and so embarrassed by the week before that they were that much more dialed in to learning the Titans. And this, I've been on teams before where this has happened, in the run game especially. Sometimes it sounds like a cliche, but it's so much about going back to basics, doing extra walkthroughs and really understanding where everybody fits and just being that much more focused in. And that's what it looked like. It looked like there were a bunch of guys with a chip on their shoulder because they'd gotten embarrassed the week before, and you got the best version of every one of those guys. It was that to me is a testament to D'Amico and his ability to motivate guys and to push the right buttons. And obviously he doesn't do it in a Bobby Knight type of way. He uses teaching tapes a lot. He mentioned how he went back and showed examples of those guys themselves doing it the right way. And it was exactly what they needed. It was really cool to see. It was a lot of just old school playing your responsibility football to an extreme degree and with a lot of ferocity and passion.
Seth, I think, I'm one of those guys that I believe sometimes you just have a piss poor game plan. Even the great coaches, right? I mean, I think there's. Now, with D'Amico defensively, they're going to be few and far between. Hopefully, with Bobby Slowick, I would imagine that you're going to see more of them because of the inexperience and that kind of deal. But I think across the league, some of the best coaches in this league, sometimes their game plans suck. The difference is we've seen some of it this year in Houston. I think there's been some suspect offensive game plans, but C.J. Stroud has I think he's bailed out Bobby Slowick in the second half or maybe late in the fourth quarter. And then there's been some games, Atlanta being one of them, maybe Carolina, where he wasn't able to bail them out. But some, I mean, like to think that the Texans are going to have a great game plan offensively and defensively for 17 straight weeks is a little bit crazy. Sometimes the plan just isn't the answer, right?
Yeah, I guess. I think the problem is, though, when I go back to that Jets game, I don't know. There were just really blown assignments all over the place.
Sure, yeah.
And I don't think DeMeco was asking them to do anything above and beyond what they're typically asked to do. Like that's where I think, and DeMeco would take responsibility for those guys not necessarily being dialed in on the game plan. But then beyond that too, I some of it's a little bit of denial, I think, by both DeMeco and the players. Like, you don't want to admit that, hey, Zach Wilson made some really nice throws in that game.
Yes.
I mean, like, those guys, Christian Harris had Conklin, the tight end, covered. Jimmy Ward had Conklin covered. Zach Wilson made a really nice throw, and Conklin made a really nice catch a couple times. Look, Garrett Wilson is one of the best young wide receivers in the league. He was covered by Steven Nelson, but Steven Nelson still made some plays. I mean, I think there was a part of them, and I don't fault them for this. This is just the natural reaction. I think you got to concede that Zach Wilson made some plays in that game. And when that happens, you can't also have those mental errors too. So, like, there's no accounting for Zach Wilson playing out of his brain, but also you still should have been good enough to stop those guys if you hadn't made those mental errors.
All right, Seth, we appreciate you, man. This is a big game coming up against Cleveland. Hopefully next week we're talking about another big win as they try to get closer into the playoffs.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, that's Seth Payne with us. Joins us each and every Tuesday as we talk Texans with him. Coming up, we know about the concussion situation that is here with the Texans, but they're not alone on this, and maybe something happened yesterday that can give us a sign that could really help the Texans moving forward in the playoff race. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, gentlemen out there, I hope you guys are doing what you need to be doing, and that is taking your health serious. Guys that listen to this show, ranging to the 30s to the 60s, however you are, it is time to take your health serious and find a provider you can trust. Clint, you got one?
Absolutely. Low T Center. Look, every man should know their testosterone number. It's that simple, man. You need to schedule an appointment at
Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Hey, welcome into The Drive number 1. Want to make sure you know it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, baby. So coming up in this show, make sure you're listening. This huge game against the Cleveland Browns. You have a shot on this show, The Drive. We've already hooked people up here on Sports Radio 610 with Payne and Pendergast, as well as In the Loop. But you got a chance coming up a little bit later on in the show to win a pair of tickets to this huge home game against the Cleveland Browns to try to go to 9-6. So make sure you're listening to Sports Radio 610 and to The Drive in this show. Be listening for the cue to call. That cue to call is not currently, but be listening to that cue to call, and then you have your chance to win a pair of tickets to this huge game coming up. All right, I think a big part of the game, Clint, will be the concussion part with C.J. Stroud. The injury part overall, but that is the one we're going to be watching. Tomorrow will be a kind of big day. Thursday, even bigger, to see the status of where he is, and we'll actually hear from D'Amico. I think a big sign tomorrow will be if we hear from CJ. As we generally carry CJ's presser on Wednesday. Last week when there was no quarterback and nobody in the presser, that was kind of a sign, like you wonder where he is on this. That'll be a big one. And you kind of talked about it a little bit with Sean. Listen, with Seth, excuse me. I'm not going to put anything out. It is a real uphill battle. Completely different than last week's game if C.J. Stroud is not available coming up on Sunday.
Yeah, look, there's a 9-5 football team with one of the best defenses in the game in football right now in the NFL with the Cleveland Browns. So hell yeah, it is an extremely steep uphill climb, if you will, when you're talking about the Cleveland Browns versus the Tennessee Titans. It's clearly a different bunch, but. When it's all said and done, I agree with you. The entire week this week doing radio, the most important moment in the Texans week and in our world covering the Texans is Wednesday afternoon, or Wednesday whenever C.J. Stroud typically speaks. Really Wednesday when we hear from B. Scott or even Sean Bajani in terms of is he at practice, is he in uniform, is he throwing? That's going to be very, very telling for us as well. So, yeah, that moment, which is we're 24 hours from it right now, I would imagine that all Texans fans will be eyes and ears right here on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, tomorrow's Texans report with Brandon Scott coming up at 4:40. That is going to be really, really important to you. How curious on this from you, and you being in this system and understanding how now they take concussions probably a little bit more serious than when you played.
Yeah, we give a good hard blink when he's back in that thing.
Would you be nervous or concerned if we get the practice report and he doesn't practice tomorrow? Would that be very nervous?
Yeah, because to me that means it's significantly worse than I thought and than it looked. What we saw from C.J. Stroud. Look, we're all just we're very sensitive right now to concussions, not just the NFL, but after watching what happened to Tua last year, kind of thing, and what's happened to a couple of different players. We're very, very sensitive to it. In fact, I think we're overly sensitive to the concussion situation in the game of football. I totally understand the importance, not minimizing it at all, but we're uber sensitive to it, right? If what I saw C.J. Stroud, and I'm taking both games into consideration, there was a little bit of a wobble 3 games ago against Denver, and then the Jets, his head getting bounced off the turf. Obviously, the play itself made you check up a little bit. But if that right there in the game of football today knocks a guy out for 2 to 3 weeks, then and look, I don't doubt that if he does miss, he's still having symptoms. I'm just saying if that keeps a guy out for 2 to 3 weeks, maybe even longer. Because I guess my point is, Ron, it's significantly worse than I thought it was if he misses it. 1 week, I think you can chalk up to the NFL, the Texans, C.J. Stroud being very, very conscious of
not having
long-term.
a look at all of that.
I mean, you get beyond 1 week and 2 weeks into this thing, all of a sudden you're still having symptoms and you're missing the most important games of the year late in the season. Then I think it's a lot worse than we thought, or than I thought for sure.
I wanted to get that from you. Is like, all right, Wednesday if he doesn't practice. Now I know Thursday if he doesn't practice. That I mean, now it's serious. But I just, from your perspective, Wednesday, is that a deal of, hey, we just want to give him some rest? Because Laramie's not going to practice Wednesday, and probably some other guys are going to practice.
That's a good question.
But to the point that you've made, like, this ain't a knee or a hamstring. This is a, you good or you're not.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah, and a lot of times that's out of your control
right?
as well.
Like,
a lot of times that's either being decided or it's being heavily monitored by the NFL, and so it could be out of the Texans' hands. But I just, all I can go is based off of what I saw, and we've covered the NFL very, very close for years, and the times that at least for me that I recall when a guy is out multiple weeks, I mean, it's one of those deals where you're like, yeah, that doesn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah,
I mean, it doesn't surprise me one bit. This, according to what we've seen, this isn't one of those moments. For me, it's not one of those moments. I would expect him to be back. There was nothing that I saw that made me believe that this is going to be an extended period of time in terms of missing more than one game. But I'm not a doctor. We'll see what happens tomorrow. That's why you got to stay plugged in right here.
Well, look, to be honest, the two best quarterbacks in this division are both in concussion protocol. And is this a sign to you, with Trevor Lawrence in concussion protocol, am I reading too much of this? The Jaguars are signing quarterback E.J. Perry. I think the Texans signed E.J. Perry. I think he was
here. Yeah, that's right.
E.J. Perry to their practice squad per his agent. This is from Adam Schefter. Is this a sign to you thinking like, hey, maybe the Trevor Lawrence thing is a little bit more serious? They're signing a quarterback to practice.
Yeah, I didn't see the Trevor Lawrence. Like I said, I watched that game damn near to the end. It must have been.
It was a hit
late,
when he was running, but he kept playing after.
Oh, did he keep playing after?
Yeah, he kept playing. I think it's that hit he took and he got blasted.
Okay,
but he got right back up
and kept playing
and kept going.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see. I don't. I don't know. I think the Texans are very comfortable with Case Keenum and Davis Mills and their quarterback situation here right now. But we'll see how it all unfolds, man. Tomorrow's practice, and to your point, really Thursday's practice is probably more of a deadline than Wednesday's practice. But those 2 days, if CJ's not out there playing, you can bank on him missing another game.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, last night, Monday Night Football, and this was a big game in the NFC for both teams. Seattle really needed to probably win that game to keep their chances alive, and they do. They come through late in this game. They beat the Eagles 20-17, where they get a big touchdown. Drew Lock comes in and leads them to a final drive to get the lead. Jackson Smith and Jigba, the rookie, catches the touchdown 29 yards late. This was Jalen Hurts. They've lost 3 in a row now. They've lost 3 in a row in that little gauntlet. They've struggled here of late, and so has Jalen Hurts. This was Jalen Hurts' comments after this loss to the Seahawks.
I've been talking about execution all year. Been on the same page. Everyone been on the same page, and we didn't execute. I don't think we're committed enough. Just got to turn it around. It's a challenge that we have to embrace. Just continue to see it through.
What do you mean by that, about being committed enough?
Commitment. I don't know that if I had a dictionary on me now. I don't know how else to say.
All right, frustration there.
He had to pump the brakes on himself there.
Yeah, he caught himself, didn't he?
He's about to let it go.
Excuse me.
Yeah, he's about to let it go. He's generally composed.
I got a dictionary, bro.
It is very interesting what's going on in Philly. I'm not overly concerned with Philly or Jalen Hurts right now, but I do think it's hard.
You're not?
No, I'm not. I think it's hard to ignore. When I watch Philadelphia play, that they're a problem. They're one of the better football teams in the NFL. Now they're having a hard time keeping some things together. Maybe it's a hard time finding the chemistry with Brian Johnson, the new offensive coordinator, and some of the things there, the dynamics between him and the quarterback, him and the offense. But I think where I'm at with the Eagles, Ron, is like I can't ignore Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown, the conflict there, whatever.
What happened to that? He was an MVP candidate. Like I'm talking about both of them.
Well, it's there's been 2 times this year where those two have been on the sideline, and it's not your normal. Hey, we've had a ton of success together, last year and this year. Like you said, man, we got people who are talking about this dude in the MVP race. I'm not talking about Jalen Hurts, I'm talking about A.J. Brown.
Both of them.
Like, what else could you possibly want? But them butting heads on the sideline, I think a lot of times you can sweep it under the rug. But right now, the way we're watching Philly kind of be frazzled and lose some ball games late, like it's hard to ignore all that. So, again, I'm not overly concerned. I still think either way, any way you slice it, nobody wants to see them in the playoffs. But I do think it's cause for pause, cause for concern, if you will, to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I had been thinking like, hey, man, you roll through a stretch of Cowboys bye week, Chiefs, Bills, 49ers, Cowboys, Seahawks, all of those teams are either in the playoff hunt or right outside of it.
Yeah.
That's a tough 6-game stretch. And then 2 weeks prior to the starting of you played the Dolphins. Like that's a heck of a 8-game stretch there where everybody is their big game leading up to you, and you gotta meet that intensity every week. But they certainly don't look like they did last year. And I think it's on both sides of the ball. Defensively, obviously, their secondary, like James Bradbury just got picked on at the end of that game yesterday, and they've just struggled overall. Now Darius Slay is injured after he had surgery, and then something's off. They haven't been running the football with their backs. Like Swift had that run early in the season where he was killing them. Where it's like, yeah, they're struggling, but they're rushing for 200 yards.
Yeah.
Right? And then now, and they've struggled with that. Now they got back to it with it a little bit yesterday. And then, Jalen's just having a bit of a turnover issue here of late. Him and Josh Allen are tied for the league lead in turnovers. So it is something. 3 in a row, you're like, whoa, okay.
Well, Ron, too, this again, if they continued to win and we didn't have any concerns, this kind of thing would be swept under the rug. But they changed defensive play callers before the game. This past week. That typically, and then the defense goes out there with a lead late in the fourth quarter under a minute and gives up a touchdown to lose the game. Yeah. So it's hard. It's easy to ignore all these little things when you're winning ball games and you're 12-1 or 13-1 or 12-2. But to your point, when you've rattled off 3 straight losses, now all of a sudden you got to wonder: chemistry on offense, new offensive play caller this year, all of a sudden new defensive play caller this week. You mentioned some injuries. We mentioned the back and forth between A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts. Those things all of a sudden are like, ooh, is there something there? Is there some problems in the clubhouse?
Yeah. From that texture that said, now you see why the Titans traded A.J. is a diva. Well, they're stupid. A.J. is and has been one of the best receivers in football the last 2 years. That's a dumb decision they made, all the will to go back and try to get D-Hop back. So, they're struggling, but A.J. is cold-blooded, and young, and that
different dude, man.
That was a silly move. It's no coincidence that their offense has started to hit the tank once they lose that mutant.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, the Rockets, they lose to the Cavs last night, 135-130 on the road, and they've been playing well, 13-9. But Jalen Green his struggles are just. Yeah, he's
just not good enough.
He's really annoying. He's becoming annoying. My man is 16 for his last 57. He's supposed to be the best player in the team. They're he has not cracked 16 in his over 16 in his last 5 games.
He's explosive though.
And we had the conversation where I said I would be actively shopping him right now because you're not going to pay him. I wouldn't pay him the max.
Yeah.
Right. That's he is not a 1 or a 2. And I understand there's a new coach. He's benching him late in games at times. They've got other players coming off the bench. Tari Eason is coming off the bench. It's matching him in points again. He is 16 for 57. That's 28%.
Yeah.
Overall, and it doesn't add other things when he's not scoring. That is. I saw Figgy. It's not good. I saw Figgy tweet last night. I've never seen Rockets Twitter this mad at Jalen Green.
Yeah, I hadn't watched much of the Rockets since I was out, but I damn sure have followed some of it on Twitter, and there is some some folks that cover and talk Rockets pretty consistently throughout the year that are really down on him for sure.
Oh man, yeah, he's getting becoming like value meals. Like he's going to get you 2 for $12. Right now, you can probably get you you can go get you 2 fish sandwiches from Arby's for $12 or something like that. You can get you 2 sandwiches. That's what he's putting in.
Hold on, Joe.
$2 for
$6 sandwich.
It might. Yeah, I think it's something.
At Arby's?
I think Burger King has maybe 2 for 10. Maybe something like that. But that's what he is. He is living in that mode. All right. Is Dameon Pierce done with the Texans? It's that Sunday was rock bottom, and now I think, as someone who had to jump off the train about a week and a half ago, is he done with the Texans? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, get your holiday shopping done at Academy Sports.
one thing, what would it be?
Running game. Running game on offense, and it's not even close because it's an offensive league, but it's still a league that is largely dictated by being able to score points, being able to go get points at crucial junctures in the game, converting third downs, things like that. It's not, John, it's a total no-brainer running game, and the ability to run the ball on 1st and 10.
Subscribe to Hootopia Football Podcast, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Is Dameon Pierce? What is his future with the Texans? I mean, clearly this year, his future is limited to at least what we've seen here lately, especially in the last game.
We couldn't run the ball.
But Clint, I can't get over seeing what the game plan was. Like, we're gonna run this thing. How many carries Singletary had? What, 23, 26, something like that. I guess I could pull up the stats. But it was clear they were going to make a concerted effort to run the football, and they weren't going to stop. They were not going to stop. Yeah, 26 carries. And they ran the ball 26, 27, 28, 29 on purpose 30 times. 30 carries on, not scrambles
called
from Keenum.
Called
runs, design runs, 30 of them. Damian got one.
He got as many as Xavier Hutchinson.
He got as many as Steve Sims.
As many as Dare Bumwale.
Yeah. Case clipped him by what?
Put him up.
I'll be honest
Clint,
with you.
I mean, one,
I'm shocked.
Right? 1 for 3 yards. Like they just said, we're running the football today, and you're not in the game plan.
This is the damnedest thing that I've seen in a long time, Ron. Because again, I don't subscribe to he doesn't fit the system.
Someone just texted in. Damian has unfortunately proved he cannot fit into the system.
Yeah, I disagree.
Style of running.
I disagree. I disagree. Look, I think this. There is a certain there's a big difference between these two guys' style, but we watched an offense last year that pales in comparison in terms of talent and I'd say coaching, and they ran a ton of inside zone, and he was on pace to run 1,100 yards. If you want to, I don't take Bobby Slowick's offense and couch it into, this is inside outside zone. It's all they do. They all teams run a lot of inside and outside zone. It's a big part of damn near every run game that I've ever seen, right? And he's had success in zone schemes before. Last year there was a lot of a good chunk. I don't know what percentage, but a good chunk of his production last year came on inside zones. And then you look at Bobby's offense. Hell, we've heard Dalton Schultz multiple times talk about the power that they ran that got called back, the touchdown late that got called back. It's a power. I mean, they're running G schemes and they're running inside outside zones. I say all that to say I just don't subscribe to Damian Pierce doesn't fit the system. The reason that this thing is so shocking to me is because I just believe that Damian Pierce right now, in the eyes of the decision makers with the Texans, isn't good enough to get touches. Isn't good enough.
No, yeah, that clearly.
It's not a scheme where he's not this or he's not that. He can't read. No, I mean he's not good enough. And I am shocked because I would have lost a boatload of money that Damian Pierce at the very least would be an effective back this year for the Texans. I thought. Even if Bobby Slowick and the Kubiak Shanahan run game thing didn't come to fruition, I still thought, hey, Damian Pierce is good enough to overcome that. Just a sheer raw runner, he'll be fine. I mean, to your point, my man got one carry last week.
One in a game where we're going to run it. We're going to run. We ran it 30 times.
Yep.
It was a first half run, 30 times, one run, 3 yards, and it was that's the thing is that. They said, listen, you are healthy we're in a game plan where we've got to run the football. We want to run the football to try to keep ourselves close. You are unplayable.
And even
that's what they said with their actions.
Ron, how about into the second half?
Not even just give them a rest.
Yeah.
Hey, man, we come out, let's get a rest. Not short yardage, not nothing. No, you're just unplayable.
How about getting into the second half and you realize, like, hey, our offensive line is handling their defensive front pretty good. These running backs are getting some opportunities. You know, this isn't just – because this was the first run game where I was like, hey, man, lean into that run game, Bobby Slowick. This was a game where I felt like, hey, I was believing the run game. So in the second half, you want to be like, hey, we're going to rotate these backs in here, keep chewing up yards, and let's keep Motor healthy and fresh until the fourth quarter. They didn't even do that.
If they did, it was going to be Steve Sims. You get one. We'll throw you off the scent with Hutchinson, who got me into not having to buy his one carry for 6 yards, got me in not having to buy any Mad Dog Monday. Like it's
really hard because I'm not, like I said, it's hard for me to wrap my head around because I'm just not of the group that says he's not a good fit. Like I can't.
Someone just keeps saying it. He don't fit because he's not NFL good. And I don't believe that.
How is somebody not NFL? The dude was. I mean, he went for 900 last year, and he damn. I mean, he would if he would have stayed healthy, he would have broke 1,000.
We walked into.
You can't be not NFL good having done that. Now you may not. You may not be good enough to sustain. You may not be good enough to do it year in year out for 8 years. But I mean, he's a talented enough back to rush for 1,000 yards in the NFL.
And listen, I want to say,
I think he's in his head.
Yes, I think so too.
And I think last week's game was one where they felt like Motor's ability to make people miss, make unblocked defenders miss. You couldn't afford to give Dameon Pierce 3 or 4 of those carries, and then the opportunity present itself, and he not get it done. And you look back and say, well, Devin Singletary would have made that guy miss. I think just it's simple. One guy is a make you miss type of back, and one guy is a downhill bruiser. And that's not the guy that they want touching the rock.
No, and I was going to say, you would even think that you could make that combination work. Like even if you just said like, all right, you know, he doesn't do the things. He's not as patient as Singletary, but you could still think, all right, well he's going to be that, and then we'll mix it up with a little bit of power and down.
Yeah, they
said no, we good.
Yeah, we're
good. It is. And listen, I want to say, I'm not even saying that they should give him the ball more, because he's obviously not been nearly as productive for whatever reason. I think it is clear. We talked about it last week. He leads the league by a mile in contact before the line of scrimmage. Whatever it is, they run, they block. It is better when Devin Singletary is in the game. I'm just blown away to the point, like right there to him. I don't know what Davis thinks. I don't know what he's thinking today. Yeah. Like this week, damn man, we ran the ball 30 times. They looked at me and said 1 time.
Yeah,
first half. That's tough. And listen, I don't think I just don't. To the point you made, I just have a hard time with. He's just not a smart runner.
Well,
I just had a hard time watching that from last.
Ron, it would be criminal, and you've made this point multiple times. I think from the jump. It would be criminal for Bobby Slowick not to adjust his play calling to some different power scheme, G scheme runs if it were as simple as, hey, man, Dameon Pierce doesn't fit the scheme. You know what I mean? Like you said that from the jump. You said, like, isn't it on Bobby, if that's the case, like to get the best out of that player, isn't it on Bobby to change? Yes, it would be. And Bobby is not – I don't care what system they want to run. Like they would pull out all the stops to get the run game going. The reality of it is right now is – they don't feel like Dameon Pierce is a good enough back, period. It's not a system deal. It is not a good enough back. Yep. That's just where they're at.
We'll see what happens next week, but I can't get where he's coming from. All right, there was something that you said about CJ and what we're going to be looking at. As you said, I think that's a big thing we need to look at. Wednesday is the most important day as we'll have tomorrow to see what happens with C.J. Stroud. It got me to thinking something I want to discuss coming up on the other side.
Against all odds, the Texans tore the hearts out of the Titans in breathtaking fashion.
54-yard attempt, left hash.
.988 provides 24/7 compassionate support and connection to trained counselors. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. The Lifeline works. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, just call, text, or chat 988.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. And listen, we were talking about how big tomorrow is, and you were saying it because in my mind I thought, all right, CJ's the big story going into after as we get to it tomorrow, we really turn the page on what happened last week, and now it's Cleveland Browns. The big thing is tomorrow, what we see at their first practice of the week. What we see from CJ. What is he going to be designated? Is he going to be out there? Is Brandon Scott, Sean Bajani going to see him? Tomorrow's Texans report may be the most important one of the season. That happens tomorrow at 4:40 with Brandon Scott, so stay tuned for that. And that's why I thought, all right, if he doesn't practice, is that like a bad sign? Is that like all right, I'm really concerned that he won't be able to play. And as you said, yeah, because, hey, man, clearly it's worse than you thought. And now I'm almost to the point, Clint, where I'm thinking, hey, man, if he doesn't practice tomorrow, and that would be no practice all last week, didn't make the trip clear, obviously, to Nashville, as I know I heard in postgame Sunday, Case talking about, him sitting at the house, 7 at the house. And then we get to Wednesday, and he doesn't practice on Wednesday. If he's not able to go Wednesday, I'm to the point where, like you said, Clint, this seems to be more of an issue than maybe we thought. And if he can't practice on Wednesday, I mean, I'm wondering if that means he shouldn't play in the game, because that would mean, right, that there's some symptoms or something that they're uncomfortable with him going out there. And if that is the case on Wednesday, that makes me wonder if he actually should play on Sunday.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I'm not up on the extreme details of how the NFL handles concussions in terms of allowing guys to practice, right? I got to believe that if you're a quarterback and you're playing a non-contact position, quarterback, kicker, ain't but a handful of them, where there is zero contact with you at practice whatsoever. I got to believe that's handled a little bit differently than an offensive or defensive lineman that's constantly banging at practice, every drill, every team situation. Whether you're in full pads or not, they're rushing, and there's a risk of banging your head once again. There's a higher risk of falling down and hitting the ground of the turf with your head once again. I got to believe that the non-contact guys are allowed to do a little something if they are indeed on the path to returning, right? And so I look at it as, if you're a quarterback and you're not allowed to practice on Wednesday, if you're not allowed to practice, I got to believe that there are some pretty severe signs of concussion, or what am I looking for? The concussion
protocol.
Yeah, but I'm looking like symptoms.
Yeah.
There's clearly there's some severe symptoms that you're still feeling if you can't even go out there and go through individual and get some throws in, right? I could be wrong. The NFL may be like, no, you can't even get on the field. We want you to stay in the training room. I don't know exactly how that's handled. But to me, if a quarterback can't practice on Wednesday because of symptoms, then I don't think he's playing.
Yeah, if there are still symptoms on Wednesday, I don't think he's playing. If that's the reasoning why. I don't think
well, and
I'm
look,
not going to say it couldn't just change. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just saying.
But no, look, let's be honest. I mean, we're talking about a concussion here. Is this really an injury to a quarterback that you want to go up until the NFL, he stopped having symptoms, the NFL finally cleared him on Friday or Saturday so he can play on Sunday? Do you really want that? Like, I got to believe if it's that close to game time, DeMeco Ryans says, nah, we're good. We ain't putting a young man at risk. Right? So I believe tomorrow is a tomorrow and Thursday. Anything beyond that, like if he doesn't practice tomorrow and Thursday, if he's not out there practicing, and when we hear from B. Scott, we don't hear that he's out there, then I would go ahead and chalk it up to being a Davis Mills or a Case Keenum day once again.
No matter what the Texans say.
Oh, I don't care what they say,
because they're gonna push this thing as if he is like they haven't had a determination yet. Until the very end.
Well, I think it's going to be very difficult to hide
if he doesn't practice.
To hide him the way you could a typical injury. Maybe hide some of the results or the progress that he has or hasn't made. I think it's going to be tough in this situation to hide it from your opponent, so to speak. With it being such a concussions being such an NFL wide thing, not just an in-house decision.
Yeah, it'll be a big one. So tomorrow is a really, really, really big day with the C.J. Stroud thing. I just thought, if he's got symptoms Wednesday, and that's why he's not practicing, to think that that's going to clear up, Sunday or something like that they'll take the chance of that, and they should. If he's got symptoms on Wednesday, he shouldn't play. To me. To me, he shouldn't. If he's got symptoms on Wednesday and then able to go Wednesday, to me, they're magically clearing up.
Yeah. I'm not familiar enough with, I've had concussions when I was playing, but they were obviously handled differently. And I didn't at the time have any like a week later have any kind of side effects or symptoms that I recall anyway. And so I'm not familiar enough with exactly like how severe are those symptoms? How closely are they monitored? Like, what does it mean? What does he have to accomplish? What pain has to go away? What symptom has to go away for him to be cleared to practice? I don't know exactly how all that works.
Yeah, tomorrow's practice will let us know if Case Keenum's got to face this Cleveland Browns defense.
Go Cougs, that's my guy.
There it is. Let us know what kind of game plan Bobby Slowick has to put together if he's not able to practice coming up on a Sunday. By the way, you two good? You guys finished with your Christmas shopping? I feel like Tyler was done 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
He might not pick up that Mad Dog, but he's got his Christmas shopping done.
I'm done, but I'm waiting on a couple things to arrive. But yeah, I'm done.
We don't need to ask you.
I'm not done.
I asked him earlier, Brett.
Oh no! Listen. If everything was going 100% well,
he said
there were no distractions whatsoever, he just is going to push it to the limits because I just think he gets off on it.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
Now
he
he's
likes
got a kid
the pressure
for 2 weeks, but now he's with a child going on the third week. Hell no!
I tell you guys too, this is the first year I feel bad about it.
Really? You shouldn't feel bad about it this time.
No, I do.
If you haven't felt bad the previous years.
I do because I think back to my childhood and look, we weren't we didn't have the finer things in life typically, but Christmas Mom and Dad put together was a pretty solid for me and my brother. And I remember coming home for weeks, 2-3 weeks, man. I remember coming home and that old Christmas tree smell. My dad believed in getting the real Christmas tree, and so then we had to dig them. We had to dig them damn needles out of that old brown shag carpet he had in that den. But I remember walking by there and seeing them gifts, man, and just seeing them and feeling Christmas and smelling Christmas. And I feel like we do a good job at the house of the stockings up, the Christmas tree up, and my wife really overdoes the Christmas tree. If I'm being honest, we no telling what I paid for those two things. And she does a good job of putting Christmas presents under the tree. There's a few underneath there. I feel like I'm really letting my oldest one. Liv knows. I think she knows what's going on. She doesn't mess with them a lot, but I feel like I'm letting her down, man.
You want to have them all down.
I want her to walk by there and be like, "Oh, it's Christmas time, man. I wonder what's in that one." You know, I feel like this is the first time I feel like I'm letting her down.
Yeah. She'd be fine.
She'll be fine because her mama's got
loaded up.
Well, you talk about the wrap jobs her mom does. I mean, hell, it looks like she paid, and she may have paid for them, but it is. I mean, everything is coordinated, man.
I bet you know exactly when Ron Hughley wrapped the gift.
Yes, that is right. You can pick mine out too.
A lot of material used.
A lot of tape.
Tough folds. Got to flip that thing. You can see. It looks decent.
Wrong
from
paper.
The top.
Looks different paper.
It looks decent. Damn. That how you wrapped that thing? The corners might be a little. Might be able to tell what the gift is a bit if you just really look in the corner. I may have struggled. I gotta say, I'm close to being finished. I got screwed.
You got screwed?
Yeah, I got screwed by
what happened?
By people at Walmart. And
Walmart got you. Be careful, man. That's my folks up in Fayetteville.
I enjoy Walmart, man. They gave me a hell of a deal. I couldn't pass up on the deal. I guess hell I can let it out the bag. I got Courtney. I got her a nice little Keurig. It's a duo
coffee maker.
It's a duo. Yeah, you can make a pot. He's a coffee maker. You can
Solid
make a pot.
I love the way you make it like you were in a guessing game.
Yeah.
You're guessing what he said.
Yeah, I just told him.
You want. Oh, I got it. I got it. Pick on me. Pick me, Ron. I got a coffee maker.
Keurig coffee maker.
Yeah, that's right. But it's the duo one. It's a nice one, right? You can make a full pot on one side, and you can make a single cup. You know, her last one was kind of on the last legs. She came home Saturday. She walked in the door. She goes, I think you had a gift for Christmas sent in, but they didn't put it in a brown box. Thanks.
Happy early Christmas.
Man.
Yeah, it's a full out. It's got the coffee maker on the front. It's got
they just slapped the mailing on it, huh?
Yeah,
the stamp
just slapped
on it
the mailing on it, and now it says Keurig right there.
And now you got to come up with another gift idea.
I said, here you go.
I'm gonna you going to give it to you? Didn't wrap it?
I did.
You got to at that point.
So what are you going to do now? You can't let Christmas morning. She don't have.
Well, she's already said. I'll be honest with you. I kind of like to open it up for Christmas morning so we can use it when we have
Christmas
everybody
morning
over for coffee.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, look, you can.
I said, well, damn.
Well, no, you got it.
Oh, it's hot.
No, you got to do something. You got to do something else.
But Tyler said, man, you got no. It's not the only gift, but I mean, it was one of them.
Yeah.
Tyler said, like, I guess you really got to hunt down up that box to check.
Yeah, I learned that lesson.
But I said it was a gift.
You did?
There's
usually that box that says, hey, this is going to contain a gift.
This is a gift.
And they'll put it in like a generic box usually.
That pissed me smooth.
No, it's 2023, man. Almost 2024. When somebody orders something in December, you shouldn't send it. You shouldn't send it.
It should be on it anyway.
Yeah, you should be required to put it in a brown box.
Someone just texted in, Walmart did the same damn thing to me. We got my kid.
Damn it.
Her first bike. And they just dropped the mother off on the doorstep.
Early
Thank God she went home. Like,
I opened one of Megan's gifts in front of her earlier this month.
I said, damn.
You opened one of her gifts or a gift from her?
Yeah, no, I opened like one of her gifts that was delivered to the house. I wasn't thinking, and just right in front of her, I opened it, and she was like, oh, I guess I get that now. Yeah.
What you got
what'd
coming
you do
up,
that
Clint?
for?
I was being an idiot.
Oh, okay. I stole.
Just being Tyler.
I'm going to steal this one from the morning guys, man. Payne and Pendergast. I was riding around this morning. Took my baby girl to school, and I heard them having a conversation, and it was a really good one. And I couldn't chime in, so I thought we might as well have it. Dalton Schultz or Jonathan Grenard, both of them contract years. One's a one-year guy, one-year contract right now. The other one is his contract. His first contract's up, and he's doing extension, or he's going to move on, having a monster year. Dalton Schultz, huge game this week, huge play this week. Jonathan Grenard, 2.5 sacks, big game this week. Would you rather? Got to pick one to extend. Who are you going to extend? We'll cuss and discuss that right there. And there is a legend from here in the city of Houston in the rap game. that just dropped something that y'all got to check out. I'll tell you who that is and where you can find it. We'll do all that next.
D'Amico's defense set the tone in a 19-16 overtime win.
Play after play, right? Defense stood up and made plays. Stingley played well for us. Christian Harris had a really good game. He was playing physical, flying around. I can name them all, but everybody did a really good job. It was awesome.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company. Health Insurance Marketplace's 2023 Open Enrollment Report.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, last week was a monster win for the Houston Texans for many reasons on many fronts. The Texans had players on both sides of the football play lights out. I think we've covered the gamut, boys. I think we've talked about D'Amico, Bobby Slowick. Obviously, we've given Case Keenum his flowers, if you will. We've covered the gamut, man. Everybody's gotten love here, and I was taking the baby girl to school this morning. Actually, going to a little Christmas party this morning. I had a little break in between it, so I was listening to the fellas, Payne and Pendergast, and they were having a conversation, kind of one of those would you rather. Can't have both, but would you rather. Discussing two guys that are in contract years, meaning that their current contract expires week 18 of this season, and if the Texans are going to bring them back, they're going to have to do it with some level of extension. And those two guys were, again, two guys that had big-time games, big moments, as well as overall games. Dalton Schultz, Texans tight end, and Jonathan Grenard, Texans edge rusher, defensive end, that had a monster game, 2.5 sacks. Having a monster season. What's he at now, 12.5?
12.5 sacks, baby.
12.5 sacks. And there's
5.5 or 4.5 sacks the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, and there's no doubting that Dalton Schultz, when he is healthy, he and C.J. Stroud have a great level of chemistry. And Dalton Schultz is an experienced tight end that helps you tremendously in the pass game at the very, very least. But these are two guys that I think have been big pieces to the Texans exceeding expectations this year. And anyway, I stole it from Payne and Pendergast this morning. I don't know exactly how Sean couched it and set it up and all that, but I thought, boy, that's an interesting one. But if you had to pick one, Ron, can't have them both. Dalton Schultz, JG, Jonathan Grenard. Who you taking?
I'd be interested in going back to hearing this conversation because this one is just.
Well, the good thing I caught the back end of it, so I didn't. Seth was trying to sign both of them by the end of the conversation, so I don't know exactly who picked who in the conversation. So it would be worth going back and listening to. No question.
It will be. I think it's easy. Like
it was about 8:50 this morning. By the way, if you're listening to the Odyssey app, there's a rewind feature you can use to go back and listen to it.
For me, this one is easy. It's Jonathan Grenard, and it's not even close. Like to me, I actually think, and I think Dalton Schultz has been good at time, really good at times this year, but mostly good. I actually think the Texans should have a good amount of resources to upgrade at that position, some form or fashion. Jonathan Grenard, pass rushers like that can go and just eat, and that is good against the run as well. And this guy, to me, is starting to show. And once again, like the only thing with him, to me, clearly is the health. That's the health factor. And we'll see if he continues to do what he's doing and can stay on the field. But anytime that he has been on the field outside of his rookie year when Bill and them just wouldn't give him a chance, anytime he has been on the field, he has been productive and succeeded throughout. I mean, he had 8 sacks in 12 games before he got injured early his second year, and then last year he had the injuries that really set him back. This year he's at 12.5 sacks, and he is not somebody that's just getting it because somebody else is taking double teams away. And I think once you get more talent across the defensive line, he'll even be better. Like, this is a guy that is, I don't know if he's a superstar or anything that we'll see. He's still young enough, right? This is only his 4th year. This is a dude that can roll, and I don't think this is just a contract year as undefeated as my guy Therese Paylor, the late Therese Paylor, used to say. I think he has shown you when he's healthy, he can play.
Is there anybody on a 1-year deal or an expiring contract that you would put ahead of Jonathan Grenard?
No, I can't. No.
What about you, Tyler? Dalton Schultz or JG?
JG's sitting at 12.5 sacks right now. JG.
Yeah, we're going.
John Greenard.
That guy. This is going to be an all-out sweep for me. I agree on all the points that you made about Jonathan Grenard, Ron. I do believe that all the things that we know about Jonathan Grenard, I think he's a guy that you want to pay on and off the field.
Yes, that part too.
I mean, I go back to when I told Sean about this the other day. I mean, there was a time in training camp. I don't know if it was this year or last year, but he was injured and not practicing, and you look up and there's a big dude that looks like a player that I wasn't real sure who it was in the distance, but he's got a script. He's coaching guys up. He's standing next to the coach. I mean, he just is a guy that, call it what you want, minimize it if you want. Having those guys in your locker room and as a part of your roster are absolutely huge to winning and having staying power. And so I'm with you on the Jonathan Grenard, but I'll be like, to me, I don't know. Like, I like Dalton Schultz. But I don't feel like Dalton Schultz has, like, when we're talking about Schultz versus Jonathan Grenard has, like, game-changing ability. Like, whether he gets home or not, like you talk about, like the sacks, that number in terms of how many sacks he has is going to be where every conversation starts. But for me, you turn the film on when he doesn't have any sacks, and there's still game-changing ability constantly. Right? I don't see that with Dalton Schultz.
And
Good player.
And his stuff comes up with big plays on the line. Like big moments.
Yes.
Sunday it happened. I remember he pretty much turned the Pittsburgh game, which was close, started the blowout portion of that on that 4th down where he comes in, he sacks him. I think Kenny Pickett got injured and they had to leave the game.
Yeah.
Like, he comes up with big moments to that point. And Dalton Schultz, like, he doesn't – I'm not saying either one of them are just flat-out irreplaceable, but Dalton Schultz feels like I can find guys.
Yeah, I agree. Like, to me, Dalton Schultz is a good player, but there's not a skill set, whether it's blocking or speed, that is like, man, that dude is a problem.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think he's a good piece to an offense. I don't feel like he brings you that George Kittle, and I'm not talking about the caliber player George is, but the versatility to do different things.
Which is something that you feel like they want to do?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would go, it's a landslide for me as well, Jonathan Grenard. Re-up this guy as quickly as you possibly can. I think Jonathan Grenard can end up being the guy on the defensive side of the football that in terms of edge rushers and pass rushing, that's ultimately the guy that you build around.
John Greenard.
The next handful of years.
But, Will Anderson's on.
Look, I like Will Anderson, guys, and I do believe that when we're talking about the total package and a guy in the locker room that you can build around and that you trust and he'll impact the others positively and all that, I do believe that that's a pillar.
Jonathan does that too.
I got a pretty good feeling Jonathan does it too. But like when you talk about on-field play, when you talk about, okay, we've got we've got a edge rusher that can flat get after the quarterback. Do it with speed, twitch, power. He can do it all. Let's build our scheme around that guy's skill set. Now, I'm not talking about build the culture in the locker room and the foundation around, even though he is that guy. Forget all that. I'm talking about on the field from a scheme perspective. I think Jonathan Grenard is a guy that you build around. Again, I don't know that Dalton Schultz is that guy. Good piece, but I don't know that he's which I don't know many tight ends that are outside of the greatest ones that have ever played the game. Right now, Travis Kelce obviously one. Kittle is one. There's 2 or 3 guys in the NFL that you build your offense around. Go ahead.
Now, I will say, someone texted in, this is, to me, it still doesn't change anything for me, but I think it is a point. Yeah, but how much is he going to cost versus how much Dalton Schultz costs?
Yeah,
and I'm looking at the last 2 guys who have signed deals, and there have been 2 signed that are edge rushers, and it is Rashawn Gary of the Packers and Montez Sweat when he got traded from the Commanders to the Bears. Yeah. Sweat got $98 million total, $24 a year, $72 guaranteed. Rashawn Gary had a smaller deal, years-wise. He got $24 a year, but $34 guaranteed. His is only like a 2-year extension.
Yeah, I don't think that given Grenard's history, I don't think you're going to have to pay him that kind of money.
You don't think he gets up into that?
$24-25 million a year?
I'm looking at these guys, Rashawn Gary and Montez.
What Gary get? You didn't get. Well, how many years was that?
Let me look. He got. I know it's $96 million guaranteed over. It's a 4-year deal.
4 years, 96. Yeah, I mean he's up in that $25 million a year range.
I mean, if he gets 15 sacks like you said he did, he would.
Yeah, but you got to take I agree with you. You got to take the injuries into account. And I'm not an agent. I don't know exactly where he lands. But yeah, here's the deal. At some point in time, the Texans are going to have to pay $20+ million a year to a defensive end. At some point in time, you're going to have to do it. Like if this defense is going to go to, here's the deal: if this defense is going to go take a step year 2 for DeMeco Ryans, like if it's not Jonathan Grenard, you pay $20+ million to, you have to sign somebody in free agency and you bring them in. Like you can't say no, let Jonathan walk and think Will Anderson's going to carry the load defensively.
I mean, if they're mine, they're thinking, well, we're going to have to pay Will Anderson down the line. Are we ever going to be to a point where we're going to be paying Jonathan and Will that type of money?
You got 4 years. You got 4. You can sign Jonathan Grenard to a 4-year deal.
Yeah.
You got a 5th-year option on Will Anderson's deal that they'll never cross. But you can't. They're going to pay somebody big money. Now,
I'm not saying I would. I'm just there's an interesting point. Or the money point, and he's going to get paid.
I mean, I wonder what kind of money is Dalton Schultz going to command. Him tight ends are getting paid too now.
He's going to get paid like that.
Oh no, I don't think he's going to get paid $25 million a year, but it's going to be a huge chunk.
12, 13.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that ends up going. But to your point, man, I think the 15. If he gets to 15 or 16 sacks, it's a huge year. But I think you also take into consideration all the injuries that have happened. I think that's fair. We'll see
if he takes that into.
We'll see what that number. We'll see what the Texans do.
Johnny Greenard.
White 80. Hey, guys, I came across something. You know, social media. A lot of times we and I know I waste a lot of time on social media. I'll be honest with you. But I found something this morning that just absolutely made it worth it. All right. I don't know if y'all have seen this, and I don't even know the concept. I don't know who the hell is doing it, but this NPR tiny desk that Scarface is doing. I have no idea. I know it's Scarface sitting behind a small desk with about 12 people behind him. And it's a video that's about 30 minutes long. I think it's 5 or 6 songs, and he does some talking in between each one of them. But I'll put it to you like this. I don't know where you're from. I don't know how you came up. But if you cross paths with Scarface, Ghetto Boys, in any way, shape, or form, you need to listen to this, man. This is the best content that I've seen on social media. Scarface goes over 5 songs. And I didn't list the songs. I just listened to them on the way in this morning. But they're all songs, again, that if you cross paths with Scarface, you'll know exactly word for word, every song. Mary Jane's one of them. My Mind is Playing Tricks on Me is one of them.
I would assume that would be
I wish I could remember the other ones. There's 3. I think there's 3 more. Man, they are absolutely tremendous. Have y'all seen this?
I hadn't seen it yet.
First time hearing of it.
Yeah, I mean, y'all watch it tonight.
Oh, I will.
And here's what I would suggest: I would suggest pulling it up on your TV and not just watching it on your phone.
Okay.
I watched it on my phone, and I'm gonna tell you what I wanted to do. I wanted to come in here and put it on our big screen in our little what do we call it over here? Our little room, our lounge room over here with the big screen on.
Yeah.
I think we ought to get a bunch of Mad Dog maybe, but
I would
sit in there and watch this 30-minute deal. It was that good, Ron.
That good, huh? It done it for you.
Yep.
There you go. I'm gonna check it out.
knew-
Someone texted and said the Tiny Desk concert's been a thing for a minute, but this is the first time it's been a Houston artist.
Yeah, I had no idea. It's a cool concept, whatever the hell it is. But I guess it is because you know what it is. What's the Mac Miller? Is that a guy? Is that a rapper?
R.I.P. Yes, sir.
Yes. There's a video that I think it was him that was one of the more popular ones. I don't remember the song, but he was sitting behind a little bitty desk with a bunch of people behind him.
Okay, I think I've seen that one with Mac.
Looks like a cubicle desk, a cubicle desk, and the people are all the other musicians that are helping him, the producers and the singers and the drummer and
it's kind of like an unplugged.
Yes.
Yes. I think T-Pain did it too.
I love acoustic. This isn't acoustic, but I love acoustic music. I love the storytelling behind them. And then all of a sudden, Scarface does it, and every song that he bumps with is like. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, again, take me back to Park Street, man, but take me back to them old days. And he is emotional with it. I mean, it is a beautiful thing.
I'm going to check that out.
It is a beautiful thing, man.
Yeah. All right, coming up, potential lessons which C.J. Stroud learned last night. We'll discuss that. Coming up next right here on The Drive.
Definitely wasn't too big for Case Keenum. YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Clint's in the building. Tyler's in the building. I don't want to go breaking news on this, but Tyler did jump in my ear. And we said it yesterday, we said it earlier today. Tomorrow is a very, very important day for the Texans to see where C.J. Stroud is. Does he practice? Do we see improvements over last week in terms of him being on the practice field? And Wednesday will be the big day for that. We talked about this earlier with Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is in concussion protocol. They've gone out and signed E.J. Perry to their practice squad with a quarterback, and it makes you wonder, okay, what's the thought of that? But you have some news here about what the Texans have done.
Yes, interesting bit of news here coming from Phil Yates of ESPN. He says the Texans worked out former Jets quarterback Tim Boyle, and the Houston Texans also attempted to claim quarterback Nathan Rourke yesterday, but failed to do so. Looks like they're trying to pad their quarterback depth right now, Phil Yates says.
All right, well, that obviously that doesn't mean, the end-all, be-all, but it does. It is interesting, Clint. You have Case Keenum, Davis Mills, and you have C.J. Stroud. And if you are making at least two efforts to try to bring on another quarterback to add to four, it is hard not to tie that into the fact that your quarterback is a concussion protocol, and the thought that this may have something to do with him.
It's not very promising, ladies and gentlemen, for the C.J. Stroud possibly playing against the Browns. I don't want to jump to any conclusions here, but if they're look, in today's world, I don't know why a team wouldn't carry a fourth quarterback on their practice squad. And I don't even know exactly what the practice squad numbers are right now after COVID. I know at COVID they were huge, and now they've kind of come back down a little bit. But I don't know why you wouldn't carry a quarterback on your practice squad anyway, just to know your offense and be a guy that if you do lose one or more of your quarterbacks, he's immediately put on the roster and immediately in an emergency quarterback role. But this is the timing of this. Obviously, the aggressiveness that the Texans are reportedly having flirted with two different quarterbacks at this point in time. Again, you got to believe that they're a tad bit concerned about C.J. Stroud not being able to play this week.
Yeah, so that's just one to keep in mind. Again, that does not mean that he won't be able to return this week. That doesn't mean it's just kind of let's kind of start to early put things together on things, early signs to put things together. So that is the latest. It looks like the Texans have made two attempts to add quarterbacks to their roster in some format. So we'll keep our eyes open on that. All right. Last night the Eagles they blew a lead, and Jalen Hurts kind of struggled last night. He's kind of struggled the last several weeks, and big moments like that. Sometimes I'm driving. I like to listen. I listen to our sister station, 94 WIP, and I'm listening to their morning show. And I look at it, and Clint, it is titled, the first segment is titled, Jalen Hurts has regressed, and dramatically. And they are just, he is not as good as we thought he was. He is not like one of the top, like he's not elite. They pulled that down. And the reason why I said you can kind of learn from this, I know a lot of people have wondered like how quickly this thing can move back and forth. Like a guy like a CJ, is he? I know some people believe he is elite at this point already, up to this point in his 12 games that he's played. But it's interesting to look at it how much we have jumped back and forth. Are you completely sure? 713-572-4610. You can jump in. Are you completely sure that Jalen Hurts is an elite quarterback?
Yeah, I am. I mean, in the right in that system, Yes. I mean, here's the deal with Jalen Hurts is his intangibles are elite, and when he's in the right system, which he is right now, his skill set is elite. Now, he is not an elite passer of the football. He's not a guy that is going to take over a game with his arm in terms of sitting back there and processing at an elite level at the NFL and then executing, mid-range, high level of difficulty throws consistently for 4 quarters to win you a ball game. And so often that's how we've couched these great quarterbacks, and the quote-unquote elite quarterbacks is some kind of crazy, wild combination of arm strength and arm talent with a little bit of athletic ability. That's typically how you see the Pat Mahomes and Josh Allens of the world, and he's not ever going to be in that category. But when the intangibles are, and I know a lot of people roll their eyes at that, but the intangibles are absolutely elite. And the alpha, the level of alpha in an alpha world is absolutely elite and changes whatever locker room that he's in. And then when you have the ability to use his skill set to the fullest, yes, I believe that he is an elite quarterback in this league. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't want to be like the one time I'm gun shy a little bit. Now I want to wait and see. I want to see enough time and you to adjust to defenses adjusting to you and coaches adjusting to you and finding your flaws and the things that you're good at. Because Cam Newton tricked me once. Cam Newton had that 2015 season. I said, chalk it up. He's the MVP. He's elite.
Yep.
Like for me, when Brock Purdy wins the MVP this year, I don't know that I'm ready to put him in the elite company yet. Right?
Yeah, I think it's fair.
I don't. Jalen, I was ready to do that with. I think I saw a lot through the first portion of this season. He had last year's season, which was an elite season. The thought was, can he follow it up? And he, to me, was following it up. I think he's injured. I don't think he's 100%. And I think that has something to do with it. And I just think if you look around, like the quarterback play is just down this year. Like there are not a lot of quarterbacks that are putting up the numbers we've looked and seen. Brock Purdy has had big moments. I think Dak and Brock are probably the two guys that have really played at the level or exceeded the level. Now C.J. Stroud obviously is a rookie. We didn't know what his level would be coming in. But they have all across the board, like Mahomes is not playing to the level. Josh Allen overall isn't. Joe hasn't played that much. Herbert looks like there's a chance he's taking a step back. Lamar has been cool. I think quarterback play is in a different space now. I don't think that Jalen tricked me.
You feel you're still okay with it? I
still think it's now. I can't ignore what has happened in the turnovers, but turnovers happen sometimes. Overall, I think he is a guy that is a fixture. I don't believe, like someone just texted, Jalen is an above-average quarterback playing with new coordinator and injuries. So I think he's probably more than above, though. I think his style and everything. I still have him in that elite category.
Well, look, I think Cam Newton. That's a great conversation, man. Like the Cam Newton, he's got two. He
suckered me into it.
Well, he's got two things that Cam didn't have, and Cam doesn't have. Right, I mentioned the intangibles, and I'm not banging on Cam. I'm just telling you there's very few human beings, including every coach I've played for, and every player that I've spent time with. There's very few human beings on this planet that have the intangibles that Jalen Hurts has, and Cam Newton's nowhere close. And number two, Cam Newton was never given the weapons he was never given A.J. Brown.
Yeah, Steve Smith and McCaffrey.
Right. And McCaffrey was a baller. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they were not good or I'm not disrespecting anybody. I'm just saying like Jalen Hurts is playing within a system to where he can use his full skill set on schedule, on time, under control. Right? It's not like I look at Jalen Hurts different than like the way that I looked at Cam or the way that I look at like right now you got Lamar Jackson doing his thing. and even like Kyler Murray, the way that he plays the game, Josh Allen, the way that he plays the game. When I watch players, no matter how great they are, when I watch guys that the majority of the wow factor, the majority of the quote-unquote game-changing that they do is off-script, off-platform, and an offensive coordinator can't call it and can't rely on it, right? Then I'm concerned about that. Can that guy go win an MVP? Yeah. Can that guy go win a Super Bowl? Sure. The staying power and the ability to go 18 weeks in a 17-week season, 17-game season, 18 weeks, the ability to consistently do that over an 8 or 10 year stretch.
I think he's shown enough. Yeah,
but it's all, like all of the majority of his work, although it may be outside the pocket or it may be with his legs, it's scheduled. It's called. It's part of their identity of what they do, and they can rely on it and literally dial it up versus hope it happens, right? So I just believe that Jalen Hurts, again, in the right situation, which I think we can say that about everybody, but in the right situation, right offense, yes, I believe he is an elite quarterback in this league.
Yeah, and he's already completely – he's not an elite thrower. He's already passed Cam consistently in that element. All right, coming up, somebody who I don't think has gotten enough credit for Sunday's game. Not enough credit from Sunday's game, and I think it's just going to be reality for him as long as he's here, but he was a major, major, major part of why the Texans were able to win that game on Sunday. We'll discuss him coming up next.
All right, Coshada Casino Resort. Make your holiday plans to head east on I-10 and have you a good weekend. Heck, a good weekday if you got the day off. Get over to Coshada Casino Resort and have you a good time. They're also having a New Year's Eve party, so you might want to go ahead and dial up New Year's Eve over there. You know them folks over there at Coshada Casino Resort know how to party. They got a big one planned. We're talking about more space, more fun, more ways to win. The largest, most spacious gaming floor in Southwest Louisiana. And hey, if the weather stays nice, if you get a nice, decent temp day, you might be able to play a little golf. And they've got a phenomenal golf course over at Coshada Casino Resort. And don't ever forget
PetersTurf.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back here to The Drive. I do want to get out here showing love, but I do like conversations with the people. I really do. Someone texted in, Ron, if you think Dak is an elite quarterback than Cam was, because Cam was a way better quarterback than Dak.
There it was. Glory hole.
I mean, I just for me, I think Cam was a spectacular player, athlete, quarterback, and had some really good years. And then the 2015 year was amazing. But overall, I do not agree with it. I don't think that Cam was a better overall quarterback than Dak Prescott. And I do believe Dak has reached this year to be put into the Josh Allen, Burrow. I think he is in that conversation. And this isn't Dak's first year where he's rolled. I mean, Dak's got a near 5,000 yard season with 30 touchdowns and 11 picks. I mean, last year or 2 years ago, 37 touchdowns, 10 picks to 4,400 yards. I mean, and his team, for the most part, since he has been the starter, I mean, they win double digit games.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
So I don't know that I would have had him there before this year, but he has stepped his game up to an entirely different level this year to go along with where he was. Yeah. It looks like a natural step forward.
Well, it's interesting because I think they're just such different animals, right? I mean, I have I'll be honest with you, I have a really difficult time with couching Cam Newton in the elite quarterbacks that the game has seen of late. Like, he's one of the freakiest athletes that the NFL has ever seen, and he's put some seasons together, and done some amazing things. But when we start talking about elite quarterback play, it's just hard for me to put Cam in that category. I mean, it's very easy for me to look at Cam Newton and say this guy was just. I mean, he's one of if not the most freakishly gifted player, not quarterback, player that we've ever seen in the NFL. I mean, to think 6'4", 6'5", 250 with the ability to do what he did consistently in the NFL and college. But, boy, when you start talking about quarterback play, that's a different animal. And I know he played that position. And then you start talking about Dak, and Dak's got some of those intangibles that Jalen has. He's not an elite passer of the football, but he is a really good to great passer of the football. They're such different animals, man.
They're different. I think Cam had one of the best quarterback seasons we've seen.
Fair. I mean, so had Lamar Jackson. So is Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
I mean, crazy the numbers they put up. But I think when it's all said and done, playing the quarterback position,
I don't even think he's consistently the passer that Lamar has been.
Mm-mm. He's not.
I mean, he's been
remotely close.
He's been under 60% completion percentage.
Yeah, and one way to look at it would be stats, Ron. But I look, it's.
I think he's a great player.
Who are we talking about now?
Cam. I think he's a great player. I just think. I mean, he had an elite. To me, he was a great player, and some of it could be. Look, he didn't get enough weapons to work with. Sure. I can go with that. If you want to say he had the weapons that Dak had, we would look at him different. But unfortunately, it's what we
don't have that.
Got to see, in this thing. All right, listen. I want to get off that. All right, but I just want to give some props to Bob Slowick. I think Bobby Slowick was amazing, and this is something that I'm glad we don't have to look forward to this year. We'll maybe have to deal with this after the season ends. But I think he was amazing Sunday and showed again why his time here in Houston won't be long.
Oh, you don't think Bobby will be here long?
No, I mean, at the most, Bobby's here another year. To me,
Dang it, Bobby.
at the most, and that to me would be almost like what's my man's name in Detroit, Johnson, the coordinator there.
Yeah,
that Ben or D'Amico kind of did it the year before. They kind of take themselves out of the running and they want to do more. Like I think it will be on the table for Bobby. Bobby's just what he's done with a rookie quarterback and an offense that coming into the year no one really saw to be what it was going to be. They're a top 10 in total offense at 10 right now through all the injuries of the line and everything. But Sunday in particular, Clint, and I'm intrigued to hear how you viewed him. Sunday to me was a lot about the defense, the defensive line, Jonathan Grenard. They were the top reasons why they won. But I was so impressed by the patience, the ability to not get away from the game plan and do what it is that he needed to do and put his players in the best possible position. He didn't ask or try to get Case Keenum to do things that he wasn't able to do. And that was impressive to me for him to stick to the game plan and understand what was going to give them the best chance to win with the parts that he had. And he exploited matchups. And they couldn't stop Devin Singletary at a time, and he kept doing it. And he exploited the Noah Brown matchup and he went there. It was brilliant to me with the parts he had. No CJ, no Nico, no Tank, no George Fant, no Titus Howard.
Yeah, down to your third or fourth center.
Yeah, that was
no relief for your running back.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, that's a decision where he also made was like, yep. This is going to be the best move for us. Well, I thought he was really impressive.
There's a few things here. I agree wholeheartedly with you. I think he was absolutely tremendous. Probably one of his better days. Giving this team a chance to win, especially when you got down 13-0 and having to outscore the team 19-3 the rest of the way. And the way the game ended, having to score late to get into overtime, and as ugly as it was in overtime to get yourself into field goal range, you got to look at what he overcome. First of all, if you watch the All-22, which I'm about 2.5 quarters into the All-22, he dialed up multiple opportunities early in the game that Case Keenum either poor ball placement really caused the timing to be thrown off, or he didn't make the throw. He didn't even attempt the throw. I'll give you a couple of examples. There's a screen to the right to Sims, which obviously with Sims being active and then having lost so many receivers, Sims is more of a kick returner, shifty, hard to touch in space, and so they wanted to get him touches in the reverse game, the misdirection game. They wanted to get him touches in the screen game, and they did that. Well, you look at the first screen, quick screen he catches to his right. If that ball is thrown on his right shoulder and he's able to catch it and continue upfield, he goes and makes hay. Now, I don't know how much hay he makes, but he goes and makes hay. The ball's thrown on his back shoulder. The timing's thrown completely off. I believe it was a no gain if it wasn't a loss, right? Then you look at the Beck screen to the left. He throws it out wide on the screen towards the sideline. If he throws that inside, Beck catches that ball, turns up inside, and there's a good lane there for him to go make hay. The interception that he threw, he has Dalton Schultz on the deep over route behind the defender that ends up intercepting the ball, but squeezing that angle route by the tight end. He actually, by the running back, he actually has the tight end over the top. On the third down, I don't remember exactly what the down and distance was, but they ended up kicking a field goal. It's the one where he scrambled to his right and threw it late into the end zone, and it looked like Robert Woods and Xavier Hutchinson kind of ran together in the end zone, ball bounced up in the air. Lucky it wasn't an interception. He actually had, from jump, he had Dalton Schultz up the chute for a touchdown right over the center's head, really.
So he schemed up some other stuff that was potentially missed.
Right. I say, and that was all early, Ron. That was all early in the first quarter and a half of football. So I don't say that to pile on Case. Look, he's a quarterback that hadn't had many reps at all, and he was getting his first run for the majority of the last 4 years, if we're being honest. So I'm not piling on Case. I'm just simply saying Bobby Slowick dialed up some things that were absolutely there from jump, and they would have scored more points had it been executed, had C.J. Stroud been in the game, to be completely honest with you. And then we get into, so that's the on-the-field stuff. You get into, like, the decision to go with Case Keenum over Davis Mills, which ended up being a winning decision. The decision to use Devin Singletary for 22 carries and not spell him with Daria Gumbawale or Damian Pierce, right? The ability to have Charlie Heck at right tackle. You're down to your third right tackle. You're down to your second left guard. You're down to your third center. and these guys are coached up at a level to where they not only can play, but they go in there and play really well. You look outside, Brevin Jordan's playing more at the tight end position than you expected. He played really well, at least for 2.5 quarters in this football game. You look outside, you're having to roll John Mechie in there. You're having to roll Xavier Hutchins. A lot of young guys in there because you're down so many receivers, and those guys are ready to play and didn't cause problems. And there wasn't a ton of penalties, pre-snap penalties because of them from an alignment and assignment perspective. So, yeah, I think Bobby Slowick did a tremendous job because then you get down, the game is on the line late. You got to have a drive. He dialed up what he needed to dial up, and then in overtime he dials up what he needs to dial up to get you the 3 to win the football game. So while this was won defensively, no question about it, Bobby Slowick did an absolutely tremendous job with what he had available to him.
He was amazing, man. He deserves a lot of credit for that. Like you said, 13-0. That could get you to say, all right, hell, man, we got to do something. But no, he stayed the course. Coming up, more news that the Texans have made. They have brought in a new player, and I think this move could signal a lot. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Our Vision Homes. I'm talking about Houston's premier turn.
Shares sold.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work, and luckily for you, you got Dirty the Dilf. The big Dilf. That's right, baby. And Psycho TT Mill giving you the latest. And here is the latest. This is very important. There are two sets of news. First, this is being reported by multiple people, Mike Garafolo, as well as Aaron Wilson, that the Texans are signing quarterback Tim Boyle to the practice squad one day after they didn't get Nathan Wark off a waiver claim. But they bring in Tim Boyle. If you remember, Tim Boyle was horrific for the New York Jets the last several weeks.
He can't play dead in a horror movie.
Probably can't. Now, maybe it's the system of the people there. But he was with the Jets. He had taken over for Zach Wilson. They benched him right before Zach Wilson played the Texans last week. So he is being brought in. And then this is the second piece, fellas. This coming from Aaron Wilson. C.J. Stroud remains in the NFL concussion protocol, still has symptoms. Per sources, Texans are preparing Case Keenum to start a second game in a row with Stroud not set to return this week. So that is Aaron Wilson reporting that the Texans are preparing Case Keenum to start the second game in a row with Stroud not set to return this week. Seeing some of the symptoms are sensitivity to light is being reported from Aaron Wilson. Aaron Wilson just dropped this a few minutes ago. So that is
what's A-Dub doing? He in there in the training room?
I don't know. He
got it down to sensitivity to light.
Yeah, he got it down.
Damn, that's good stuff.
This makes, but to get that, this makes them trying to add to their quarterback room makes sense.
Yeah, it definitely makes it make sense. And look, the Boyle kid, I like him. I tell you, I don't know that the New York situation is set up for anybody to have success, to be honest with you. Short of Aaron Rodgers, maybe. I don't know. He didn't last long enough for us to see if he could even have success up there. But I know tangibly the Boyle kid can spin it. I know that much. And so it's hopefully we don't find out. Hopefully he never touches the field for the Texans. Hopefully Stroud plays, but if he doesn't, Keenum can get it. Hopefully he can get it done again. But the kid, the topic at hand is it's not a good look that they're trying so diligently to find a practice squad quarterback, which would turn into an emergency quarterback, I would imagine, on Sunday. It'd be ballsy to not carry a third quarterback on Sunday, to be completely honest with you, with Case as your quarterback. But we'll see what they do. Hopefully these symptoms can subside and C.J. Stroud plays.
But I mean, listen, this is a tough thought to think that would go away quick enough for Sunday. Like, I mean, when you see this, when you see the moves they make. Like, that's the thing here with the Texans, because I can tell they are into the gamesmanship thing. They're into the throwing them off the scent thing, and now you got to start to look at moves they make. And when you go and sign another quarterback, like a guy that's played with the Jets, which is, even though they coach differently, it's the same system. This is a similar system that he's played in. And in Detroit, I believe, as well. Like, this is a similar system. So you bring a guy in that started games this year, there is that is a sign, maybe potentially, that they know that there's a real chance that he will not be able to be ready to go.
I don't think.
I hope it's not the case.
Yeah, look, I don't think that this, with C.J. Stroud, first year in the league, having already missed one game, if he's still having symptoms on Wednesday, like I don't think this is a, man, let's just see, man, if he can just get out of this concussion, if he can just get out of it by Thursday or Friday, man, we can throw him out on the field. It doesn't feel like one of those to me. Like, if he's still having symptoms and he's not going to not cleared and going to practice on Wednesday, then I don't know that his situation is as fluid as, hey, man, let's get this guy out of concussion protocol. Let's get him on the field Sunday. Does that make sense? Like, I just don't know. I think it's more of a, hey, man, if you're still having symptoms on Wednesday, let's protect the kid from himself. Because CJ wants to be on the field. But let's protect him from himself and keep him off the field.
I think you kind of made this point too. But for me, like, I knew walking in the door last week, Monday, he wasn't going to play despite how he felt anyway. To me, when he went down, his head bounced off the turf, and he stayed there for a bit, and they walked him right inside.
Yep.
And his face didn't look like great. Combined with what happened with Denver the week before, where he did look a little woozy on his feet, and they let him go back in. You look at the Tua situation and how serious they were. I knew for a fact he was not playing after that. He was at least going to sit a week. Now we're going to the second week. It is more or less, this isn't just a precaution thing. This isn't just a, hey, boy, we want to be overly precautious, overly precautious on this situation. This is I think he is really, really not at all passing through the symptoms that are there, and that he is literally still struggling with this concussion if they are going a second week. So as you said, this now the thought is, if he's still feeling symptoms today, the wonder and hope is obviously, how long could this be, right? Like we've seen concussions take people out for long stretches. Like the wonder is, how long would this be? So they sign a quarterback in Tim Boyle, and this looks to be more than a 1 week situation. What we're seeing from reports. So, and if he doesn't show up at practice tomorrow, which I would assume he's not based off this report, then I think they are probably going to move to Case Keenum as a start this game. Oh, we got a lot to talk about this.
God bless you too, C.J. Stroud.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. Reports out here, and I know he spoke on Pat McAfee, but Aaron Rodgers indicates he won't play for the Jets this season. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, fellas. I knew he shouldn't. I didn't think he would, but I was not 100% sure that him and the Jets weren't going to find a way for him to get on the field.
When I came out of the darkness.
Like, it was crazy to think that he tore his Achilles, and like there was even a conversation or doubt in your mind that he would get back in. And I think cooler heads have hopefully finally prevailed here, and he is not going to play because it doesn't make any sense. The further and further, now they're completely eliminated after last week. So it's good to me because now I am hopeful that he'll be 100% ready to go next year if he's already feeling that way now.
Well, I think, look, if there was still a chance they could make the playoffs, I wouldn't put it past his crazy ass to try to come in and spark them and make it happen.
No, I'm with you on that. If they were sitting here like the Texans, 8-6, I think he may try to.
Yeah, and I wouldn't put it past him, but now, like,
I still wouldn't agree with it. But
I agree with that, with your point. But I wouldn't put it past him. And so you look at it and you go, okay, now he's not going to play, so he'll be fully healthy next year. And some of his comments on Pat McAfee's show talked about how he feels like he could be productive well into his 40s. And so clearly his plan is to play beyond next year, even assuming he can stay healthy. So we'll see what Aaron Rodgers ends up doing long term, but it looks like in the short term we're going to have to wait to see him play.
Yeah, he was serious about this trying. I mean, they had him out there. They said he was running scout team last week. Like a scout team was pulling the Deshaun, like a scout team linebacker.
The sense of humor that the universe has.
Running routes.
Well, could you see him get injured doing something stupid on the scout team at this point in time, blowing that thing again?
Who is letting him? Like, there's got to be somebody, clearly, I guess, the head coach. Somebody, hey, man, go sit down. At least not out here, man.
Like, hey, man, go back to the West Coast, man. Just go back to California,
chill, man. Or at least do this in closed doors. But we don't need you. I don't want you being a scout team linebacker 100%.
Right.
I never want you to do it, let alone coming off of this. Wow.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we're starting to get in bowl mania, and I was surprised if Clint didn't start to to watch that Old Dominion Western Kentucky game that he probably would have tried to get in. You are the I'm gonna watch these bowls.
Man, I got well, I typically am, but I got my hands full a little bit at the crib these days.
Good for you. I'm glad. Florida State, they will be in the Orange Bowl, and probably I don't even know if it is because of the injuries, but one of the more anticipated non-playoff games coming up as they'll play Georgia. But their coach, Norvell, he talked to the media today, said he is still struggling with not being included in that college football playoff. I don't know if he's going to get over this. They are really, which I understand. It's a tough thing, but you can understand if you're outside of the Florida State program. I think you can understand the other way a little bit, but he said it's the toughest coaching job he has ever had to do the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, I mean, no question. I mean, you got to – and I know Mike. I mean, he's a level-headed dude. I think the toughest part – because Mike's a player's guy. He's not a CEO that stands at distance. He's a in the locker room, in the huddle dude. The hardest thing is seeing your players hurt and seeing your players miss out on a chance of a lifetime when you're so close. I think Mike, I think 10 years from now you sit down with Mike, I think Mike will fully understand, hey, man, I lost a Heisman Trophy candidate at quarterback, and then my backups were guys that couldn't run my offense ultimately. I mean, that's really what those two guys were. Could not they had to just pull plays out of their hat to try to protect their guy and find something that these guys could do. They didn't have a quarterback ready to play behind the starter. And so I think it's very easy from a football perspective to look up and go, they're not one of the best four teams in America, although they may have earned it given their record. They're not one of the best four teams in America without Jordan Travis. And so but it's got to be hard, man, to be that kind of coach, to go in that locker room and let those guys know that we got to go play play Georgia in a bowl game that don't mean nothing.
What would it prove to you if they beat Georgia? Would you feel, Tyler, you 713-572-4610, if Florida State beat Georgia, would it make you feel bad that they weren't included?
I don't feel bad for nobody, man. I'm a Texas A&M Aggie.
Well, they got your best players. None of the best players at transfer portal over at A&M, but
I don't feel bad about for nobody.
I think it'd make me because look, the Louisville loss. I mean, you look at Georgia. They got dudes. Their quarterback's going to play. They've got a lot of people believe that they should still be in the college football playoffs. A lot of people believe they're as currently built. They are a top 4 team in America. So it'd make me feel a little different. It'd make me feel a little different.
Oh God, could you imagine if Mike and them
if Mike goes out there,
Georgia?
I don't even.
I would show my ass if I were
Ron,
Mike.
They don't even have to be. I'm gonna tell you the one thing that would give me if I were Mike. As I watch that game, if they go out there and Mike took, the 3 weeks to get ready for the college football playoff, this bowl game, and he was able to make one of these quarterbacks something. And I'm just talking about serviceable. Just bring some kind of value to the table. Don't be a guy that we have to absolutely overcome being on the field. If he's able to do that, then I think he'll have a strong – now, you can't do anything about it, but I think he'd have a strong case to say that they made a mistake. Right now, I don't think the committee made a mistake. But if he goes out there and he develops his quarterback and gets him reps and gets him to where he can play at a high level, and he goes out and plays at a high level against Georgia –
Mike might cussing at that podium if he got that. Oh, I wouldn't, and I would let it. I would let it go because, in my opinion, I think what they're going to look a lot like you said, if he can get one of them quarterbacks to be serviceable, and I think the guy who's the backup, what's his name, Rudemaker,
You're
whatever,
close.
something
You're close.
That. He was playing serviceable in the game before.
I didn't think he was ready, but you. To your point, I could see him going, okay, you give this guy a little time. Let him
it was better than the other kid. It was night and day.
The other kid was like, he was a true freshman. Let's just go see if we can athlete our way, and he wasn't good enough.
Yeah, and they win the game. They're going to look like Michigan.
Yeah.
Great defensive.
Well, the bad thing, I think they've had 2 defenders. That Versa, that defensive lineman. They've already opted out. Yeah, he's opted out, and I think there's one. I think their running back, that big running back they had. Both of them opted out.
Even more if they're to win that game. That means
do it without those guys.
Oh my God, I am rooting for them so hard. in that game because I just want to see what Mike wants to do. Mike show his ass coming up in that thing. All right, coming up, your chance. Remember, your chance to win. You know what? Forget it. I'm going to tell you. Next segment. In the next segment, so you might want to be listening, your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Texans-Browns game. This is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. Stay tuned. Stay listening. Your chance in the next segment to listen and win a pair of tickets to see your Texans play the Browns. So stay tuned for that coming up next on The Drive.
Look, I don't know how Mike Norvell, the head coach over at Florida State, I don't know how he's handling it, but I tell you how I'd handle it. I'd get me
New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, stay tuned listening there. Any way you're listening. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, we appreciate you. If you're listening on Sports Radio 610, we appreciate you. If you're listening on YouTube or Twitch, this is your chance sometime in this segment. Please stop giving them the wink and the gun, Tyler. Stop. Anytime. Stop. Don't put multiple guns.
Hey, show them your emoji smile when you take pictures. Yes, that's it.
That's it. That's the one, man. He can break it out at any time on command, man.
That's great. That's great.
Be listening. Be listening for your cue to call sometime in this segment. Be listening for your cue to call.
We should really get
a pair of tickets.
We should really get our YouTube numbers up and say that's your cue to call.
Oh,
when
God.
Tyler gives you the open mouth emoji, 2 thumbs up on YouTube, that's when you call to win the tickets.
You're probably really pissing people driving right now.
I'm just. We'll pull over and pull that way.
Pull over everybody, and we start to see people just pulling over to the side of the road. I'm watching. That is not going to be.
I didn't mean to muddy the waters there, Ron.
That's not. Hey, pull your ass. Everybody driving. You're out of it here. But you right here. You call. Because then people just start calling.
I mean, we can have a YouTube and Twitch giveaway. I think it's a great idea.
Tickets. All right, 2 tickets for the video.
It's a great idea, man.
The drive is live.
There's something. Maybe there's something there. We just got to work on it.
We got to probably plan it in advance, right? not come up with it at 5:25.
Oh, I like the organic ones. No, but stay.
Boss man probably doesn't.
No, probably doesn't. Stay tuned for this. And then this was rock bottom for Dameon Pierce Sunday. I just like you're jumping in, and you like we talked about. Devin Singletary had his best game as a Texan. Maybe not that Cincinnati game. He was amazing and won AFC Offensive Player of the Week. But to me, this was a bigger performance because he didn't have CJ in the passing game, to help things out. And I just think that the Titans, even without Jeffrey Simmons, got a better front seven than what the Bengals provide, and not having that passing behind you. They were kind of keying on that at one point. I thought he was sensational, but he got 26 carries, and it was very clear, as we talked about Bobby Slowick earlier in the game plan, it was very clear. The game plan was, hey, man, we got to run this thing, and no matter how often they potentially stop us, we're not going to get discouraged. We're not going to have – we've seen the Texans have games – Clint, this year where they're like, okay, we're going to run it 3 times in the second half with C.J. Stroud. You can understand it sometimes with how the game flows and how the offense is going. But in this game, I don't care if they get us for a loss. I don't care. We're going to run the football.
Yeah.
They ran it, designed runs 30 times. There were 2 scrambles for Case Keenum, but designed runs 30 times. They called Dameon Pierce's number ones. Like, if you're Dameon Pierce right now, this is rock bottom. You're healthy. Basically, Clint, he is healthy, 100% healthy. And they said in a game in which we are down to our, I guess, backup quarterback who had been our 3rd-string quarterback all season until this game, all of the weapons out, we're going to make running the football a focus. And you are going to have as many carries as Steve Sims, as many carries as Dario Gumbawale and Xavier Hutchinson.
Yeah.
2 receivers and a punt returner. You're going to have as many carries. To me, man, like that right there, that's more than just Singletary's better. That is, you're not even in the plans, and our plan is to run the ball.
Well, I think the run game was more of a priority, or the pressure was on the run game this week, more so than it's been all year long, with no C.J. Stroud, no Tank Dell, no Nico Collins, no ability to win the game through the air, really to take the game over through the air and have 300-plus yards and 3 touchdowns and those highlight reel type moments and throws. Like, that was out the window, so you were going to have to run the football. And I believe that DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick, it was very simple. You look at it and you go, it's like we can't waste 5 or 6 carries. If Devin Singletary making somebody miss is and getting a chunk play, maybe a big scoring play. If that's possible, we've got to give him as many carries as we possibly can. We can't waste 5 or 6 or even 10 on anybody else, but not with Dameon Pierce. Look, I've said this multiple times. I don't subscribe to the thought that Dameon Pierce doesn't fit the scheme. Like I just don't. I just don't. You said it multiple times that Bobby Slowick is a very good offensive coordinator. If Dameon Pierce toting the rock was what they felt was best to get this run game going, they would call whatever scheme, whatever run play that they needed to get Dameon Pierce involved. And so I don't think I never have believed it was a scheme thing. I am at a point where I just believe for whatever reason Dameon Pierce is not as good a back as Devin Singletary at this point in time. Dameon Pierce.
He hasn't been nearly as good as him this season. Yeah, but, and I mean that is the case. I said me. I meant more like really D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick clearly believe that Devin Singletary is and it's not even close. He is by far the best back to the point of where they feel like giving Dameon Pierce carries in a game where you're going to need 30-plus carries, giving him carries to at the very least spell Devin Singletary, rest him is too much of a risk. Like they can't afford to do that. Like I just believe that Dameon Pierce at this point in time, in the eyes of the decision makers with the Texans, they don't believe he's good enough to get carries. I can only imagine what Dameon is thinking at this point. But their actions, I mean, based on what you said and the way you put that was like clearly the brass and the decision makers, their actions said, we don't believe in you.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's how Dameon Pierce is taking it. That's how I would take it. I mean, not even a spell, not even a rest.
Yep.
Not even a, hey, boy,
not even a series.
You just softened them up. Like, and I'm about to come in here and like it was like it's not even a, and I think you talked about this earlier. Like, they're two different backs. One is shifty, and it's got a little bit more wiggle and make you miss, and the other can be more of a hammer. Now, Dameon Pierce showed some make you miss at times last year.
Sure.
But we're not seeing that this year. But he is at least a very physical back. They weren't even putting him in, Clint, on short yardage.
Yeah.
Goal line. They were like, no, we'd rather have Singletary.
It's the most difficult thing for me to attempt to figure out with this Houston Texans team this year is how Dameon Pierce has fallen off to a point where the coaches don't trust him or even believe that he's a good enough back to get 5 carries a game at this point in time. In a game where you've got to run it. And even more importantly, Ron, in a game where, like in the second half, like this is the first game that I really leaned into like, hey, Bobby, I don't care who your quarterback is, just run it, man. Just run this thing downhill, and you guys are running it well. You can dominate. I mean, you can get field goals for damn sure if you just keep running the football. You can minimize the risk if you just keep running the football. You're running it well. Your offensive line is – and in the second half, I think that was blatantly obvious. And even at that point, they didn't say – hey, man, we're dominating up front, man. We're getting really good push. We're running power. We're running inside zone. We're here with them. Let's get Devin Singletary a drive off so that in the fourth quarter and maybe even overtime we got him healthy. You didn't even get in that situation.
Let's sneak in 2 carries now. Let's do it right now. Caller number 5. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 right now. Your chance to win front row seats in the bullpen for this critical game against the Cleveland Browns coming up on Sunday. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. Your chance to win a pair of tickets right now. Right now.
There's the time.
There it is. There's
all
the
you
time.
YouTubers. Tyler gave it to you too. The open mouth emoji. You know it's the time. If you can't, if you're not on the radio, if you're watching on YouTube, Tyler's letting you know.
I think we've reached a point where Dameon, where they're sitting there. All right, we got Daria Gumbawale, we got Mike Boone, we got Dameon Pierce.
I think Boone got released.
I thought he was on the practice squad.
Did he get picked up? No, maybe got picked up.
And then I saw this morning they were going to look to potentially bring him back.
I just saw where Pendergast posted is Boone better than Pierce kind of deal, and then a couple hours later they cut him.
Now and then I did see there's a thought that he could be eligible to be brought back if he clears the waivers. But I think there's I wanted a conversation. All right, man, if we're going, one of these guys going to be active, will it be Damian? You're sure it's going to be Damian Pierce? Odare's going to be on special teams? Like I would not be surprised or shocked at all at this point if one of these last 3 games of the season, Damian Pierce is a healthy scratch.
Boy, what a
that's basically what the hell he was Sunday. 1 carry. Basically what he was Sunday. All right, Tyler's taking care of you to hook somebody up with a pair of tickets. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. All right, coming up, we got to get to the big news of the day, and that is concerning C.J. Stroud and the moves the Texans have made. It is not potentially looking good. We'll give you all the details for that. Coming up next on The Drive. Fellas out there, I hope many of you out there, especially guys ranging from the age of 30 and up, are having conversations about testosterone because it is important.
Twin Peaks Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As I'm checking the text line, someone texted in, I wish I was caller number 5, so I'm going to assume you didn't win. Who was the winner, Tyler? Who got
our guy Anthony over in Katy, man?
Good for you, Anthony. Congratulations, Anthony and Katy. He wins a pair of tickets to go and see his Houston Texans go and play the biggest game of the year. The next one is always going to be the biggest game of the year the rest of the way, as they're 8-6 and they play the Browns, who are a game ahead of them in the standings right now. So congratulations, and hope you have a good time, Anthony and Katy, who won those tickets. So congratulations to all the winners all day here on Sports Radio 610.
Hey, me and Anthony got something in common, bub. We're winners. We're winners. Guess what I just did?
What did you just?
Went back there to that kitchen. A little hungry. I was kind of just fishing through some stuff. Found me some tamales. Oh. You want to bite?
No, I don't want to bite.
I really hope you're not eating my tamales right now.
Oh, that was that. It did say Tyler on the foil, but I didn't realize.
If you're eating my tamales right now in front of me, this is one of the most disrespectful things you have ever done.
We're gonna halt the show. Go and check.
This
Take
better not be.
Tyler, go check.
If this is real, this is effed up.
Because he has not stopped. He has picked it up, and
I had to hurry up and get a bite before he got mad at me.
He's going and taking a bite. Tyler, go check. Go check.
I swear to God, dude.
Go check. This will be my man.
You don't mess with my money and you don't mess with my food.
My man went fishing in the refrigerator and found some hot tamales.
Look, I didn't think it was
that
a
had
big
a
deal.
person's name on it.
You want to taste it?
No, I don't want to taste it. Of course I want to taste it. But you know I can't.
You can't.
You remember I talked to you and Tyler. As I told you, no, man, please help me out. Help me out. Now you're offering me food. Tyler last week said, hey, man, want to go to Twin Peaks for lunch?
You can't do it.
No, man. I don't want to go. I don't want to go to Twin Peaks for lunch. I had my meal. You went to the refrigerator and looking for food.
I went to that refrigerator and I know exactly what tamales look like when they're wrapped in foil in the fridge.
And you like,
and I couldn't resist myself.
Didn't care.
When I was wrapping it back up,
didn't give a damn who those were.
Well,
did you see Tyler? So are those Tyler's?
His name's written on the foil. On the foil on the outside.
Oh my God! He doesn't eat.
That's why I felt okay about eating.
He's been back there a long time right now. By the way, real time, folks. Tyler is maybe they're not his. Maybe they're not his. Maybe they're not Tyler's. Are those yours, Tyler? Are those your tamales? Tyler's just returned back into the.
I'm not sure. Because my package that John Lopez graciously brought to me of tamales.
These are Lopez?
Yes.
Oh wow.
If you're really eating them, I'm gonna.
He said it said Tyler on the foil.
No, yeah, it's still in there, but I can't tell if it's been unwrapped and some been taken out.
It clearly has. I mean, he is going in.
He's got a paper plate with him on there.
You got the awareness of my wife. Look at the size of the roll of tamales.
I didn't study the tamale package
with Figgy's name. It's too. Let me tell you this.
He may have given Figgy more. He works with him every day.
I think that's what happened. These were mine. I had these in there.
Okay. Being honest with me?
No. Hey,
of course he's not being honest.
Dude. When I was wrapping them back up.
They're yours.
When I was wrapping them back up, it said I saw Tyler on the foil.
This is one of the most This is the most disrespectful thing you've ever done. Are you being serious?
It's dead serious. Real quick. Do you view the refrigerator and freezer as free game in there?
It's a company fridge, dude.
I don't view it as
kind of asshat goes into the fridge and just starts pulling other people's food and drink.
That bad boy, he said,
are you serious?
He said tamales.
Oh, I know. Tamales wrapped in foil, that's a huge find, especially when you've heard somebody talk on the radio about them so you know they're fresh.
See, that's why I got it.
Here's the question: Why
I don't put myself in that fridge. I want
to punch you right in the ass right now.
Man, you wouldn't share these with me.
Jacked,
you wouldn't share these with me.
I would share them with you maybe if you asked.
Hold on, man. Why you want to punch him in his ass? Like why? Like why do you want him to turn around?
He's a lot bigger than me. I'm not looking for an actual fight.
That's kind of the meatiest. That's the meatiest part of your target.
Well, don't look for anything physical. Don't
a
say
good butt punch can go a long way.
Why? No, it did.
Why did you leave these? Because I heard him yesterday. Monday he brought them to you. Why are they still in the fridge Tuesday at 6:00?
Yeah, he brought them to me yesterday.
Yeah, but they got his name on them, and they ain't yours.
I did forget him yesterday, but I made a note in my phone and set an alarm to grab him today on my way out, and you're in there just helping yourself to my homemade tamales?
Tyler don't eat.
You should damn sure grab them because they are really good. What flavor are these?
Holy.
Looks like chicken.
I don't know. He gave me all 3 different kinds, but I'm sure part of that's gone now.
Well, you're not going to get a taste of one.
I think some were pork, some were chicken.
Hey, Doc, he got 2 of them, too.
That's a...
Well, if you got 3 different flavors, I need to go get another one to make sure I get a little touch of all 3.
Don't touch my tamale. Dude, that's jacked up. As Show would say, that's a suck-ass move right there, bro.
I think you got about 6 of them.
It's a sucker-ass move. That ain't cool. That ain't cool, man.
I'll buy these 2 from you.
No, it ain't about the money, bro.
He already owes you $1,100.
They were free. I know.
No, I don't. I paid him last night.
He paid me up.
Damn it, it's just me now.
Yeah, you only sucker.
No, you're a sucker in there too, sitting with him. Both y'all are suckers.
Why am I a sucker?
Hey, don't forget these today, Bob. They are really good.
All right. This ain't even funny, man.
Oh, my God. 713-572-4610.
It was either you or Figgy.
Be honest.
I figured you.
Be honest, because you don't have me to go against. It is your beloved Tyler and your beloved Clint on this.
This is BS, dude.
Give me one word to describe what Clint did. As clearly Clint walked into the refrigerator, got a little hungry, saw aluminum foil, and spotted it and said, "Them are tamales." Opened it up, heated them up, folded it back up. Oh, darn, that's Tyler.
You made a damn plate.
Well,
describe.
Yeah, let me tell you how it all went down. Can I tell you how?
I don't care.
T's coming up as he gets done. We'll tell you the latest on C.J. Stroud. Go ahead.
I mean, I went in there just looking for a small snack.
What? Of other people's food? The beginning is a problem.
Let's hear him out.
Maybe. No, there is no excuse.
I went in there browsing to see if there was some candy somewhere, maybe that I could, because I was hungry.
Yeah, like candy they put out for the whole office.
Let's hear him out.
Oh, dude,
or maybe some leftovers that are in there all the time that we all pick on. Yeah, that kind of thing. And there was none, so I opened the fridge, and there's just something about tamales that are wrapped in foil. I couldn't resist. And then I was like, I probably shouldn't. Then I looked over to my right, and there was a stack of little small plates that looked perfect to fit 2 tamales on, and the microwave was right in front of my face. I couldn't pass it.
It said to fit 2 from the text line, as I said, real quick. Coming up behind us, the Texans Players Show. Fairbairn, he's going to join. Kiami Fairbairn is going to join Indy Kalu and Drew Doherty, so stay tuned and listen for the Texans Players Show after us. Real quick, Aaron Wilson reports this. The Texans are signing Tim Boyle to practice squad one day after they didn't get Nathan Wark off of waiver claim. Let me get this in real quick. C.J. Stroud, we'll get back to this. C.J. Stroud remains in the NFL's concussion protocol, still has symptoms per source. Ben also reported those symptoms are sensitivity to light. Texans are preparing Case Keenum to start second game in a row with Stroud not set to return. That's coming from Aaron Wilson. Now let's get back to the main topic here.
I cannot believe you really did that.
From the text line,
you're like legit upset about it.
I said one word. I'd be a little hot. One word.
If you had 8 tamales in there and I ate 2 of them, you'd be hot. That you left in there for 2 days.
They're mine.
Maybe
you'd be hot.
Not hot. I'd be.
Let me tell you suckers something. If I got a bag full of tamales in there, or 8 or 10 tamales in there,
it ain't a bag full. It's a piece of foil with something on it.
I certainly would have offered them to you, but you just went amongst yourself into the refrigerator.
Well, you saw when I came back in here, the light was already on outside the studio. I was late getting back in. I didn't have time to come in here and ask.
You shouldn't have been late because you shouldn't have been stealing my damn tamales.
I didn't think you'd matter. You don't eat anyway.
Text line coming through. No, it says you don't eat anyway. The text line coming through. I said one word to describe what Clint did in taking Tyler's tamales out of the refrigerator. Dirty did Tyler dirty. Take it as a payment for buying the Mad Dog on Monday.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's comparable.
$15.
Poor from Clint. I'm switching the station. No, just kidding. I can't.
Poor?
What's wrong with having less than a dozen tamales? Bro, there was a line crossed when it comes to jacking tamales.
Yeah, you've said yourself there ain't nothing worse than a thief, man.
Text line, hoish, ratchet, succulent, slime ball nomination.
Damn, those are words.
Yes. That's if that doesn't win slime ball of the week on In the Loop.
Real jackassery for Clint. Cold-blooded.
Really?
Cold-blooded, but hilarious amongst friends.
It's just something you don't do with your bros, man. You don't steal another man's food.
I disagree. And now see that's not accurate. That is not accurate.
That's jacked, man.
That is
Somebody
not accurate.
text in Blackish. Hold on a minute, it ain't Blackish. I take offense to that, damn it.
Like I didn't go in there and eat your salad or eat your hamburger.
No, I wouldn't have cared if you went there and ate a salad.
You had multiple finger foods, and I ate two actually.
Dude,
I ate 2 of 10. By the way,
I don't care. That's a good amount of it. That's a fifth of what I was going to eat tonight.
He's really bothered. He's
really worked up.
I had never gotten any of Lopez's homemade tamales.
I'm going to tell you what, Lopez, there is 3 layers of foil on them jokers.
Really? I don't know why he hasn't brought you one.
You would know.
To be honest with you.
He knows
I tweeted him and asked him for them over the weekend. He made them specially for me, brought them to me, and now I don't even have them.
Now, in fairness, you have 6 left. At least. And you won't.
It doesn't matter.
Eat 4 of them. You'll eat 4 of them. That's good. Now, also to play your side of it.
Tyler was planning on making these things last 2 weeks.
I'm gonna butt punch you, bro.
But stop saying. I don't understand why you keep saying you want to punch him in the butt. Now, for Tyler's side of it, I mean, he does deserve to select how he eats those 8 tamales. But hey. You got Christmas season. You gave him a Christmas gift, and you didn't even know it.
That is not how you're supposed to be during the season, bro.
I didn't know it'd bother you so much, man. I won't.
What do you mean that should bother anyone? You don't just go taking like other people's food out of the office fridge. That is a rule. You don't do that.
Now he's talking in rhythm.
You don't
just go.
I would not have done it in Figgy. I would not have done it to Figgy's in there.
So if you
why
did it ever?
Because I didn't think that you'd care. Like it's like I don't fart in the studio because I know Ron gets really mad at that. I thought now that I know that you get really mad if somebody eats 2 of your 10 tamales.
Most people do
when they're starving, and it's right there.
If you're starving, that ain't my problem.
Well, that's a hell of a thing to say. If I've ever got food in there and you're starving, hey, have at it, Bob. Go ahead, man.
I love your honesty. I would have just said, "Well, found me some tamales."
I really, when you first said it, I thought, "Oh, he's joking. He wouldn't do something like that."
You should have taken one. Someone said you should have taken 1 from Figgy and 1 from Tyler.
No, I should have took 3 from Tyler because there was 3 different flavors in there, and I didn't.
God.
Coming up, the Players Show, the hero, the kicker Fairbairn, who returned and kicked that 54-yard game winner. He will join the fellas. Stay tuned. And listen for that. Oh boy, this is fantastic. I believe this is going to make a segment on all of the shows here at Sports Radio 610. Tyler, there's no punchline of that joke. He sounds like he is.
It ain't a joke, dude. It's jacked up.
You ought to see how he's staring at me through the glass.
Not to I love you, Tyler.
Like I said, you don't mess with a man's money. You don't mess with a man's food, bruh.
10 tamales. I took 2.